Prelude to The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Prelude. A chapter of which the last page only is of any importance. Comedy is a game played to throw reflections upon social life, and it deals with human nature in the drawing room of civilized men and women, where we have no dust of the struggling outer world, no mire, no violent crashes, to make the correctness of the representation convincing. Credulity is not wooed through the impressionable senses, nor have we recourse to the small circular glow of the watchmaker's eye to raise in bright relief minutest grains of evidence for the rooting of incredulity. The comic spirit conceives a definite situation for a number of characters, and rejects all accessories in the exclusive pursuit of them and their speech. For being a spirit, he hunts the spirit in men. Vision and ardour constitute his merit. He has not a thought of persuading you to believe in him. Follow, and you will see. But there is a question of the value of a run at his heels. Now the world is possessed of a certain big book, the biggest book on earth, that might indeed be called the Book of Earth, whose title is the Book of Egoism. And it is a book full of the world's wisdom. So full of it and of such dimensions is this book, in which the generations have written ever since they took to writing, that to be profitable to us the book needs a powerful compression. Who, says the notable humorist, in allusion to this book, who can studiously travel through sheets of leaves, now capable of a stretch from the lizard to the last few poor pulmonary snips and shreds of leagues, dancing on their toes for cold, explorers tell us, and catching breath by good luck, like dogs at bones about a table, on the edge of the pole? Inordinate, unvaried length, sheer longinquity, staggers the heart, ages the very heart of us at a view. And how if we manage finally to print one of our pages on the crow scalp of that solitary, majestic outsider? We may get him into the book, yet the knowledge we want will not be more present with us than it was when the chapters hung their end over the cliff you ken of at Dover, where sits our great lord and master, contemplating the seas without upon the reflex of that within. In other words, as I venture to translate him, humorists are difficult, it is a piece of their humour to puzzle our wits, the inward mirror, the embracing and condensing spirit, is required to give us those interminable milepost piles of matter, extending well nigh to the very pole, in essence, in chosen samples, digestibly. I conceive him to indicate that the realistic method of a conscious transcription of all the visible, and a repetition of all the audible, is mainly accountable for our present branfulness, and that prolongation of the vasty and the noisy, out of which, as from an undrained fen, steams the malady of sameness, our modern malady. We have the malady, whatever may be the cure or the cause. We drove in a body to Science the other day for an antidote, which was as if tired pedestrians should mount the engine box of headlong trains, and Science introduced us to our hoary ancestry, them in the oriental posture, whereupon we set up a primeval chattering to rival the Amazon forest nigh nightfall, cured, we fancied. And before daybreak our disease was hanging on to us again, with the extension of a tail. We had it fore and aft. We were the same, and animals into the bargain. That is all we got from science. Art is the specific. We have little to learn of apes, and they may be left. The chief consideration for us is what particular practice of art in letters is the best for the perusal of the book of our common wisdom, so that with clearer minds and livelier manners we may escape, as it were, into daylight and song from a land of foghorns. Shall we read it by the watchmaker's eye in luminous rings eruptive of the infinitesimal, or pointed with examples and types under the broad Alpine survey of the spirit born of our united social intelligence? Which is the comic spirit? Wise men say the latter. They tell us that there is a constant tendency in the book to accumulate excess of substance, and such repleteness, obscuring the glass it holds to mankind, renders us inexact in the recognition of our individual countenances, a perilous thing for civilization. And these wise men are strong in their opinion that we should encourage the comic spirit, who is after all our own offspring, to relieve the book. Comedy, they say, is the true diversion, as it is likewise the key of the great book, the music of the book. They tell us how it condenses whole sections of the book in a sentence, volumes in a character, so that a fair pan of a book outstripping thousands of leagues when unrolled may be compassed in one comic sitting. For verily, say they, we must read what we can of it, at least the page before us, if we would be men. One, with an index on the book, cries out in a style pardonable to his fervency, "The remedy of your frightful affliction is here, through the stillatory of comedy, and not in science, nor yet in speed, whose name is but another for voracity. Why, to be alive, to be quick in the soul, there should be diversity in the companion throbs of your pulses. Interrogate them. They lump along like the old lob-legs of Dobbin the horse, or do their business like cudgels of carpet-thwackers expelling dust, or the cottage clock pendulum teaching the infant hour over midnight simple arithmetic, this too in spite of Bacchus. And let them gallop with the god bestriding them, gallop to Hymen, gallop to Hades, they strike the same note. Monstrous monotonousness has enfolded us as with the arms of Amphitrite. We hear a shout of war for a diversion. Comedy he pronounces to be our means of reading swiftly and comprehensively. She it is who proposes the correcting of pretentiousness, of inflation, of dullness, and of the vestiges of rawness and grossness to be found among us. She is the ultimate civilizer, the polisher, a sweet cook. If, he says, she watches over sentimentalism with a birch rod, she is not opposed to romance. You may love, and warmly love, so long as you are honest. Do not offend reason. A lover pretending too much by 1 foot's length of pretence will have that foot caught in her trap. In comedy is the singular scene of charity issuing of disdain under the stroke of honourable laughter, an Ariel released by Prospero's wand from the fetters of the damned witch Sycorax. And this laughter of reason refreshed is floriferous, like the magical great gale of the shifty spring deciding for summer. You hear it giving the delicate spirit his liberty. Listen, for comparison, to an unleavened society. A low as of the udderful cow past milking hour. Oh, for a titled ecclesiastic to curse to excommunication that unholy thing! So far an enthusiast, perhaps, but he should have a hearing. Concerning pathos, no ship can now set sail without pathos, and we are not totally deficient of pathos. which is, I do not accurately know what, if not the ballast, reducible to moisture by patent process, on board our modern vessel. For it can hardly be the cargo, and the general water supply has other uses, and ships well charged with it seem to sail the stiffest. There is a touch of pathos. The Egoist surely inspires pity. He who would desire to clothe himself at everybody's expense, and is of that desire condemned to strip himself stark naked, he, if pathos ever had a form, might be taken for the actual person. Only he is not allowed to rush at you, roll you over, and squeeze your body for the briny drops. There is the innovation. You may as well know him out of hand, as a gentleman of our time and country, of wealth and station. A not flexile figure, do what we may with him, the humour of whom scarcely dimples the surface, and is distinguishable but by very penetrative, very wicked imps, whose fits of roaring below at some generally imperceptible stroke of his quality have first made the mild literary angels aware of something comic in him, when they were one and all about to describe the gentleman on the heading of the records baldly, where brevity is most complimentary, as a gentleman of family and property, an idol of a decorous island that admires the concrete. Imps have their freakish wickedness in them to kindle detective vision. Malignly do they love to uncover ridiculousness in imposing figures. Wherever they catch sight of egoism they pitch their camps, they circle and squat, and forthwith they trim their lanterns, confident of the ludicrous to come. So confident that their grip of an English gentleman, in whom they have spied their game, never relaxes until he begins insensibly to frolic and antic, unknown to himself, and comes out in the native steam which is their scent of the chase. Instantly off they scour, Egoist and imps. They will, it is known of them, dog a great house for centuries, and be at the birth of all the new heirs in succession, diligently taking confirmatory notes, to join hands, and chime their chorus in one of their merry rings round the tottering pillar of the house when his turn arrives, as if they had, possibly they had, smelt of old date a doomed colossus of egoism in that unborn, unconceived inheritor of the stuff of the family. They dare not be chuckling while egoism is valiant, while sober, while socially valuable, nationally serviceable. They wait. Aforetime a grand old egoism built the house. It would appear that ever finer essences of it are demanded to sustain the structure. But especially would it appear that a reversion to the gross original, beneath a mask and in a vein of fineness, is an earthquake at the foundations of the house. Better that it should not have consented to motion, and have held stubbornly to all ancestral ways, than have bred that anachronic spectre. The sight, however, is one to make our squatting imps in circle grow restless on their haunches, as they bend eyes instantly, ears at full cock, for the commencement of the comic drama of the suicide. If this line of verse be not yet in our literature, through very love of self, himself he slew, let it be admitted for his epitaph. End of Prelude. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 1 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 1. A minor incident showing an hereditary aptitude in the use of the knife. There was an ominously anxious watch of eyes, visible and invisible, over the infancy of Willoughby, fifth in descent from Simon Patterne, of Patterne Hall, premier of this family, a lawyer, a man of solid acquirements and stout ambition, who well understood the foundation work of a house, and was endowed with the power of saying no to those first agents of destruction, besieging relatives. He said it with the resonant emphasis of death to younger sons. For if the oak is to become a stately tree, we must provide against the crowding of timber. Also the tree beset with parasites prospers not. A great house in its beginning lives, we may truly say, by the knife. Soil is easily got, and so are bricks, and a wife and children come of wishing for them, but the vigorous use of the knife is a natural gift, and points to growth. Pauper Patternes were numerous when the fifth head of the race was the hope of his county. A Patterne was in the Marines. The country and the chief of this family were simultaneously informed of the existence of one Lieutenant Crossjay Patterne, of the corps of the famous hard fighters, through an act of heroism of the unpretending cool sort which kindles British blood, on the part of the modest young officer, in the storming of some eastern riverain stronghold, somewhere about the coast of China. The officer's youth was assumed on the strength of his rank, perhaps likewise from the tale of his modesty. He had only done his duty. Our Willoughby was then at college, emulous of the generous enthusiasm of his years, and strangely impressed by the report, and the printing of his name in the newspapers. He thought over it for several months, when, coming to his title and heritage, he sent Lieutenant Crossjay Patterne a cheque for a sum of money amounting to the gallant fellow's pay per annum, at the same time showing his acquaintance with the first, or chemical principles of generosity, in the remark to friends at home that blood is thicker than water. The man is a Marine, but he is a Patterne. How any Patterne should have drifted into the Marines is of the order of questions which are senselessly asked of the great dispensary. In the complimentary letter accompanying his cheque, the lieutenant was invited to present himself at the ancestral hall, when convenient to him, and he was assured that he had given his relative and friend a taste for a soldier's life. Young Sir Willoughby was fond of talking of his military namesake and distant cousin, young Patterne, the Marine. It was funny, and not less laughable was the description of his namesake's deed of valour, with the rescued British sailor inebriate, and the hauling off to captivity of the 3 braves of the Black Dragon on a yellow ground, and the tying of them together back to back by their pigtails, and driving of them into our lines upon a newly devised dying-top style of march that inclined to the oblique, like the astonished 6 eyes of the celestial prisoners, for straight they could not go. The humour of gentlemen at home is always highly excited by such cool feats. We are a small island, but you see what we do. The ladies at the Hall, Sir Willoughby's mother and his aunts Eleanor and Isabel, were more affected than he by the circumstance of their having a Patterne in the Marines. But how then? We English have ducal blood in business. We have, genealogists tell us, royal blood in common trades. For all our pride we are a queer people, and you may be ordering butcher's meat of a Tudor, sitting on the cane-bottomed chairs of a Plantagenet. By and by you may. But cherish your reverence. Young Willoughby made a kind of shock-head or football hero of his gallant distant cousin, and wondered occasionally that the fellow had been content to dispatch a letter of effusive thanks without availing himself of the invitation to partake of the hospitalities of Patterne. He was one afternoon parading between showers on the stately garden terrace of the Hall, in company with his affianced, the beautiful and dashing Constantia Durham, followed by knots of ladies and gentlemen vowed to fresh air before dinner, while it was to be had. Chancing with his usual happy fortune, we call these things dealt to us out of the great hidden dispensary, chance, to glance up the avenue of limes, as he was in the act of turning on his heel at the end of the terrace, and it should be added, discoursing with passion's privilege of the passion of love to Miss Durham. Sir Willoughby, who was anything but obtuse, experienced a presentiment upon espying a thick-set, stumpy man crossing the gravel space from the avenue to the front steps of the hall, decidedly not bearing the stamp of the gentleman on his hat, his coat, his feet, or anything that was his. Willoughby subsequently observed to the ladies of his family in the scriptural style of gentlemen who do bear the stamp. His brief sketch of the creature was repulsive. The visitor carried a bag, and his coat-collar was up. His hat was melancholy. He had the appearance of a bankrupt tradesman absconding. No gloves, no umbrella. As to the incident we have to note, it was very slight. The card of Lieutenant Patterne was handed to Sir Willoughby, who laid it on the salver, saying to the footman, "Not at home." He had been disappointed in the age, grossly deceived in the appearance of the man claiming to be his relative in this unseasonable fashion, and his acute instinct advised him swiftly of the absurdity of introducing to his friends a heavy unpresentable senior as the celebrated gallant lieutenant of marines, and the same as a member of his family. He had talked of the man too much, too enthusiastically, to be able to do so. A young subaltern, even if passably vulgar in figure, can be shuffled through by the aid of the heroical story humorously exaggerated in apology for his aspect. Nothing can be done with a mature and stumpy marine of that rank. Considerateness dismisses him on the spot, without parley. It was performed by a gentleman supremely advanced at a very early age in the art of cutting. Young Sir Willoughby spoke a word of the rejected visitor to Miss Durham, in response to her startled look. "I shall drop him a cheque," he said, for she seemed personally wounded, and had a face of crimson. The young lady did not reply. Dating from the humble departure of Lieutenant Crossjay Patterne up the lime avenue under a gathering rain-cloud, the ring of imps in attendance on Sir Willoughby maintained their station with strict observation of his movements at all hours. And were comparisons in quest, the sympathetic eagerness of the eyes of caged monkeys for the hand about to feed them would supply one. They perceived in him a fresh development and very subtle manifestation of the very old thing from which he had sprung. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 2. The Young Sir Willoughby. These little scoundrel imps, who have attained to some respectability as the dogs and pets of the comic spirit, had been curiously attentive 3 years earlier, long before the public announcement of his engagement to the beautiful Miss Durham, on the day of Sir Willoughby's majority, when Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson said her word of him. Mrs. Mountstuart was a lady certain to say the remembered, if not the right thing. Again and again was it confirmed on days of high celebration, days of birth or bridal, how sure she was to hit the mark that rang the bell, and away her word went over the county, and had she been an uncharitable woman, she could have ruled the county with an iron rod of caricature, so sharp was her touch. A grain of malice would have sent county faces and characters awry into the currency. She was wealthy and kindly, and resembled our mother nature in her reasonable antipathies to one or two things which none can defend, and her decided preference of persons that shone in the sun. Her word sprang out of her. She looked at you, and forth it came, and it stuck to you, as nothing laboured or literary could have adhered. Her saying of Letitia Dale, "Here she comes with a romantic tail on her eyelashes," was a portrait of Letitia. And that of Vernon Whitford, "He is a Phoebus Apollo turned fasting friar," painted the sunken brilliancy of the lean long walker and scholar at a stroke. Of the young Sir Willoughby, her word was brief, and there was the merit of it on a day when he was hearing from sunrise to the setting of the moon salutes in his honour, songs of praise, and Ciceronian eulogy. Rich, handsome, courteous, generous, lord of the hall, the feast and the dance, he excited his guests of both sexes to a holiday of flattery, And, says Mrs. Mountstuart, while grand phrases were mouthing round about him, you see he has a leg. That you saw, of course, but after she had spoken you saw much more. Mrs. Mountstuart said it just as others utter empty nothings, with never a hint of a stress. Her word was taken up, and very soon, from the extreme end of the long drawing-room, the circulation of something of Mrs. Mountstuart's was distinctly perceptible. Lady Patterne sent a little Hebe down, skirting the dancers, for an accurate report of it, and even the inappreciative lips of a very young lady transmitting the word could not damp the impression of its weighty truthfulness. It was perfect. Adulation of the young Sir Willoughby's beauty and wit, and aristocratic bearing and mien, and of his moral virtues was common, welcome, if you like, as a form of homage, but common, almost vulgar, beside Mrs. Mountstuart's quiet little touch of nature. In seeming to say infinitely less than others, as Miss Isabel Patterne pointed out to Lady Busshe, Mrs. Mountstuart comprised all that the others had said, by showing the needlessness of allusions to the saliently evident. She was the aristocrat reproving the provincial. He is everything you have had the goodness to remark, ladies and dear sirs. He talks charmingly, dances divinely, rides with the air of a commander-in-chief, has the most natural grand pose possible without ceasing for a moment to be the young English gentleman he is. Alcibiades, fresh from a Louis IV perruquier, could not surpass him. Whatever you please, I could outdo you in sublime comparisons, were I minded to pelt him. Have you noticed that he has a leg? So might it be amplified. A simple-seeming word of this import is the triumph of the spiritual, and where it passes for coin of value, the society has reached a high refinement, Arcadian by the aesthetic route. Observation of Willoughby was not, as Miss Eleanor Patterne pointed out to Lady Culmer, drawn down to the leg, but directed to estimate him from the leg upward. That, however, is prosaic. Dwell a short space on Mrs. Mountstuart's word, and whither, into what fair region, and with how decorously voluptuous a sensation, do not we fly, who have, through mournful veneration of the martyr Charles, a coy attachment to the court of his merry son, where the leg was ribanded with love-knots and reigned. Oh, it was a naughty court! Yet we have dreamed of it as the period when an English cavalier was grace incarnate, far from the boor now hustling us in another sphere, beautifully mannered, every gesture dulcet. And if the ladies were... we will hope they have been traduced. But if they were too tender, gentlemen were gentlemen then, worth perishing for. There is this dream in the English country, and it must be an aspiration after some form of melodious gentlemanliness which is imagined to have inhabited the island at one time, as among our poets the dream of the period of a circle of chivalry here is encouraged for the pleasure of the imagination. Mrs. Mountstuart touched a thrilling chord. In spite of men's hateful modern costume, you see he has a leg. That is, the leg of the born cavalier is before you, and obscure it as you will, dress degenerately, there it is for ladies who have eyes. You see it, or you see he has it. Miss Isabel and Miss Eleanor disputed the incidence of the emphasis, but surely, though a slight difference of meaning may be heard, either will do. Many with a good show of reason throw the accent upon leg, and the ladies knew for a fact that Willoughby's leg was exquisite. He had a cavalier court suit in his wardrobe. Mrs. Mountstuart signified that the leg was to be seen because it was a burning leg. There it is, and it will shine through. He has the leg of Rochester, Buckingham, Dorset, Suckling, the leg that smiles, that winks, is obsequious to you, yet perforce of beauty self-satisfied, that twinkles to a tender midway between imperiousness and seductiveness, audacity and discretion, between "you shall worship me" and "I am devoted to you," is your lord, your slave, alternately and in one. It is a leg of ebb and flow and high-tide ripples. Such a leg, when it has done with pretending to retire, will walk straight into the hearts of women. Nothing so fatal to them. Self-satisfied it must be. Humbleness does not win multitudes of the sex. It must be vain to have a sheen. Captivating melodies, to prove to you the unavoidableness of self-satisfaction when you know that you have hit perfection. Listen to them closely, have an inner pipe of that conceit almost ludicrous when you detect the chirp. And you need not be reminded that he has the leg without the naughtiness. You see eminent in him what we would fain have brought about in a nation that has lost its leg, in gaining a possibly cleaner morality. And that is often contested, but there is no doubt of the loss of the leg. Well, footmen and courtiers and Scottish Highlanders, and the corps de ballet, draymen too, have legs, and staring legs, shapely enough. But what are they? Not the modulated instrument we mean, simply legs for leg work, dumb as the brutes. Our cavalier's is the poetic leg, a portent, a valiance. He has it as Cicero had a tongue. It is a lute to scatter songs to his mistress, a rapier, is she obdurate, in sooth a leg with brains in it, soul. And its shadows are an ambush, its lights a surprise, it blushes, it pales, can whisper, exclaim. It is a peep, a part revelation, just sufferable, of the Olympian god, Jove playing carpet knight. For the young Sir Willoughby's family and his thoughtful admirers, it is not too much to say that Mrs. Mountstuart's little word fetched an epoch of our history to colour the evening of his arrival at man's estate. He was all that merry Charles's court should have been, subtracting not a sparkle from what it was. Under this light he danced, and you may consider the effect of it on his company. He had received the domestic education of a prince. Little princes abound in a land of heaped riches. Where they have not to yield military service to an imperial master, they are necessarily here and there dainty during youth, sometimes unmanageable, and as they are bound in no personal duty to the state, each is for himself with full present, and what is more, luxurious, prospective leisure for the practice of that allegiance. They are sometimes enervated by it. That must be in continental countries. Happily our climate and our brave blood precipitate the greater number upon the hunting field, to do the public service of heading the chase of the fox, with benefit to their constitutions. Hence a manly as well as useful race of little princes, and Willoughby was as manly as any. He cultivated himself, he would not be outdone in popular accomplishments. Had the standard of the public taste been set in philosophy, and the national enthusiasm centred in philosophers, he would at least have worked at books. He did work at science, and had a laboratory. His admirable passion to excel, however, was chiefly directed in his youth upon sport, and so great was the passion in him, that it was commonly the presence of rivals which led him to the declaration of love. He knew himself, nevertheless, to be the most constant of men in his attachment to the sex. He had never discouraged Letitia Dale's devotion to him, and even when he followed in the sweeping tide of the beautiful Constantia Durham, whom Mrs. Mountstuart called the racing cutter, he thought of Letitia, and looked at her. She was a shy violet. Willoughby's comportment while the showers of adulation drenched him might be likened to the composure of Indian gods undergoing worship, but unlike them he reposed upon no seat of amplitude to preserve him from a betrayal of intoxication. He had to continue tripping, dancing, exactly balancing himself, head to right, head to left, addressing his idolaters in phrases of perfect choiceness. This is only to say that it is easier to be a wooden idol than one in the flesh. Yet Willoughby was equal to his task. The little prince's education teaches him that he is other than you, and by virtue of the instruction he receives, and also something, we know not what, within, he is enabled to maintain his posture where you would be tottering. Urchins upon whose curly pates grave seniors lay their hands with conventional encomium and speculation look older than they are immediately, and Willoughby looked older than his years, not for want of freshness, but because he felt that he had to stand eminently and correctly poised. Hearing of Mrs. Mountstuart's word on him, he smiled and said, "It is at her service." The speech was communicated to her, and she proposed to attach a dedicatory strip of silk. And then they came together, and there was wit and repartee suitable to the electrical atmosphere of the dancing-room, on the march to a magical hall of supper. Willoughby conducted Mrs. Mountstuart to the supper-table. "Were I," said she, 20 years younger, I think I would marry you to cure my infatuation." "Then let me tell you in advance, madam," said he, "that I will do everything to obtain a new lease of it, except divorce you." They were infinitely wittier, but so much was heard and may be reported. "It makes the business of choosing a wife for him superhumanly difficult," Mrs. Mountstuart observed, after listening to the praises she had set going again when the ladies were weeded of us, in Lady Patterne's Indian room, and could converse unhampered upon their own ethereal themes. "Willoughby will choose a wife for himself," said his mother. Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 3. Constantia Durham. The great question for the county was debated in many households, daughter-thronged and daughterless, long subsequent to the memorable day of Willoughby's coming of age. Lady Busshe was for Constantia Durham. She laughed at Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson's notion of Letitia Dale. She was a little older than Mrs. Mountstuart, and had known Willoughby's father, whose marriage into the wealthiest branch of the Whitford family had been strictly sagacious. "Patternes marry money. They are not romantic people," she said. Miss Durham had money, and she had health and beauty, 3 mighty qualifications for a Patterne bride. Her father, Sir John Durham, was a large landowner in the western division of the county. A pompous gentleman, the picture of a father-in-law for Willoughby. The father of Miss Dale was a battered army surgeon from India, tenant of one of Sir Willoughby's cottages bordering Patterne Park. His girl was portionless and a poetess. Her writing of the song in celebration of the young baronet's birthday was thought a clever venture, bold as only your timid creatures can be bold. She let the cat out of her bag of verse before the multitude. She almost proposed to her hero in her rhymes. She was pretty. Her eyelashes were long and dark, her eyes dark blue, and her soul was ready to shoot like a rocket out of them at a look from Willoughby. And he looked, he certainly looked, though he did not dance with her once that night, and danced repeatedly with Miss Durham. He gave Letitia to Vernon Whitford for the final dance of the night, and he may have looked at her so much in pity of an elegant girl allied to such a partner. The Phoebus Apollo turned fasting friar had certainly forgotten his musical gifts in motion. He crossed himself and crossed his bewildered lady and crossed everybody in the figure, extorting shouts of cordial laughter from his cousin Willoughby. Be it said that the hour was 4 in the morning, when dancers must laugh at somebody, if only to refresh their feet, and the wit of the hour administers to the wildest laughter. Vernon was linked to Theseus in the maze, entirely dependent upon his Ariadne, to a fly released from a jam-pot, to a salvage or green man caught in a web of nymphs and made to go the paces. Willoughby was inexhaustible in the happy similes he poured out to Miss Durham across the lines of Sir Roger de Coverley. And they were not forgotten. They procured him a reputation as a convivial sparkler. Rumour went the round that he intended to give Letitia to Vernon for good, when he could decide to take Miss Durham to himself. His generosity was famous, but that decision, though the rope was in the form of a knot, seemed reluctant for the conclusive close haul. It preferred the state of slackness, and if he courted Letitia on behalf of his cousin, His cousinly love must have been greater than his passion, one had to suppose. He was generous enough for it or for marrying the portionless girl himself. There was a story of a brilliant young widow of our aristocracy who had very nearly snared him. "Why should he object to marry into our aristocracy?" Mrs. Mountstuart asked him; and he replied that the girls of that class have no money, and he doubted the quality of their blood. He had his eyes awake, his duty to his house was a foremost thought with him, and for such a reason he may have been more anxious to give the slim and not robust Letitia to Vernon than accede to his personal inclination. The mention of the widow singularly offended him, notwithstanding the high rank of the lady named. "A widow?" he said. "I?" He spoke to a widow, an oldish one truly, but his wrath at the suggestion of his union with a widow led him to be for the moment oblivious of the minor shades of good taste. He desired Mrs. Mountstuart to contradict the story in positive terms. He repeated his desire, he was urgent to have it contradicted, and said again, "A widow," straightening his whole figure to the erectness of the letter I. She was a widow unmarried a second time, and it has been known of the steadfast women who retain the name of their first husband, or do not hamper his title with a little new squire at their skirts, that they can partially approve the objections indicated by Sir Willoughby. They are thinking of themselves when they do so, and they will rarely say, "I might have married." Rarely within them will they avow that, with their permission, it might have been. They can catch an idea of the gentleman's view of the widow's cap. But a niceness that could feel sharply wounded by the simple rumour of his alliance with the young relict of an earl was mystifying. Sir Willoughby unbent. His military letter I took a careless glance at itself lounging idly and proudly at ease in the glass of his mind, decked with a wanton wreath, as he dropped a hint, generously vague, just to show the origin of the rumour, and the excellent basis it had for not being credited. He was chidden. Mrs. Mountstuart read him a lecture. She was, however, able to contradict the tale of the young countess. "There is no fear of his marrying her, my dears." Meanwhile there was a fear that he would lose his chance of marrying the beautiful Miss Durham. The dilemmas of little princes are often grave. They should be dwelt on now and then, for an example to poor struggling commoners, of the slings and arrows assailing fortune's most favoured men, that we may preach contentment to the wretch who cannot muster wherewithal to marry a wife, or has done it and trots the streets, pack-laden, to maintain the dame and troops of children painfully reared to fill subordinate stations. According to our reading, a moral is always welcome in a moral country, especially when silly envy is to be chastised by it, the restless craving for change rebuked. Young Sir Willoughby, then, stood in this dilemma. A lady was at either hand of him, the only two that had ever, apart from metropolitan conquests, not to be recited, touched his emotions. Susceptible to beauty, he had never seen so beautiful a girl as Constantia Durham. Equally susceptible to admiration of himself, he considered Letitia Dale a paragon of cleverness. He stood between the queenly rose and the modest violet. One he bowed to, the other bowed to him. He could not have both. It is the law governing princes and pedestrians alike. But which could he forfeit? His growing acquaintance with the world taught him to put an increasing price on the sentiments of Miss Dale. Still, Constantia's beauty was of a kind to send away beholders aching. She had the glory of the racing cutter full sail on a whining breeze, and she did not court to win him, she flew. In his more reflective hour, the attractiveness of that lady which held the mirror to his features was paramount. But he had passionate snatches when the magnetism of the flyer drew him in her wake. Further to add to the complexity, he loved his liberty. He was princelier free, he had more subjects, more slaves. He ruled arrogantly in the world of women. He was more himself. His metropolitan experiences did not answer to his liking the particular question, do we bind the woman down to us idolatrously by making a wife of her? In the midst of his deliberations, a report of the hot pursuit of Miss Durham, casually mentioned to him by Lady Busshe, drew an immediate proposal from Sir Willoughby. She accepted him, and they were engaged. She had been nibbled at, all but eaten up, while he hung dubitative. And though that was the cause of his winning her, it offended his niceness. She had not come to him out of cloistral purity, out of perfect radiancy. Spiritually, likewise, was he a little prince, a despotic prince. He wished for her to have come to him out of an eggshell, somewhat more astonished at things than a chicken, but as completely enclosed before he tapped the shell, and seeing him with her sex's eyes first of all men. She talked frankly of her cousins and friends, young males. She could have replied to his bitter wish, "Had you asked me on the night of your 21st birthday, Willoughby?" Since then she had been in the dust of the world, and he conceived his peculiar antipathy, destined to be so fatal to him, from the earlier hours of his engagement. He was quaintly incapable of a jealousy of individuals. A young Captain Oxford had been foremost in the swarm, pursuing Constantia. Willoughby thought as little of Captain Oxford as he did of Vernon Whitford. His enemy was the world, the mass, which confounds us in a lump, which has breathed on her whom we have selected, whom we can never rub quite clear of her contact with the abominated crowd. The pleasure of the world is to bowl down our soldierly letter I, to encroach on our identity, soil our niceness. To begin to think is the beginning of disgust of the world. As soon as the engagement was published, all the county said that there had not been a chance for Letitia, and Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson humbly remarked, in an attitude of penitence, "I'm not a witch." Lady Busshe could claim to be one. She had foretold the event. Letitia was of the same opinion as the county. She had looked up, but not hopefully. She had only looked up to the brightest, and as he was the highest, how could she have hoped? She was the solitary companion of a sick father, whose inveterate prognostic of her, that she would live to rule at Patterne Hall, tortured the poor girl in proportion as he seemed to derive comfort from it. The noise of the engagement merely silenced him. Recluse invalids cling obstinately to their ideas. He had observed Sir Willoughby in the society of his daughter, when the young baronet revived to a sprightly boyishness immediately. Indeed, as big boy and little girl, they had played together of old. Willoughby had been a handsome, fair boy. The portrait of him at the Hall, in a hat, leaning on his pony, with crossed legs, and long flaxen curls over his shoulders, was the image of her soul's most present angel, and as a man he had, she did not suppose intentionally, subjected her nature to bow to him, So submissive was she that it was fuller happiness for her to think him right in all his actions than to imagine the circumstances different. This may appear to resemble the ecstasy of the devotee of Juggernaut. It is a form of the passion inspired by little princes, and we need not marvel that a conservative sex should assist to keep them in their lofty places. What were there otherwise to look up to? We should have no dazzling beacon lights if they were levelled and treated as clod earth, and it is worth while for here and there a woman to be burned, so long as women's general adoration of an ideal young man shall be preserved. Purity is our demand of them. They may justly cry for attraction. They cannot have it brighter than in the universal bearing of the eyes of their sisters upon a little prince, one who has the ostensible virtues in his pay, and can practise them without injuring himself to make himself unsightly. Let the races of men be by and by astonished at their gods, if they please. Meantime they had better continue to worship. Letitia did continue. She saw Miss Durham at Patterne on several occasions. She admired the pair. She had a wish to witness the bridal ceremony. She was looking forward to the day with that mixture of eagerness and withholding which we have as we draw nigh the disenchanting termination of an enchanting romance, when Sir Willoughby met her on a Sunday morning as she crossed his park solitarily to church. They were within 10 days of the appointed ceremony. He should have been away at Miss Durham's end of the county. He had, Letitia knew, ridden over to her the day before, but there he was, and very unwontedly, quite surprisingly, he presented his arm to conduct Letitia to the church door, and talked and laughed in a way that reminded her of a hunting gentleman she had seen once rising to his feet, staggering from an ugly fall across hedge and fence into one of the lanes of her short winter walks. "All's well, all sound, never better, only a scratch," the gentleman had said, as he reeled and pressed a bleeding head. Sir Willoughby chattered of his felicity in meeting her. "I am really wonderfully lucky," he said, and he said that and other things over and over, incessantly talking, and telling an anecdote of county occurrences, and laughing at it with a mouth that would not widen. He went on talking in the church porch, and murmuring softly some steps up the aisle, passing the pews of Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson and Lady Busshe. Of course he was entertaining, but what a strangeness it was to Letitia! His face would have been half under an antique bonnet. It came very close to hers, and the scrutiny he bent on her was most solicitous. After the service he avoided the great ladies by sauntering up to within a yard or two of where she sat. He craved her hand on his arm to lead her forth by the park entrance to the church, all the while bending to her, discoursing rapidly, appearing radiantly interested in her quiet replies, with fits of intentness that stared itself out into dim abstraction. She hazarded the briefest replies, for fear of not having understood him. One question she asked: "Miss Durham is well, I trust?" And he answered, "Durham?" and said, "There is no Miss Durham, to my knowledge." The impression he left her with was that he might yesterday during his ride have had an accident and fallen on his head. She would have asked that, if she had not known him for so thorough an Englishman, in his dislike to have it thought that accidents could hurt even when they happened to him. He called the next day to claim her for a walk. He assured her she had promised it, and he appealed to her father, who could not testify to a promise he had not heard, but begged her to leave him to have her walk. So once more she was in the park with Sir Willoughby, listening to his raptures over old days. A word of assent from her sufficed him. "I am now myself," was one of the remarks he repeated this day. She dilated on the beauty of the park and the hall to gratify him. He did not speak of Miss Durham, and Letitia became afraid to mention her name. At their parting, Willoughby promised Letitia that he would call on the morrow. He did not come, and she could well excuse him after her hearing of the tale. It was a lamentable tale. He had ridden to Sir John Durham's mansion, a distance of 30 miles, to hear on his arrival that Constantia had quitted her father's house 2 days previously, on a visit to an aunt in London, and had just sent word that she was the wife of Captain Oxford, hussar and messmate of one of her brothers. A letter from the bride awaited Willoughby at the hall. He had ridden back at night, not caring how he used his horse in order to get swiftly home, so forgetful of himself was he under the terrible blow. That was the night of Saturday. On the day following, being Sunday, he met Letitia in his park, led her to church, led her out of it, and the day after that, previous to his disappearance for some weeks, was walking with her in full view of the carriages along the road. He had indeed, you see, been very fortunately, if not considerately, liberated by Miss Durham. He, as a man of honour, could not have taken the initiative, but the frenzy of a jealous girl might urge her to such a course, and how little he suffered from it had been shown to the world. Miss Durham, the story went, was his mother's choice for him against his heart's inclinations, which had finally subdued Lady Patterne. Consequently there was no longer an obstacle between Sir Willoughby and Miss Dale. It was a pleasant and romantic story, and it put most people in good humour with the county's favourite, as his choice of a portionless girl of no position would not have done without the shock of astonishment at the conduct of Miss Durham, and the desire to feel that so prevailing a gentleman was not in any degree pitiable. Constantia was called "that mad thing." Letitia broke forth in novel and abundant merits, and one of the chief points of requisition in relation to Patterne, a Lady Willoughby who would entertain well and animate the deadness of the hall, became a certainty when her gentleness and liveliness and exceeding cleverness were considered. She was often a visitor at the hall by Lady Patterne's express invitation, and sometimes on these occasions Willoughby was there too, superintending the filling up of his laboratory, though he was not at home to the county. It was not expected that he should be yet. He had taken heartily to the pursuit of science, and spoke of little else. Science, he said, was in our days the sole object worth a devoted pursuit. But the sweeping remark could hardly apply to Letitia, of whom he was the courteous, quiet wooer you behold when a man has broken loose from an unhappy tangle to return to the lady of his first and strongest affections. Some months of homely courtship ensued, and then, the decent interval prescribed by the situation having elapsed, Sir Willoughby Patterne left his native land on a tour of the globe. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 4 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 4. Letitia Dale. That was another surprise to the county. Let us not inquire into the feelings of patiently starving women. They must obtain some sustenance of their own, since, as you perceive, they live. Evidently they are not in need of a great amount of nourishment, and we may set them down for creatures with a rushlight of animal fire to warm them. They cannot have much vitality who are so little exclamatory. A corresponding sentiment of patient compassion, akin to scorn, is provoked by persons having the opportunity for pathos and declining to use it. The public bosom was open to Letitia for several weeks, and had she run to it to bewail herself, she would have been cherished in thankfulness for a country drama. There would have been a party against her, cold people, critical of her pretensions to rise from an unrecognized sphere to be mistress of Patterne Hall, but there would also have been a party against Sir Willoughby, composed of the 2 or 3 revolutionists tired of the yoke, which are to be found in England when there is a stir; a larger number of born sympathetics, ever ready to yield the tear for the tear; and here and there a Samaritan soul prompt to succour poor humanity in distress. The opportunity passed undramatized. Letitia presented herself at church with a face mildly devout, according to her custom, and she accepted invitations to the hall, she assisted at the reading of Willoughby's letters to his family, and fed on dry husks of him wherein her name was not mentioned. Never one note of the summoning call for pathos did this young lady blow. So very soon the public bosom closed. She had, under the fresh interpretation of affairs, too small a spirit to be Lady Willoughby of Patterne. She could not have entertained becomingly. He must have seen that the girl was not the match for him in station, and off he went to conquer the remainder of a troublesome first attachment, no longer extremely disturbing, to judge from the tenor of his letters. Really incomparable letters. Lady Busshe and Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson enjoyed a perusal of them. Sir Willoughby appeared as a splendid young representative island lord in these letters to his family, dispatched from the principal cities of the United States of America. He would give them a sketch of "our democratic cousins," he said. Such cousins! They might all have been in the Marines. He carried his English standard over that continent, and by simply jotting down facts he left an idea of the results of the measurement to his family and friends at home. He was an adept in the irony of incongruously grouping. The nature of the equality under the stars and stripes was presented in this manner. Equality! Reflections came occasionally. These cousins of ours are highly amusing. I am among the descendants of the Roundheads. Now and then an allusion to old domestic differences, in perfect good temper. We go on in our way, they theirs, in the apparent belief that republicanism operates remarkable changes in human nature. Vernon tries hard to think it does. The upper 10 of our cousins are the infernal of Paris. The rest of them is radical England, as far as I am acquainted with that section of my country. Where we compared, they were absurd. Where we contrasted, they were monstrous. The contrast of Vernon's letters with Willoughby's was just as extreme. You could hardly have taken them for relatives travelling together, or Vernon Whitford for a born and bred Englishman. The same scenes furnished by these 2 pens might have been sketched in different hemispheres. Vernon had no irony. He had nothing of Willoughby's epistolary creative power, which, causing his family and friends to exclaim, "How like him that is!" conjured them across the broad Atlantic to behold and clap hands at his lordliness. They saw him distinctly, as with the naked eye, a word, a turn of the pen, or a word unsaid, offered the picture of him in America, Japan, China, Australia, nay, the continent of Europe, holding an English review of his maker's grotesques. Vernon seemed a sheepish fellow, without stature abroad, glad of a compliment, grateful for a dinner, endeavouring, sadly, to digest all he saw and heard. But one was a Patterne, the other a Whitford. One had genius, the other pottered after him with the title of student. One was the English gentleman wherever he went. The other was a new kind of thing, nondescript, produced in England of late, and not likely to come to much good himself, or do much good to the country. Vernon's dancing in America was capitally described by Willoughby. "Adieu to our cousins," the latter wrote on his voyage to Japan. "I may possibly have had some vogue in their ballrooms, and in showing them an English seat on horseback, I must resign myself if I have not been popular among them. I could not sing their national song, if a congery of states be a nation, and I must confess I listened with frigid politeness to their singing of it. A great people, no doubt. Adieu to them. I have had to tear old Vernon away. He had serious thoughts of settling, means to correspond with some of them." On the whole, forgetting two or more traits of insolence on the part of his hosts, which he cited, Willoughby escaped pretty comfortably. The President had been, consciously or not, uncivil, but one knew his origin. Upon these interjections, placable flicks of the lionly tail addressed to Britannia the ruler, who expected him in some mildish way to lash terga cauda in retiring, Sir Willoughby Patterne passed from a land of alien manners, and ever after he spoke of America respectfully and pensively, with a tail tucked in, as it were. His travels were profitable to himself. The fact is that there are cousins who come to greatness and must be pacified, or they will prove annoying. Heaven forfend a collision between cousins. Willoughby returned to his England after an absence of 3 years. On a fair April morning, the last of the month, he drove along his park palings, and by the luck of things Letitia was the first of his friends whom he met. She was crossing from field to field, with a band of school children, gathering wild flowers for the morrow May Day. He sprang to the ground and seized her hand. "Letitia Dale," he said. He panted. "Your name is sweet English music. And you are well?" The anxious question permitted him to read deeply in her eyes. He found the man he sought there, squeezed him passionately, and let her go, saying, "I could not have prayed for a lovelier home scene to welcome me than you and these children flower-gathering. I don't believe in chance. It was decreed that we should meet. Do not you think so?" Letitia breathed faintly of her gladness. He begged her to distribute a gold coin among the little ones, asked for the names of some of them, and repeated, "Mary, Susan, Charlotte. Only the Christian names, pray. Well, my dears, you will bring your garlands to the hall tomorrow morning, and mind, early, no slugger beds tomorrow. I suppose I am browned, Letitia." He smiled in apology for the foreign sun, and murmured with rapture, The green of this English country is unsurpassed. It is wonderful. Leave England and be baked, if you would appreciate it. You can't unless you taste exile as I have done. For how many years? How many?" "3," said Letitia. "30," said he. "It seems to me that length. At least I am immensely older. But looking at you, I could think it less than 3. You have not changed. You are absolutely unchanged. I am bound to hope so. I shall see you soon. I have much to talk of, much to tell you. I shall hasten to call on your father. I have specially to speak with him. What happiness this is, Letitia! But I must not forget I have a mother. Adieu. For some hours, not for many." He pressed her hand again. He was gone. She dismissed the children to their homes. Plucking primroses was hard labour now, a dusty business. She could have wished that her planet had not descended to earth, his presence agitated her so, but his enthusiastic patriotism was like a shower that in the spring season of the year sweeps against the hard binding east and melts the air and brings out new colours, makes life flow, and her thoughts recurred in wonderment to the behaviour of Constantia Durham. That was Letitia's manner of taking up her weakness once more. She could almost have reviled the woman who had given this beneficent magician, this pathetic exile of the aristocratic sunburned visage and deeply scrutinizing eyes, cause for grief. How deeply his eyes could read! The starveling of patience awoke to the idea of a feast. The sense of hunger came with it, and hope came, and patience fled. She would have rejected hope to keep patience nigh her, but surely it can not always be winter, said her reasoning blood, and we must excuse her as best we can if she was assured by her restored warmth that Willoughby came in the order of the revolving seasons, marking a long winter past. He had specially to speak with her father, he had said. What could that mean? What but... She dared not phrase it or view it. At their next meeting she was Miss Dale. A week later he was closeted with her father. Mr. Dale, in the evening of that pregnant day, eulogized Sir Willoughby as a landlord. A new lease of the cottage was to be granted him on the old terms, he said. Except that Sir Willoughby had congratulated him in the possession of an excellent daughter, their interview was one of landlord and tenant, it appeared, and Letitia said, "So we shall not have to leave the cottage," in a tone of satisfaction, while she quietly gave a wrench to the neck of the young hope in her breast. At night her diary received the line, "This day I was a fool. Tomorrow?" Tomorrow and many days afterwards there were dashes instead of words. Patience travelled back to her sullenly. As we must have some kind of food, and she had nothing else, she took to that, and found it drier than of yore. It is a composing but a lean dietary. The dead are patient, and we get a certain likeness to them in feeding on it unintermittingly overlong. Her hollowed cheeks with the fallen leaf in them pleaded against herself to justify her idol for not looking down on one like her. She saw him when he was at the Hall. He did not notice any change. He was exceedingly gentle and courteous. More than once she discovered his eyes dwelling on her, And then he looked hurriedly at his mother, and Letitia had to shut her mind from thinking, lest thinking should be a sin, and hope a guilty spectre. But had his mother objected to her? She could not avoid asking herself. His tour of the globe had been undertaken at his mother's desire. She was an ambitious lady, in failing health, and she wished to have him living with her at Patterne, yet seemed to agree that he did wisely to reside in London. One day Sir Willoughby, in the quiet manner which was his humour, informed her that he had become a country gentleman. He had abandoned London. He loathed it as the burial place of the individual man. He intended to sit down on his estates, and have his cousin Vernon Whitford to assist him in managing them, he said, and very amusing was his description of his cousin's shifts to live by literature, and add enough to a beggarly income to get his usual 2 months of the year in the Alps. Previous to his great tour, Willoughby had spoken of Vernon's judgment with derision, nor was it entirely unknown that Vernon had offended his family pride by some extravagant act. But after their return he acknowledged Vernon's talents, and seemed unable to do without him. The new arrangement gave Letitia a companion for her walks. Pedestrianism was a sour business to Willoughby, whose exclamation of the word indicated a willingness for any amount of exercise on horseback. But she had no horse, and so, while he hunted, Letitia and Vernon walked, and the neighbourhood speculated on the circumstances, until the ladies Eleanor and Isabel Patterne engaged her more frequently for carriage exercise, and Sir Willoughby was observed riding beside them. A real and sunny pleasure befell Letitia in the establishment of young Crossjay Patterne under her roof. The son of the lieutenant, now captain of marines, a boy of 12 with the sprites of 12 boys in him, for whose board and lodgment Vernon provided by arrangement with her father. Vernon was one of your men that have no occupation for their money, no bills to pay for repair of their property, and are insane to spend. He had heard of Captain Patterne's large family, and proposed to have his eldest boy at the Hall to teach him. But Willoughby declined to house the son of such a father, predicting that the boy's hair would be red, his skin eruptive, and his practices detestable. So Vernon, having obtained Mr. Dale's consent to accommodate this youth, stalked off to Devonport, and brought back a rosy-cheeked, round-bodied rogue of a boy, who fell upon meats and puddings and defeated them, with a captivating simplicity in his confession that he had never had enough to eat in his life. He had gone through a training for a plentiful table. At first, after a number of helps, young Crossjay would sit and sigh heavily in contemplation of the unfinished dish. Subsequently, he told his host and hostess that he had 2 sisters above his own age, and 3 brothers and 2 sisters younger than he. "All hungry," said the boy. His pathos was most comical. It was a good month before he could see pudding taken away from table without a sigh of regret that he could not finish it as deputy for the Devonport household. The pranks of the little fellow, and his revel in a country life, and muddy wildness in it, amused Letitia from morning to night. She, when she had caught him, taught him in the morning; Vernon, favoured by the chase, in the afternoon. Young Crossjay would have enlivened any household. He was not only indolent, he was opposed to the acquisition of knowledge through the medium of books, and would say, "But I don't want to," in a tone to make a logician thoughtful. Nature was very strong in him. He had, on each return of the hour for instruction, to be plucked out of the earth, rank of the soil, like a root, for the exercise of his big round headpiece on those tyrannous puzzles. But the habits of birds, and the place for their eggs, and the management of rabbits, and the tickling of fish, and poaching joys with combative boys of the district, and how to wheedle a cook for a luncheon for a whole day in the rain, he soon knew of his great nature. His passion for our naval service was a means of screwing his attention to lessons after he had begun to understand that the desert had to be traversed to attain midshipman's rank. He boasted ardently of his fighting father, and chancing to be near the hall as he was talking to Vernon and Letitia of his father, he propounded a question close to his heart, and he put it in these words following: "My father's the one to lead an army." When he paused, "I say, Mr. Whitford, Sir Willoughby's kind to me, and gives me crown pieces. Why wouldn't he see my father? And my father came here 10 miles in the rain to see him, and had to walk 10 miles back and sleep at an inn." The only answer to be given was that Sir Willoughby could not have been at home. "Oh, my father saw him, and Sir Willoughby said he was not at home," the boy replied, producing an odd ring in the ear by his repetition of "not at home" in the same voice as the apology, plainly innocent of malice. Vernon told Letitia, however, that the boy never asked an explanation of Sir Willoughby. Unlike the horse of the adage, it was easier to compel young Crossjay to drink of the waters of instruction than to get him to the brink. His heart was not so antagonistic as his nature, and by degrees, owing to a proper mixture of discipline and cajolery, he imbibed. He was whistling at the cook's windows after a day of wicked truancy, on an April night, and reported adventures over the supper supplied to him. Letitia entered the kitchen with a reproving forefinger. He jumped to kiss her, and went on chattering of a place 15 miles distant, where he had seen Sir Willoughby riding with a young lady. The impossibility that the boy should have got so far on foot made Letitia doubtful of his veracity, until she heard that a gentleman had taken him up on the road in a gig, and had driven him to a farm to show him strings of birds' eggs and stuffed birds of every English kind, kingfishers, yaffles, black woodpeckers, goat-sucker owls, more mouth than head, with dusty dark spotted wings like moths, all very circumstantial. Still, in spite of his tea at the farm, and ride back by rail at the gentleman's expense, the tale seemed fictitious to Letitia, until Crossjay related how that he had stood to salute on the road to the railway, and taken off his cap to Sir Willoughby, and Sir Willoughby had passed him, not noticing him, though the young lady did, and looked back and nodded. The hue of truth was in that picture. Strange eclipse, when the hue of truth comes shadowing over our bright ideal planet. It will not seem the planet's fault, but truth's. Reality is the offender, delusion our treasure that we are robbed of. Then begins with us the term of wilful delusion, and its necessary accompaniment of the disgust of reality, exhausting the heart much more than patient endurance of starvation. Hints were dropping about the neighbourhood. The hedgeways twittered, the tree-tops cawed. Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson was loud on the subject. "Patterne is to have a mistress at last, you say? But there was never a doubt of his marrying. He must marry. And so long as he does not marry a foreign woman, we have no cause to complain. He met her at Cheriton. Both were struck at the same moment. Her father is, I hear, some sort of learned man. Money, no land. No house either, I believe. People who spend half their time on the Continent. They are now for a year at Upton Park. The very girl to settle down and entertain when she does think of settling. 18, perfect manners. You need not ask if a beauty. Sir Willoughby will have his dues. We must teach her to make amends to him. But don't listen to Lady Busshe. He was too young at 23 or 24. No young man is ever jilted. He is allowed to escape. A young man married is a fire-eater bound over to keep the peace. If he keeps it, he worries it. At 31 or 32, he is ripe for his command, because he knows how to bend. And Sir Willoughby is a splendid creature, only wanting a wife to complete him. For a man like that to go on running about would never do. Soberly, no. It would soon be getting ridiculous. He has been no worse than other men, probably better, infinitely more excusable. But now we have him, and it was time we should. I shall see her and study her, sharply, you may be sure, though I fancy I can rely on his judgment. In confirmation of the swelling buzz, the Reverend Dr. Middleton and his daughter paid a flying visit to the hall, where they were seen only by the members of the Patterne family. Young Crossjay had a short conversation with Miss Middleton, and ran to the cottage full of her. She loved the navy, and had a merry face. She had a smile of very pleasant humour, according to Vernon. The young lady was outlined to Letitia as tall, elegant, lively, and painted as carrying youth like a flag. With her smile of very pleasant humour, she could not but be winning. Vernon spoke more of her father, a scholar of high repute, happily a scholar of an independent fortune. His maturer recollection of Miss Middleton grew poetic, or he described her in an image to suit a poetic end. She gives you an idea of the mountain echo. Dr. Middleton has one of the grandest heads in England. What is her Christian name? Said Letitia. He thought her Christian name was Clara. Letitia went to bed, and walked through the day, conceiving the mountain echo, the swift wild spirit, Clara by name, sent fleeting on a far half-circle by the voice it is roused to subserve. Sweeter than beautiful, high above drawing-room beauties as the colours of the sky, and if at the same time elegant and of lovable smiling, could a man resist her? To inspire the title of mountain echo in any mind, a young lady must be singularly spiritualized. Her father doted on her, Vernon said. Who would not? It seemed an additional cruelty that the grace of a poetical attractiveness should be round her, for this was robbing Letitia of some of her own little fortune, mystical though that might be. But a man like Sir Willoughby had claims on poetry, possessing, as he did, every manly grace, and to think that Miss Middleton had won him by virtue of something native to her likewise, though mystically, touched Letitia with a faint sense of relationship to the chosen girl. What is in me he sees on her. It decked her pride to think so, as a wreath on the gravestone. She encouraged her imagination to brood over Clara, and invested her designedly with romantic charms, in spite of pain. The ascetic zealot hugs his share of heaven, most bitter, most blessed, in his hair shirt and scourge, and Letitia's happiness was to glorify Clara. Through that chosen rival, through her comprehension of the spirit of Sir Willoughby's choice of one such as Clara, she was linked to him yet. Her mood of ecstatic fidelity was a dangerous exaltation, one that in a desert will distort the brain, and in the world where the idol dwells will put him, should he come nigh, to its own furnace test, and get a clear brain out of a burnt heart. She was frequently at the Hall, helping to nurse Lady Patterne. Sir Willoughby had hitherto treated her as a dear, insignificant friend, to whom it was unnecessary that he should mention the object of his rides to Upton Park. He had, however, in the contemplation of what he was gaining, fallen into anxiety about what he might be losing. She belonged to his brilliant youth. Her devotion was the bride of his youth. He was a man who lived backward almost as intensely as in the present, and notwithstanding Letitia's praiseworthy zeal in attending on his mother, he suspected some unfaithfulness. Hardly without cause. She had not looked paler of late. Her eyes had not reproached him. The secret of the old days between them had been as little concealed as it was exposed. She might have buried it, after the way of woman, whose bosoms can be tombs, if we and the world allow them to be, absolutely sepulchres, where you lie dead, ghastly. Even if not dead and horrible to think of, you may be lying cold somewhere in a corner. Even if embalmed, you may not be much visited. And how is the world to know you are embalmed? You are no better than a rotting wretch to the world that does not have peeps of you in the woman's breast, and see lights burning, and an occasional exhibition of the services of worship. There are women, tell us not of her of Ephesus, that have embalmed you, and have quitted the world to keep the tapers alight, and a stranger comes, and they, who have your image before them, will suddenly blow out the vestal flames, and treat you as dust to fatten the garden of their bosoms for a fresh flower of love. Sir Willoughby knew it. He had experience of it in the form of the stranger, and he knew the stranger's feelings towards his predecessor and the lady. He waylaid Letitia to talk of himself and his plans, the project of a run to Italy. Enviable, yes, but in England you live the higher moral life. Italy boasts of sensual beauty, the spiritual is yours. I know Italy well. I have often wished to act as a cicerone to you there. As it is, I suppose I shall be with those who know the land as well as I do, and will not be particularly enthusiastic. If you are what you were..." He was guilty of this perplexing twist from one person to another in a sentence more than once. While he talked exclusively of himself, it seemed to her a condescension. In time he talked principally of her, beginning with her admirable care of his mother, and he wished to introduce a Miss Middleton to her. He wanted her opinion of Miss Middleton. He relied on her intuition of character, had never known it err. "If I supposed it could err, Miss Dale, I should not be so certain of myself. I am bound up in my good opinion of you, you see. And you must continue the same, or where shall I be?" Thus he was led to dwell upon friendship, and the charm of the friendship of men and women. Platonism, as it was called. I have laughed at it in the world, but not in the depth of my heart. The world's platonic attachments are laughable enough. You have taught me that the ideal of friendship is possible, when we find two who are capable of a disinterested esteem. The rest of life is duty, duty to parents, duty to country, but friendship is the holiday of those who can be friends. Wives are plentiful, friends are rare. I know how rare." Letitia swallowed her thoughts as they sprang up. Why was he torturing her? To give himself a holiday? She could bear to lose him, she was used to it, and bear his indifference, but not that he should disfigure himself. It made her poor. It was as if he required an oath of her when he said, "Italy, but I shall never see a day in Italy to compare with the day of my return to England, or know a pleasure so exquisite as your welcome of me. Will you be true to that? May I look forward to just another such meeting?" He pressed her for an answer. She gave the best she could. He was dissatisfied, and to her hearing it was hardly in the tone of manliness that he entreated her to reassure him. He womanized his language. She had to say, "I am afraid I cannot undertake to make it an appointment, Sir Willoughby," before he recovered his alertness, which he did, for he was anything but obtuse, with the reply, "You would keep it if you promised, and freeze at your post. So, as accidents happen, we must leave it to fate. The will's the thing. You know my detestation of changes. At least I have you for my tenant, and wherever I am, I see your light at the end of my park." "Neither my father nor I would willingly quit Ivy Cottage," said Letitia. "So far, then," he murmured. "You will give me a long notice, and it must be with my consent if you think of quitting." "I could almost engage to do that," she said. "You love the place?" "Yes, I am the most contented of cottagers." "I believe, Miss Dale, it would be well for my happiness were I a cottager." "That is the dream of the palace. But to be one and not to wish to be other is quiet sleep in comparison." "You paint a cottage in colours that tempt one to run from big houses and households." "You would run back to them faster, Sir Willoughby." "You may know me," said he, bowing and passing on contentedly. He stopped. "But I am not ambitious." "Perhaps you are too proud for ambition, Sir Willoughby." "You hit me to the life." He passed on regretfully. Clara Middleton did not study and know him like Letitia Dale. Letitia was left to think it pleased him to play at cat and mouse. She had not hit him to the life, or she would have marvelled in acknowledging how sincere he was. At her next sitting by the bedside of Lady Patterne, she received a certain measure of insight that might have helped her to fathom him, if only she could have kept her feelings down. The old lady was affectionately confidential in talking of her one subject, her son. "And here is another dashing girl, my dear. She has money and health and beauty, and so has he, and it appears a fortunate union. I hope and pray it may be, but we begin to read the world when our eyes grow dim, because we read the plain lines, and I ask myself whether money and health and beauty on both sides have not been the mutual attraction. We tried it before, and that girl Durham was honest, whatever we may call her. I should have desired an appreciative, thoughtful partner for him, a woman of mind, with another sort of wealth and beauty. She was honest, she ran away in time. There was a worse thing possible than that. And now we have the same chapter, and the same kind of person, who may not be quite as honest, and I shall not see the end of it. Promise me you will always be good to him, my son's friend, his Egeria, he names you. Be what you were to him when that girl broke his heart, and no one, not even his mother, was allowed to see that he suffered anything. Comfort him in his sensitiveness. Willoughby has the most entire faith in you. Were that destroyed, I shudder. You are, he says, and he has often said, his image of the constant woman. Letitia's hearing took in no more. She repeated to herself for days, his image of the constant woman. Now, when he was a second time forsaking her, his praise of her constancy wore the painful ludicrousness of the look of a whimper on the face. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 5 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 5. Clara Middleton. The great meeting of Sir Willoughby Patterne and Miss Middleton had taken place at Cheriton Grange, the seat of a county grandee, where this young lady of 18 was first seen rising above the horizon. She had money and health and beauty, the triune of perfect starriness, which makes all men astronomers. He looked on her, expecting her to look at him. But as soon as he looked, he found that he must be in motion to win a look in return. He was one of a pack. Many were ahead of him, the whole of them were eager. He had to debate within himself how best to communicate to her that he was Willoughby Patterne, before her gloves were too much soiled to flatter his niceness, for here and there, all around, she was yielding her hand to partners, obscurant males whose touch leaves a stain. Far too generally gracious was her starriness to please him. The effect of it, nevertheless, was to hurry him with all his might into the heat of the chase, while yet he knew no more of her than that he was competing for a prize, and Willoughby Patterne was only one of dozens to the young lady. A deeper student of science than his rivals, he appreciated nature's compliment in the fair one's choice of you. We now scientifically know that in this department of the universal struggle, success is awarded to the bettermost. You spread a handsomer tail than your fellows, you dress a finer topknot, you pipe a newer note, have a longer stride. She reviews you in competition and selects you. The superlative is magnetic to her. She may be looking elsewhere, and you will see the superlative will simply have to beckon. Away she glides. She cannot help herself. It is her nature, and her nature is the guarantee for the noblest races of men to come of her. In complimenting you, she is a promise of superior offspring. Science thus, or it is better to say an acquaintance with science, facilitates the cultivation of aristocracy. Consequently, a successful pursuit and a wresting of her from a body of competitors tells you that you are the best man. What is more, it tells the world so. Willoughby aired his amiable superlatives in the eye of Miss Middleton. He had a leg. He was the heir of successful competitors. He had a style, a tone, an artist tailor, an authority of manner. He had in the hopeful ardour of the chase, among a multitude, a freshness that gave him advantage, and together with his undeviating energy when there was a prize to be won and possessed, these were scarce resistible. He spared no pains, for he was adust and athirst for the winning post. He courted her father, aware that men likewise, and parents preeminently, have their preference for the larger offer, the deeper pocket, the broader lands, the respectfuller consideration. Men after their fashion, as well as women, distinguish the bettermost, and aid him to succeed, as Dr. Middleton certainly did in the crisis of the memorable question proposed to his daughter within a month of Willoughby's reception at Upton Park. The young lady was astonished at his whirlwind wooing of her, and bent to it like a sapling. She begged for time. Willoughby could barely wait. She unhesitatingly owned that she liked no one better, and he consented. A calm examination of his position told him that it was unfair so long as he stood engaged, and she did not. She pleaded a desire to see a little of the world before she plighted herself. She alarmed him. He assumed the amazing god of love under the subtlest guise of the divinity. Willingly would he obey her behests, resignedly languish, were it not for his mother's desire to see the future Lady of Patterne established there before she died. Love shone cunningly through the mask of filial duty, but the plea of urgency was reasonable. Dr. Middleton thought it reasonable, supposing his daughter to have an inclination. She had no disinclination, though she had a maidenly desire to see a little of the world. Grace for 1 year, she said. Willoughby reduced the year to 6 months, and granted that term, for which, in gratitude, she submitted to stand engaged. And that was no light whispering of a word. She was implored to enter the state of captivity by the pronunciation of vows, a private but a binding ceremonial. She had health and beauty, and money to gild these gifts. Not that he stipulated for money with his bride, but it adds a lustre to dazzle the world. And moreover, the pack of rival pursuers hung close behind, yelping and raising their dolorous throats to the moon. Captive she must be. He made her engagement no light whispering matter. It was a solemn plighting of a troth. Why not? Having said, "I am yours," she could say, "I am wholly yours. I am yours forever. I swear it. I will never swerve from it. I am your wife in heart, yours utterly. Our engagement is written above." To this she considerately appended, "as far as I am concerned," a piece of somewhat chilling generosity, and he forced her to pass him through love's catechism in turn, and came out with fervent answers that bound him to her too indissolubly to let her doubt of her being loved. "And I am loved!" she exclaimed to her heart's echoes. in simple faith and wonderment. Hardly had she begun to think of love ere the apparition rose in her path. She had not thought of love with any warmth, and here it was. She had only dreamed of love as one of the distant blessings of the mighty world, lying somewhere in the world's forests, across wild seas, veiled, encompassed with beautiful perils, a throbbing secrecy, but too remote to quicken her bosom's throbs. Her chief idea of it was the enrichment of the world by love. Thus did Miss Middleton acquiesce in the principle of selection. And then did the best man of a host blow his triumphant horn, and loudly. He looked the fittest, he justified the dictum of science. The survival of the patterns was assured. "I would," he said to his admirer, Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson, "have bargained for health above everything, but she has everything besides: lineage, beauty, breeding, is what they call an heiress, and is the most accomplished of her sex." With a delicate art he conveyed to the lady's understanding that Miss Middleton had been snatched from a crowd, without a breath of the crowd having offended his niceness. He did it through sarcasm at your modern young women, who run about the world nibbling and nibbled at, until they know one sex as well as the other, and are not a whit less cognizant of the market than men. Pure, possibly; it is not so easy to say innocent; decidedly not our feminine ideal. Miss Middleton was different. She was the true ideal, fresh gathered morning fruit in a basket, warranted by her bloom. Women do not defend their younger sisters for doing what they perhaps have done, lifting a veil to be seen, and peeping at a world where innocence is as poor a guarantee as a babe's caul against shipwreck. Women of the world never think of attacking the sensual stipulation for perfect bloom, silver purity, which is redolent of the oriental origin of the love passion of their lords. Mrs. Mountstuart congratulated Sir Willoughby on the prize he had won in the fair Western Eastern. "Let me see her," she said, and Miss Middleton was introduced and critically observed. She had the mouth that smiles in repose. The lips met full on the centre of the bow and thinned along to a lifting dimple. The eyelids also lifted slightly at the outer corners, and seemed, like the lip into the limpid cheek, quickening up the temples, as with a run of light, or the ascension indicated off a shoot of colour. Her features were playfellows of one another, none of them pretending to rigid correctness, nor the nose to the ordinary dignity of governess among merry girls, despite which the nose was of a fair design, not acutely interrogative or inviting to gambols. Aspens imaged in water, waiting for the breeze, would offer a susceptible lover some suggestion of her face, a pure, smooth white face, tenderly flushed in the cheeks, where the gentle dints were faintly intermelting even during quietness. Her eyes were brown, set well between mild lids, often shadowed, not unwakeful. Her hair of lighter brown, swelling above her temples on the sweep to the knot, imposed the triangle of the fabulous wild woodland visage from brow to mouth and chin, evidently in agreement with her taste, and the triangle suited her, but her face was not significant of a tameless wildness or of weakness. Her equable shut mouth threw its long curve to guard the small round chin from that effect. Her eyes wavered only in humour. They were steady when thoughtfulness was awakened. And at such seasons the build of her winter beechwood hair lost the touch of nymph-like and whimsical, and strangely, by mere outline, added to her appearance of studious concentration. Observe the hawk on stretched wings over the prey he spies, for an idea of this change in the look of a young lady whom Vernon Whitford could liken to the mountain echo, and Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson pronounced to be a dainty rogue in porcelain. Vernon's fancy of her must have sprung from her prompt and most musical responsiveness. He preferred the society of her learned father to that of a girl under 20 engaged to his cousin, but the charm of her ready tongue and her voice was, to his intelligent understanding, wit, natural wit, crystal wit, as opposed to the paste sparkle of the wit of the town. In his encomiums he did not quote Miss Middleton's wit. Nevertheless, he ventured to speak of it to Mrs. Mountstuart, causing that lady to say, "Ah, well, I have not noticed the wit. You may have the art of drawing it out." No one had noticed the wit. The corrupted hearing of people required a collision of sounds, Vernon supposed. For his part, to prove their excellence, he recollected a great many of Miss Middleton's remarks. They came flying to him, and so long as he forbore to speak them aloud, they had a curious wealth of meaning. It could not be all her manner, however much his own manner might spoil them. It might be, to a certain degree, her quickness at catching the hue and shade of evanescent conversation. Possibly by remembering the whole of a conversation wherein she had her place, the wit was to be tested. Only how could anyone retain the heavy portion? As there was no use in being argumentative on a subject affording him personally, and apparently solitarily, refreshment and enjoyment, Vernon resolved to keep it to himself. The eulogies of her beauty, a possession in which he did not consider her so very conspicuous, irritated him in consequence. To flatter Sir Willoughby, it was the fashion to exalt her as one of the types of beauty, the one providentially selected to set off his masculine type. She was compared to those delicate flowers, the ladies of the court of China, on rice paper. A little French dressing would make her at home on the sward by the fountain, among the lutes and whispers of the bewitching silken shepherdesses, who live though they never were. Lady Busshe was reminded of the favourite lineaments of the women of Leonardo, the angels of Luini. Lady Culmer had seen crayon sketches of demoiselles of the French aristocracy resembling her. Someone mentioned an antique statue of a figure breathing into a flute, and the mouth at the flute stop might have a distant semblance of the bend of her mouth, but this comparison was repelled as grotesque. For once Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson was unsuccessful. Her dainty rogue in porcelain displeased Sir Willoughby. "Why rogue?" he said. The lady's fame for hitting the mark fretted him, and the grace of his bride's fine bearing stood to support him in his objection. Clara was young, healthy, handsome. She was therefore fitted to be his wife, the mother of his children, his companion picture. Certainly they looked well side by side. In walking with her, in drooping to her, The whole man was made conscious of the female image of himself by her exquisite unlikeness. She completed him, added the softer lines wanting to his portrait before the world. He had wooed her ragingly. He courted her becomingly, with the manly self-possession enlivened by watchful tact which is pleasing to girls. He never seemed to undervalue himself in valuing her, a secret priceless in the courtship of young women that have heads. The lover doubles their sense of personal worth through not forfeiting his own. Those were proud and happy days when he rode Black Norman over to Upton Park, and his lady looked forth for him and knew him coming by the faster beating of her heart. Her mind, too, was receptive. She took impressions of his characteristics and supplied him a feast. She remembered his chance phrases, noted his ways, his peculiarities, as no one of her sex had done. He thanked his cousin Vernon for saying she had wit. She had it, and of so high a flavour that the more he thought of the epigram launched at her, the more he grew displeased. With the wit to understand him, and the heart to worship, she had a dignity rarely seen in young ladies. "Why rogue?" he insisted with Mrs. Mountstuart. "I said in porcelain," she replied. "Rogue perplexes me." "Porcelain explains it." "She has the keenest sense of honour." "I am sure she is a paragon of rectitude." "She has a beautiful bearing." "The carriage of a young princess." "I find her perfect." "And still she may be a dainty rogue in porcelain." "Are you judging by the mind or the person, ma'am?" "Both." "And which is which?" "There's no distinction." "Rogue and mistress of Patterne do not go together." "Why not? She will be a novelty to our neighbourhood and an animation of the hall." "To be frank, rogue does not rightly match with me." "Take her for a supplement." "You like her?" "In love with her. I can imagine lifelong amusement in her company. Attend to my advice. Prize the porcelain and play with the rogue." Sir Willoughby nodded, unilluminated. There was nothing of rogue in himself, so there could be nothing of it in his bride. Elfishness, tricksiness, freakishness were antipathetic to his nature, and he argued that it was impossible he should have chosen for his complement a person deserving the title. It would not have been sanctioned by his guardian genius. His closer acquaintance with Miss Middleton squared with his first impressions. You know that this is convincing. The common jury justifies the presentation of the case to them by the grand jury. And his original conclusion that she was essentially feminine, in other words, a parasite and a chalice, Clara's conduct confirmed from day to day. He began to instruct her in the knowledge of himself without reserve, and she, as she grew less timid with him, became more reflective. "I judge by character," he said to Mrs. Mountstuart. "If you have caught the character of a girl," said she, "I think I am not far off it." "So it was thought by the man who dived for the moon in a well." "How women despise their sex!" "Not a bit. She has no character yet. You are forming it, and pray be advised and be merry. The solid is your safest guide. physiognomy and manners will give you more of a girl's character than all the divings you can do. She is a charming young woman, only she is one of that sort." "Of what sort?" Sir Willoughby asked impatiently. "Rogues in porcelain." "I am persuaded I shall never comprehend it." "I cannot help you one bit further." "The word rogue?" "It was dainty rogue." "Brittle, would you say?" "I am quite unable to say." "An innocent naughtiness?" "Prettily moulded in a delicate substance." "You are thinking of some piece of Dresden you suppose her to resemble?" "I dare say." "Artificial?" "You would not have her natural." "I am heartily satisfied with her from head to foot, my dear Mrs. Mountstuart." "Nothing could be better. And sometimes she will lead, and generally you will lead, and everything will go well, my dear Sir Willoughby." Like all rapid phrasers, Mrs. Mountstuart detested the analysis of her sentence. It had an outline in vagueness, and was flung out to be apprehended, not dissected. Her directions for the reading of Miss Middleton's character were the same that she practised in reading Sir Willoughby's, whose physiognomy and manners bespoke him what she presumed him to be, a splendidly proud gentleman, with good reason. Mrs. Mountstuart's advice was wiser than her procedure, for she stopped short where he declined to begin. He dived below the surface without studying that index page. He had won Miss Middleton's hand. He believed he had captured her heart. But he was not so certain of his possession of her soul, and he went after it. Our enamoured gentleman had therefore no tally of nature's writing above to set beside his discoveries in the deeps. Now it is a dangerous accompaniment of this habit of driving, that where we do not light on the discoveries we anticipate, we fall to work sowing and planting, which becomes a disturbance to the gentle bosom. Miss Middleton's features were legible as to the mainspring of her character. He could have seen that she had a spirit with a natural love of liberty, and required the next thing to liberty, spaciousness, if she was to own allegiance. Those features, unhappily, instead of serving for an introduction to the within, were treated as the mirror of himself. They were indeed of an amiable sweetness to tempt an accepted lover to angle for the first person in the second. But he had made the discovery that their minds differed on one or two points, and a difference of view in his bride was obnoxious to his repose. He struck at it recurringly to show her error under various aspects. He desired to shape her character to the feminine of his own, and betrayed the surprise of a slight disappointment at her advocacy of her ideas. She said immediately, "It is not too late, Willoughby," and wounded him, for he wanted her simply to be material in his hands for him to mould her. He had no other thought. He lectured her on the theme of the infinity of love. How was it not too late? They were plighted. They were one eternally. They could not be parted. She listened gravely, conceiving the infinity as a narrow dwelling where a voice droned and ceased not. However, she listened. She became an attentive listener. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Martin Geeson. in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 6 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 6. His Courtship. The world was the principal topic of dissension between these lovers. His opinion of the world affected her like a creature threatened with a deprivation of air. He explained to his darling that lovers of necessity do loathe the world. They live in the world, they accept its benefits and assist it as well as they can. In their hearts they must despise it, shut it out, that their love for one another may pour in a clear channel, and with all the force they have. They cannot enjoy the sense of security for their love unless they fence away the world. It is, you will allow, gross. It is a beast. Formerly we thank it for the good we get of it. Only we too have an inner temple where the worship we conduct is actually, if you would but see it, an excommunication of the world. We abhor that beast to adore that divinity. This gives us our oneness, our isolation, our happiness. This is to love with the soul. Do you see, darling? She shook her head. She could not see it. She would admit none of the notorious errors of the world, its backbiting, selfishness, coarseness, intrusiveness, infectiousness. She was young. She might, Willoughby thought, have let herself be led. She was not docile. She must be up in arms as a champion of the world, and one saw she was hugging her dream of a romantic world, nothing else. She spoilt the secret bower song he delighted to tell over to her. And how, powers of love, is love-making to be pursued if we may not kick the world out of our bower and wash our hands of it? Love that does not spurn the world when lovers curtain themselves is a love, is it not so, that seems to the unwhipped, scoffing world to go slinking into basiation's obscurity, instead of on a glorious march behind the screen. Our hero had a strong sentiment as to the policy of scorning the world for the sake of defending his personal pride, and, to his honour be it said, his lady's delicacy. The act of scorning put them both above the world, said Retro Satanas. So much as a piece of tactics. He was highly civilized. In the second instance, he knew it to be the world which must furnish the dry sticks for the bonfire of a woman's worship. He knew too that he was prescribing poetry to his betrothed, practicable poetry. She had a liking for poetry, and sometimes quoted the stuff in defiance of his pursed mouth and pained murmur. I am no poet. But his poetry of the enclosed and fortified bower, without nonsensical rhymes to catch the ears of women, appeared incomprehensible to her, if not adverse. She would not burn the world for him. She would not, though a purer poetry is little imaginable, reduce herself to ashes, or incense, or essence, in honour of him, and so by love's transmutation literally be the man she was to marry. She preferred to be herself, with the egoism of women. She said it. She said, I must be myself to be of any value to you, Willoughby. He was indefatigable in his lectures on the aesthetics of love. Frequently, for an indemnification to her, he had no desire that she should be a loser by ceasing to admire the world, He dwelt on his own youthful ideas, and his original fancies about the world were presented to her as a substitute for the theme. Miss Middleton bore it well, for she was sure that he meant well. Bearing so well what was distasteful to her, she became less well able to bear what she had merely noted in observation before: his view of scholarship, his manner towards Mr. Vernon Whitford, of whom her father spoke warmly, the rumour concerning his treatment of a Miss Dale. And the country tale of Constantia Durham sang itself to her in a new key. He had no contempt for the world's praises. Mr. Whitford wrote the letters to the county paper which gained him applause at various great houses, and he accepted it, and betrayed a tingling fright lest he should be the victim of a sneer of the world he contemned. Recollecting his remarks, her mind was afflicted by the something illogical in him that we readily discover when our natures are no longer running free, and then at once we yearn for a disputation. She resolved that she would one day, one distant day, provoke it. Upon what? The special point eluded her. The world is too huge a client and too pervious, too spotty, for a girl to defend against a man. That something illogical had stirred her feelings more than her intellect to revolt. She could not constitute herself the advocate of Mr. Whitford. Still she marked the disputation for an event to come. Meditating on it, she fell to picturing Sir Willoughby's face at the first accents of his bride's decided disagreement with him. The picture once conjured up would not be laid. He was handsome, so correctly handsome that a slight unfriendly touch precipitated him into caricature. His habitual air of happy pride, of indignant contentment rather, could easily be overdone. Surprise, when he threw emphasis on it, stretched him with the tall eyebrows of a mask, limitless under the spell of caricature, and in time, whenever she was not pleased by her thoughts, she had that, and not his likeness, for the vision of him. And it was unjust, contrary to her deeper feelings. She rebuked herself, and as much as her naughty spirit permitted, she tried to look on him as the world did, an effort inducing reflections upon the blessings of ignorance. She seemed to herself beset by a circle of imps, hardly responsible for her thoughts. He outshone Mr. Whitford in his behaviour to young Crossjay. She had seen him with the boy, and he was amused, indulgent, almost frolicsome, in contradistinction to Mr. Whitford's tutorly sharpness. He had the English father's tone of a liberal allowance for boys' tastes and pranks, and he ministered to the partiality of the genus for pocket money. He did not play the schoolmaster, like bookworms who get poor little lads in their grasp. Mr. Whitford avoided her very much. He came to Upton Park on a visit to her father, and she was not particularly sorry that she saw him only at table. He treated her by fits to a level scrutiny of deep-set eyes, unpleasantly penetrating. She had liked his eyes. They became unbearable. They dwelt in the memory as if they had left a phosphorescent line. She had been taken by playmate boys in her infancy to peep into hedge leaves where the mother bird brooded on the nest, and the eyes of the bird in that marvellous dark thick-set home had sent her away with worlds of fancy. Mr. Whitford's gaze revived her susceptibility, but not the old happy wondering. She was glad of his absence after a certain hour that she passed with Willoughby, a wretched hour to remember. Mr. Whitford had left, and Willoughby came, bringing bad news of his mother's health. Lady Patterne was fast failing. Her son spoke of the loss she would be to him. He spoke of the dreadfulness of death. He alluded to his own death to come carelessly, with a philosophical air. "All of us must go. Our time is short." "Very," she assented. It sounded like want of feeling. "If you lose me, Clara—" "But you are strong, Willoughby." "I may be cut off tomorrow." "Do not talk in such a manner." "It is as well that it should be faced." "I cannot see what purpose it serves." "Should you lose me, my love?" "Willoughby!" "Oh, the bitter pang of leaving you!" "Dear Willoughby, you are distressed. Your mother may recover. Let us hope she will. I will help to nurse her. I have offered, you know. I am ready, most anxious. I believe I am a good nurse." "It is this belief that one does not die with death. That is our comfort. When we love, does it not promise that we meet again? To walk the world and see you perhaps with another—" "See me? Where? Here?" "Wedded to another. You, my bride, whom I call mine. And you are, you would be still, in that horror. But all things are possible. Women are women. They swim in infidelity from wave to wave. I know them." "Willoughby, do not torment yourself and me, I beg you." He meditated profoundly, and asked her, "Could you be such a saint among women?" "I think I am a more than usually childish girl." "Not to forget me?" "Oh, no. Still to be mine. I am yours. To plight yourself." "It is done." "Be mine beyond death." "Married is married, I think." "Clara, to dedicate your life to our love. Never one touch, not one whisper, not a thought, not a dream. Could you, it agonizes me to imagine, be inviolate? Mine above, mine before all men, though I am gone. True to my dust. Tell me, give me that assurance. True to my name. Oh, I hear them, his relict, buzzings about Lady Patterne, the widow. If you knew their talk of widows! Shut your ears, my angel. But if she holds them off and keeps her path, they are forced to respect her. The dead husband is not the dishonoured wretch they fancied him, because he was out of their way. He lives in the heart of his wife. Clara, my Clara, as I live in yours, whether here or away, whether you are a wife or widow, there is no distinction for love. I am your husband, say it, eternally. I must have peace. I cannot endure the pain. Depressed, yes, I have cause to be. But it has haunted me ever since we joined hands. To have you, to lose you. Is it not possible that I may be the first to die?" said Miss Middleton. "And lose you with the thought that you, lovely as you are, and the dogs of the world barking round you, might... Is it any wonder that I have my feeling for the world? This hand, the thought is horrible. You would be surrounded. Men are brutes. The scent of unfaithfulness excites them, overjoys them. And I helpless. The thought is maddening. I see a ring of monkeys grinning. There is your beauty, and man's delight in desecrating. You would be worried night and day to quit my name, to... I feel the blow now. You would have no rest for them. Nothing to cling to without your oath." "An oath?" said Miss Middleton. "It is no delusion, my love, when I tell you that with this thought upon me I see a ring of monkey faces grinning at me. They haunt me. But you do swear it. Once, and I will never trouble you on the subject again. my weakness, if you like. You will learn that it is love, a man's love, stronger than death." "An oath," she said, and moved her lips to recall what she might have said and forgotten. "To what? What oath?" "That you will be true to me dead as well as living. Whisper it." "Willoughby, I shall be true to my vows at the altar." "To me, me?" "It will be to you." "To my soul! No heaven can be for me. I see none, only torture, unless I have your word, Clara. I trust it. I will trust it implicitly. My confidence in you is absolute." "Then you need not be troubled." "It is for you, my love, that you may be armed and strong when I am not by to protect you." "Our views of the world are opposed, Willoughby." "Consent. Gratify me. Swear it. Say, beyond death. Whisper it. I ask for nothing more. Women think the husband's grave breaks the bond, cuts the tie, sets them loose. They wed the flesh. Pah! What I call on you for is nobility, the transcendent nobility of faithfulness beyond death. His widow, let them say, a saint in widowhood." "My vows at the altar must suffice." "You will not? Clara!" "I am plighted to you." "Not a word, a simple promise. But you love me?" "I have given you the best proof of it that I can." "Consider how utterly I place confidence in you." "I hope it is well placed." "I could kneel to you, to worship you, if you would, Clara." "Kneel to heaven, not to me, Willoughby. I wish I were able to tell what I am. I may be inconstant, I do not know myself. Think, question yourself whether I am really the person you should marry. Your wife should have great qualities of mind and soul. I will consent to hear that I do not possess them, and abide by the verdict." You do possess them," Willoughby cried. "When you know better what the world is, you will understand my anxiety. Alive, I am strong to shield you from it. Dead, helpless, that is all. You would be clad in mail, steel-proof, inviolable, if you would... But try to enter into my mind. Think with me, feel with me. When you have once comprehended the intensity of the love of a man like me, you will not require asking. It is the difference of the elect and the vulgar, of the ideal of love from the coupling of the herds. We will let it drop. At least I have your hand. As long as I live I have your hand. Ought I not to be satisfied? I am. Only I see further than most men, and feel more deeply. And now I must ride to my mother's bedside. She dies Lady Patterne. It might have been that she... But she is a woman of women, with a father-in-law. Just heaven! Could I have stood by her then with the same feelings of reverence? A very little, my love, and everything gained for us by civilization crumbles. We fall back to the first mortar bowl we were bruised and stirred in. My thoughts, when I take my stand to watch by her, come to this conclusion, that especially in women, distinction is the thing to be aimed at. Otherwise we are a weltering human mass. Women must teach us to venerate them, or we may as well be bleating and barking and bellowing. So, now enough. You have but to think a little. I must be off. It may have happened during my absence. I will write. I shall hear from you. Come and see me mount Black Norman. My respects to your father. I have no time to pay them in person. 1. He took the 1, love's mystical number, from which commonly spring multitudes, but on the present occasion it was a single one, and cold. She watched him riding away on his gallant horse, as handsome a cavalier as the world could show, and the contrast of his recent language and his fine figure was a riddle that froze her blood. Speech so foreign to her ears, unnatural in tone, unmanlike even for a lover, who is allowed a softer dialect, set her vainly sounding for the source and drift of it. She was glad of not having to encounter eyes like Mr. Vernon Whitford's. On behalf of Sir Willoughby, it is to be said that his mother, without infringing on the degree of respect for his decisions and sentiments exacted by him, had talked to him of Miss Middleton, suggesting a volatility of temperament in the young lady that struck him as consentaneous with Mrs. Mountstuart's rogue in porcelain, and alarmed him as the independent observations of two world-wise women. Nor was it incumbent upon him personally to credit the volatility, in order, as far as he could, to effect the sole insurance of his bride, that he might hold the security of the policy. The desire for it was in him. His mother had merely tolled a warning bell that he had put in motion before. Clara was not a Constantia, but she was a woman, and he had been deceived by women, as a man fostering his high ideal of them will surely be. The strain he adopted was quite natural to his passion and his theme. The language of the primitive sentiments of men is of the same expression at all times, minus the primitive colours when a modern gentleman addresses his lady. Lady Patterne died in the winter season of the new year. In April Dr. Middleton had to quit Upton Park, and he had not yet found a place of residence, nor did he quite know what to do with himself in the prospect of his daughter's marriage and desertion of him. Sir Willoughby proposed to find him a house within a circuit of the neighbourhood of Patterne. Moreover, he invited the Reverend Doctor and his daughter to come to Patterne from Upton for a month, and make acquaintance with his aunts, the Ladies Eleanor and Isabel Patterne, so that it might not be so strange to Clara to have them as her housemates after her marriage. Dr. Middleton omitted to consult his daughter before accepting the invitation, and it appeared, when he did speak to her, that it should have been done. But she said mildly, "Very well, papa." Sir Willoughby had to visit the metropolis and an estate in another county, whence he wrote to his betrothed daily. He returned to Patterne in time to arrange for the welcome of his guests, too late, however, to ride over to them, and meanwhile, during his absence, Miss Middleton had bethought herself that she ought to have given her last days of freedom to her friends. After the weeks to be passed at Patterne, very few weeks were left to her, and she had a wish to run to Switzerland or Tyrol and see the Alps. A quaint idea, her father thought. She repeated it seriously, and Dr. Middleton perceived a feminine shuttle of indecision at work in her head, frightful to him, considering that they signified hesitation between the excellent library and capital wine-cellar of Patterne Hall, together with the society of that promising young scholar, Mr. Vernon Whitford, on the one side, and a career of hotels, equivalent to being rammed into monster artillery with a crowd every night, and shot off on a day's journey through space every morning, on the other. "You will have your travelling and your Alps after the ceremony," he said. "I think I would rather stay at home," said she. Dr. Middleton rejoined, "I would." "But I'm not married yet, papa." "As good, my dear." "A little change of scene, I thought." "We have accepted Willoughby's invitation, and he helps me to a house near you." You wish to be near me, papa?"
"Proximate, at a remove, communicable."
"Why should we separate?"
"For the reason, my dear, that you exchange a father for a husband."
"If I do not want to exchange?"
"To purchase you must pay, my child. Husbands are not given for nothing."
"No, but I should have you, papa."
"Should?"
"They have not yet parted us, dear papa." "What does that mean?" he asked fussily. He was in a gentle stew already, apprehensive of a disturbance of the serenity precious to scholars by postponements of the ceremony and a prolongation of a father's worries. "Oh, the common meaning, papa," she said, seeing how it was with him. "Ah," said he, nodding and blinking gradually back to a state of composure, glad to be appeased on any terms, for mutability is but another name for the sex, and it is the enemy of the scholar. She suggested that 2 weeks of Patterne would offer plenty of time to inspect the empty houses of the district, and should be sufficient, considering the claims of friends, and the necessity of going the round of London shops. 2 or 3 weeks, he agreed hurriedly, by way of compromise with that fearful prospect. End of chapter 6. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 7 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 7. The Betrothed. During the drive from Upton to Patterne, Miss Middleton hoped, she partly believed, that there was to be a change in Sir Willoughby's manner of courtship. He had been so different a wooer. She remembered with some half-conscious desperation of fervour what she had thought of him at his first approaches, and in accepting him. Had she seen him with the eyes of the world, thinking they were her own? That look of his, the look of indignant contentment, had then been a most noble, conquering look, splendid as a general's plume at the gallop. It could not have altered. Was it that her eyes had altered? The spirit of those days rose up within her to reproach her and whisper of their renewal. She remembered her rosy dreams, and the image she had of him, her throbbing pride in him, her choking richness of happiness, and also her vain attempting to be very humble, usually ending in a carol, quaint to think of, not without charm, but quaint, puzzling. Now, men whose incomes have been restricted to the extent that they must live on their capital soon grow relieved of the forethoughtful anguish wasting them by the hilarious comforts of the lap upon which they have sunk back, insomuch as they are apt to solace themselves for their intolerable anticipations of famine in the household by giving loose to one fit or more of reckless lavishness. Lovers in like manner live on their capital from failure of income. They too, for the sake of stifling apprehension and piping to the present hour, are lavish of their stock, so as rapidly to attenuate it. They have their fits of intoxication in view of coming famine. They force memory into play, love retrospectively, enter the old house of the past and ravage the larder, and would gladly, even resolutely, continue in illusion, if it were possible for the broadest honey store of reminiscences to hold out for a length of time against a mortal appetite, which in good sooth stands on the alternative of a consumption of the hive or of the creature it is for nourishing. Here do lovers show that they are perishable. More than the poor clay world, they need fresh supplies, right wholesome juices, as it were life in the burst of the bud, fruits yet on the tree, rather than potted provender. The latter is excellent for by and by, when there will be a vast deal more to remember, and appetite shall have but one tooth remaining. Should their minds perchance have been saturated by their first impressions and have retained them, loving by the accountable light of reason, they may have fair harvests, as in the early time, but that case is rare. In other words, love is an affair of two, and is only for two that can be as quick, as constant in intercommunication as are sun and earth, through the cloud or face to face. They take their breath of life from one another in signs of affection, proofs of faithfulness, incentives to admiration. Thus it is with men and women in love's good season. But a solitary soul, dragging a log, must make the log a god to rejoice in the burden. That is not love. Clara was the least fitted of all women to drag a log. Few girls would be so rapid in exhausting capital. She was feminine indeed, but she wanted comradeship, a living and frank exchange of the best in both, with the deeper feelings untroubled. To be fixed at the mouth of a mine, and to have to descend it daily, and not to discover great opulence below. On the contrary, to be chilled in subterranean sunlessness, without any substantial quality that she could grasp, only the mystery of the inefficient tallow light in those caverns of the complacent talking man. This appeared to her too extreme a probation for 2 or 3 weeks. How a lifetime of it! She was compelled by her nature to hope, expect, and believe that Sir Willoughby would again be the man she had known when she accepted him. Very singularly, to show her simple spirit at the time, she was unaware of any physical coldness to him. She knew of nothing but her mind at work, objecting to this and that, desiring changes. She did not dream of being on the giddy ridge of the passive or negative sentiment of love, where one step to the wrong side precipitates us into the state of repulsion. Her eyes were lively at their meeting, so were his. She liked to see him on the steps, with young Crossjay under his arm. Sir Willoughby told her in his pleasantest humour of the boy's having got into the laboratory that morning to escape his taskmaster, and blown out the windows. She administered a chiding to the delinquent in the same spirit, while Sir Willoughby led her on his arm across the threshold, whispering, "Soon for good." In reply to the whisper, she begged for more of the story of young Crossjay. "Come into the laboratory," said he, a little less laughingly than softly. And Clara begged her father to come and see young Crossjay's latest pranks. Sir Willoughby whispered to her of the length of their separation, and his joy to welcome her to the house where she would reign as mistress very soon. He numbered the weeks. He whispered, "Come." In the hurry of the moment, she did not examine a lightning terror that shot through her. It passed, and was no more than the shadow which bends the summer grasses, leaving a ruffle of her ideas, in wonder of her having feared herself for something. Her father was with them. She and Willoughby were not yet alone. Young Crossjay had not accomplished so fine a piece of destruction as Sir Willoughby's humour proclaimed of him. He had connected a battery with a train of gunpowder, shattering a window frame and unsettling some bricks. Dr. Middleton asked if the youth was excluded from the library, and rejoiced to hear that it was a sealed door to him. Thither they went. Vernon Whitford was away on one of his long walks. "There, papa, you see he is not so very faithful to you," said Clara. Dr. Middleton stood frowning over manuscript notes on the table in Vernon's handwriting. He flung up the hair from his forehead and dropped into a seat to inspect them closely. He was now immovable. Clara was obliged to leave him there. She was led to think that Willoughby had drawn them to the library with the design to be rid of her protector, and she began to fear him. She proposed to pay her respects to the ladies Eleanor and Isabel. They were not seen, and a footman reported in the drawing-room that they were out driving. She grasped young Crossjay's hand. Sir Willoughby dispatched him to Mrs. Montague, the housekeeper, for a tea of cakes and jam. "Off!" he said, and the boy had to run. Clara saw herself without a shield. "And the garden!" she cried. "I love the garden. I must go and see what flowers are up with you. In spring I care most for wild flowers, and if you will show me daffodils and crocuses and anemones—" "My dearest Clara, my bride," said he. "Because they are vulgar flowers?" she asked him artlessly, to account for his detaining her. Why would he not wait to deserve her? No, not deserve, to reconcile her with her real position. Not reconcile, but to repair the image of him in her mind before he claimed his apparent right. He did not wait. He pressed her to his bosom. "You are mine, my Clara, utterly mine, every thought, every feeling. We are one. The world may do its worst. I have been longing for you, looking forward. You save me from 1,000 vexations. One is perpetually crossed. That is all outside us. We two. With you I am secure. Soon. I could not tell you whether the world's alive or dead. My dearest." She came out of it with the sensations of the frightened child that has had its dip in sea-water, sharpened to think that after all it was not so severe a trial. Such was her idea, and she said to herself immediately, "What am I that I should complain?" 2 minutes earlier she would not have thought it. But humiliated pride falls lower than humbleness. She did not blame him. She fell in her own esteem. Less because she was the betrothed Clara Middleton, which was now palpable as a shot in the breast of a bird, than that she was a captured woman, of whom it is absolutely expected that she must submit, and when she would rather be gazing at flowers. Clara had the shame of her sex. They cannot take a step without becoming bondwomen. Into what a slavery! For herself, her trial was over, she thought. As for herself, she merely complained of a prematureness and crudity best unanalyzed. In truth, she could hardly be said to complain. She did but criticize him, and wonder that a man was unable to perceive, or was not arrested by perceiving, unwillingness, discordance, dull compliance, the bondwoman's due instead of the bride's consent. Oh, sharp distinction, as between two spheres! She meted him justice. She admitted that he had spoken in a lover-like tone. Had it not been for the iteration of "the world," she would not have objected critically to his words, though they were words of downright appropriation. He had the right to use them, since she was to be married to him. But if he had only waited before playing the privileged lover. Sir Willoughby was enraptured with her. Even so purely coldly, statue-like, Dian-like, would he have prescribed his bride's reception of his caress. The suffusion of crimson coming over her subsequently, showing her divinely feminine in reflective bashfulness, agreed with his highest definitions of female character. "Let me conduct you to the garden, my love," he said. She replied, "I think I would rather go to my room." I will send you a wildflower posy. Flowers, no, I do not like them to be gathered. I will wait for you on the lawn. My head is rather heavy." His deep concern and tenderness brought him close. She assured him sparklingly that she was well. She was ready to accompany him to the garden and stroll over the park. "Headache it is not," she added. But she had to pay the fee for inviting a solicitous accepted gentleman's proximity. This time she blamed herself and him, and the world he abused, and destiny into the bargain. And she cared less about the probation, but she craved for liberty. With a frigidity that astonished her, she marvelled at the act of kissing, and at the obligation it forced upon an inanimate person to be an accomplice. Why was she not free? By what strange right was it that she was treated as a possession? "I will try to walk off the heaviness," she said. "My own girl must not fatigue herself." "Oh no, I shall not." "Sit with me. Your Willoughby is your devoted attendant." "I have a desire for the air." "Then we will walk out." She was horrified to think how far she had drawn away from him, and now placed her hand on his arm to appease her self-accusations and propitiate duty. She spoke as she had wished. His manner was what she had wished. She was his bride, almost his wife. Her conduct was a kind of madness. She could not understand it. Good sense and duty counselled her to control her wayward spirit. He fondled her hand, and to that she grew accustomed. Her hand was at a distance. And what is a hand? Leaving it where it was, she treated it as a link between herself and dutiful goodness. 2 months hence she was a bondwoman for life. She regretted that she had not gone to her room to strengthen herself with a review of her situation, and meet him thoroughly resigned to her fate. She fancied she would have come down to him amicably. It was his present respectfulness and easy conversation that tricked her burning nerves with the fancy. 5 weeks of perfect liberty in the mountains, she thought, would have prepared her for the days of bells. All that she required was a separation offering new scenes, where she might reflect undisturbed, feel clear again. He led her about the flower beds, too much as if he were giving a convalescent an airing. She chafed at it, and pricked herself with remorse. In contrition, she expatiated on the beauty of the garden. "All is yours, my Clara." An oppressive load it seemed to her. She passively yielded to the man in his form of attentive courtier. His mansion, estate, and wealth overwhelmed her. They suggested the price to be paid. Yet she recollected that on her last departure through the park she had been proud of the rolling green and spreading trees. Poison of some sort must be operating in her. She had not come to him today with this feeling of sullen antagonism. She had caught it here. "You have been well, my Clara?" "Quite." "Not a hint of illness?" "None." "My bride must have her health, if all the doctors in the kingdom die for it. My darling!" "And tell me, the dogs?" "Dogs and horses are in very good condition." "I am glad. Do you know I love those ancient French chateaux and farms in one, where salon windows look on poultry yard and stalls. I like that homeliness with beasts and peasants." He bowed indulgently. "I'm afraid we can't do it for you in England, my Clara." "No." "And I like the farm," said he, "but I think our drawing rooms have a better atmosphere off the garden. As to our peasantry, we cannot, I apprehend, modify our class demarcations without risk of disintegrating the social structure." "Perhaps. I proposed nothing."
My love, I would entreat you to propose, if I were convinced that I could obey."
"You are very good."
"I find my merit nowhere but in your satisfaction." Although she was not thirsting for dulcet sayings, the peacefulness of other than invitations to the exposition of his mysteries and of their isolation in oneness inspired her with such calm that she beat about in her brain, as if it were in the brain, for the specific injury he had committed. Sweeping from sensation to sensation, the young, whose sensations impel and distract, can rarely date their disturbance from a particular one, unless it be some great villain injury that has been done. And Clara had not felt an individual shame in his caress. The shame of her sex was but a passing protest that left no stamp. So she conceived that she had been behaving cruelly, and said "Willoughby," because she was aware of the omission of his name in her previous remarks. His whole attention was given to her. She had to invent the sequel. "I was going to beg you, Willoughby, do not seek to spoil me. You compliment me. Compliments are not suited to me. You think too highly of me. It is nearly as bad as to be slighted. I am a—" But she could not follow his example, even as far as she had gone. Her prim little sketch of herself, set beside her real, ugly, earnest feelings, rang of a mincing simplicity, and was a step in falseness. How could she display what she was? "Do I not know you?" he said. The melodious bass notes, expressive of conviction on that point, signified as well as the words that no answer was the right answer. She could not dissent without turning his music to discord, his complacency to amazement. She held her tongue, knowing that he did not know her, and speculating on the division made bare by their degrees of the knowledge, a deep cleft. He alluded to friends in her neighbourhood and his own. The bridesmaids were mentioned. "Miss Dale, you will hear from my Aunt Eleanor, declines, on the plea of indifferent health. She is rather a morbid person, with all her really estimable qualities. It will do no harm to have none but young ladies of your own age, a bouquet of young buds, though one blowing flower among them. However, she has decided. My principal annoyance has been Vernon's refusal to act as my best man." "Mr. Whitford refuses?" "He half refuses. I do not take no from him. His pretext is a dislike to the ceremony. I share it with him. I sympathize with you, if we might say the words and pass from sight. There is a way of cutting off the world. I have it at times completely. I lose it again, as if it were a cabalistic phrase one had to utter. But with you, you give it me for good. It will be for ever, eternally, my Clara. Nothing can harm, nothing touch us. We are one another's. Let the world fight it out. We have nothing to do with it." "If Mr. Whitford should persist in refusing?" "So entirely one that there never can be question of external influences. I am, we will say, riding home from the hunt. I see you awaiting me. I read your heart as though you were beside me. And I know that I am coming to the one who reads mine. You have me like an open book, you and only you." "I am to be always at home?" Clara said, unheeded, and relieved by his not hearing. "Have you realized it, that we are invulnerable? The world cannot hurt us, it cannot touch us. Felicity is ours, and we are impervious in the enjoyment of it. Something divine, surely something divine on earth. Clara, being to one another that between which the world can never interpose. What I do is right. What you do is right. Perfect to one another. Each new day we rise to study and delight in new secrets. Away with the crowd. We have not even to say it. We are in an atmosphere where the world cannot breathe. Oh, the world! Clara partly carolled on a sigh that sunk deep. Hearing him talk as one exulting on the mountain top, when she knew him to be in the abyss, was very strange, provocative of scorn. "My letters," he said incitingly. "I read them. Circumstances have imposed a long courtship on us, my Clara, and I, perhaps lamenting the laws of decorum, I have done so, still felt the benefit of the gradual initiation. It is not good for women to be surprised by a sudden revelation of man's character. We also have things to learn. There is matter for learning everywhere. Some day you will tell me the difference of what you think me now from what you thought when we first—" An impulse of double-minded acquiescence caused Clara to stammer as on a sob. I dare say I shall," she added, "if it is necessary." Then she cried out, "Why do you attack the world? You always make me pity it." He smiled at her youthfulness. "I have passed through that stage. It leads to my sentiment. Pity it by all means." "No," said she, "but pity it, side with it, not consider it so bad. The world has faults. Glaciers have crevices, mountains have chasms, but is not the effect of the whole sublime? Not to admire the mountain and the glacier because they can be cruel seems to me... And the world is beautiful. The world of nature, yes. The world of men, yes. My love, I suspect you to be thinking of the world of ballrooms." "I am thinking of the world that contains real and great generosity, true heroism. We see it round us." "We read of it. The world of the romance writer." "No, the living world. I am sure it is our duty to love it. I am sure we weaken ourselves if we do not. If I did not, I should be looking on mist, hearing a perpetual boom instead of music. I remember hearing Mr. Whitford say that cynicism is intellectual dandyism without the coxcomb's feathers, and it seems to me that cynics are only happy in making the world as barren to others as they have made it for themselves." "Oh, old Vernon!" ejaculated Sir Willoughby, with a countenance rather uneasy, as if it had been flicked with a glove. "He strings his phrases by the dozen." "Papa contradicts that, and says he is very clever and very simple." "As to cynics, my dear Clara, oh, certainly, certainly, you are right. They are laughable, contemptible. But understand me, I mean, we cannot feel, or if we feel, we cannot so intensely feel our oneness except by dividing ourselves from the world. Is it an art? If you like, it is our poetry. But does not love shun the world? True that love must have their sustenance in isolation. No, they will be eating themselves up. The purer the beauty, the more it will be out of the world. But not opposed. Put it in this way," Willoughby condescended. "Has experience the same opinion of the world as ignorance?" "It should have more charity." "Does virtue feel at home in the world?" "Where it should be an example, to my idea." "Is the world agreeable to holiness?" "Then are you in favour of monasteries?" He poured a little runlet of half laughter over her head, of the sound assumed by genial compassion. It is irritating to hear that, when we imagine we have spoken to the point. "Now, in my letters, Clara, I have no memory, Willoughby. You will, however, have observed that I am not completely myself in my letters. In your letters to men you may be." The remark threw a pause across his thoughts. He was of a sensitiveness terribly tender. A single stroke on it reverberated swellingly within the man, and most, and infuriately searching, at the spots where he had been wounded, especially where he feared the world might have guessed the wound. Did she imply that he had no hand for love letters? Was it her meaning that women would not have much taste for his epistolary correspondence? She had spoken in the plural, with an accent on men. Had she heard of Constantia? Had she formed her own judgment about the creature? The supernatural sensitiveness of Sir Willoughby shrieked a peal of affirmatives. He had often meditated on the moral obligation of his unfolding to Clara the whole truth of his conduct to Constantia, for whom, as for other suicides, there were excuses. He at least was bound to supply them. She had behaved badly, but had he not given her some cause? If so, manliness was bound to confess it. Supposing Clara heard the world's version first? Men whose pride is their backbone suffer convulsions where other men are barely aware of a shock, and Sir Willoughby was taken with galvanic jumpings of the spirit within him at the idea of the world whispering to Clara that he had been jilted. "My letters to men, you say, my love?" "Your letters of business." "Completely myself in my letters of business?" He stared indeed. She relaxed the tension of his figure by remarking, "You are able to express yourself to men as your meaning dictates. In writing to us, it is, I suppose, more difficult." "True, my love. I will not exactly say difficult. I can acknowledge no difficulty. Language, I should say, is not fitted to express emotion. Passion rejects it. For dumb show and pantomime? No, but the writing of it coldly." "Ah, coldly." "My letters disappoint you?" "I have not implied that they do." "My feelings, dearest, are too strong for transcription. I feel, pen in hand, like the mythological Titan at war with Jove, strong enough to hurl mountains, and finding nothing but pebbles. The simile is a good one. You must not judge of me by my letters." "I do not. I like them," said Clara. She blushed, eyed him hurriedly, and seeing him complacent, resumed. "I prefer the pebble to the mountain. But if you read poetry, you would not think human speech incapable of—" "My love, I detest artifice. Poetry is a profession." "Our poets would prove to you—" "As I have often observed, Clara, I am no poet." "I have not accused you, Willoughby." "No poet, and with no wish to be a poet. Were I one, my life would supply material, I can assure you, my love. My conscience is not entirely at rest. Perhaps the heaviest matter troubling it is that in which I was least wilfully guilty. You have heard of a Miss Durham?" "I have heard, yes, of her." "She may be happy. I trust she is. If she is not, I cannot escape some blame. An instance of the difference between myself and the world now. The world charges it upon her. I have interceded to exonerate her." "That was generous, Willoughby." "Stay, I fear I was the primary offender. But I, Clara, I, under a sense of honour, acting under a sense of honour, would have carried my engagement through." "What had you done?" "The story is long, dating from an early day in the downy antiquity of my youth, as Vernon says." "Mr. Whitford says that?" "One of old Vernon's odd sayings. It's a story of an early fascination." Papa tells me Mr. Whitford speaks at times with wise humour. Family considerations, the lady's health among other things, her position in the calculations of relatives, intervened. Still there was the fascination, I have to own it. Grounds for feminine jealousy. Is it at an end? Now, with you, my darling Clara, indeed at an end, or could I have opened my inmost heart to you? Could I have spoken of myself so unreservedly that in part you know me as I know myself? Oh, but would it have been possible to enclose you with myself in that intimate union, so secret, unassailable? You did not speak to her as you speak to me. In no degree. What could have? Clara checked the murmured exclamation. Sir Willoughby's expoundings on his latest of texts would have poured forth, had not a footman stepped across the lawn to inform him that his builder was in the laboratory, and requested permission to consult with him. Clara's plea of a horror of the talk of bricks and joists excused her from accompanying him. He had hardly been satisfied by her manner, he knew not why. He left her convinced that he must do and say more to reach down to her female intelligence. She saw young Crossjay, springing with pots of jam in him, join his patron at a bound, and, taking a lift of arms, fly aloft, clapping heels. Her reflections were confused. Sir Willoughby was admirable with the lad. Is he two men? She thought. And the thought ensued, am I unjust? She headed a run with young Crossjay to divert her mind. End of chapter 7. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 8 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Hadley. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 8. A Run with the Truant, a Walk with the Master. The sight of Miss Middleton running inflamed young Crossjay with the passion of the game of hare and hounds. He shouted a view halloo and flung up his legs. She was fleet. She ran as though 100 little feet were bearing her onward smooth as water over the lawn and the sweeps of grass of the park, so swiftly did the hidden pair multiply one another to speed her. So sweet was she in her flowing pace that the boy, as became his age, translated admiration into a dogged frenzy of pursuit, and continued pounding along when far outstripped, determined to run her down or die. Suddenly her flight wound to an end in a dozen twittering steps, and she sank. Young Crossjay attained her, with just breath enough to say, "You are a runner!" "I forgot you had been having your tea, my poor boy," said she. "And you don't pant a bit," was his encomium. "Dear me, no, not more than a bird. You might as well try to catch a bird." Young Crossjay gave a knowing nod. "Wait till I get my second wind." "Now you must confess that girls run faster than boys." "They may at the start." "They do everything better." "They're flash in the pan." "They learn their lessons." "You can't make soldiers or sailors of them, though." "And that is untrue. Have you never read of Mary Ambree and Mistress Hannah Snell of Pondicherry? And there was the bride of the celebrated William Taylor. And what do you say of Joan of Arc? What do you say to Boadicea? I suppose you've never heard of the Amazons." "They weren't English." "Then it is your own countrywomen you decry, sir." Young Crossjay betrayed anxiety about his false position, and begged for the stories of Mary Ambree and the others who were English. "See, you will not read for yourself. You hide and play truant with Mr. Whitford, and the consequence is you are ignorant of your country's history." Miss Middleton rebuked him, enjoying his wriggle between perception of her fun and an acknowledgment of his peccancy. She commanded him to tell her which was the glorious Valentine's Day of our naval annals. the name of the hero of the day, and the name of his ship. To these questions his answers were as ready as the guns of the good ship Captain for the Spanish four-decker. "And that you owe to Mr. Whitford," said Miss Middleton. "He bought me the books," young Crossjay growled, and plucked at grass-blades and bit them, foreseeing dimly but certainly the termination of all this. Miss Middleton lay back on the grass and said, "Are you going to be fond of me, Crossjay?" The boy sat blinking. His desire was to prove to her that he was immoderately fond of her already, and he might have flown at her neck had she been sitting up, but her recumbency and eyelids half closed excited wonder in him and awe. His young heart beat fast. "Because, my dear boy," she said, leaning on her elbow, "you are a very nice boy, but an ungrateful boy, and there is no telling whether you will not punish anyone who cares for you. Come along with me. Pluck me some of these cowslips and the speedwells near them. I think we both love wild flowers." She rose and took his arm. "You shall row me on the lake while I talk to you seriously." It was she, however, who took the sculls at the boat-house, for she had been a playfellow with boys, and knew that one of them engaged in a manly exercise is not likely to listen to a woman. "Now, Crossjay," she said. Dense gloom overcame him like a cowl. She bent across her hands to laugh. "As if I were going to lecture you, you silly boy!" He began to brighten dubiously. "I used to be as fond of birds' nesting as you are. I like brave boys, and I like you for wanting to enter the Royal Navy. Only how can you do that if you do not learn? You must get the captains to pass you, you know. Somebody spoils you. Miss Dale or Mr. Whitford." "Do they?" sung out young Crossjay. "Sir Willoughby does? I don't know about spoil. I can come round him." "I'm sure he's very kind to you. I dare say you think Mr. Whitford rather severe. You should remember he has to teach you, so that you may pass for the Navy. You must not dislike him because he makes you work. Supposing you had blown yourself up to-day, you would have thought it better to have been working with Mr. Whitford." "Sir Willoughby says when he's married you won't let me hide." "Ah, it is wrong to pet a big boy like you. Does not he, what you call it, tip you, Crossjay?" "Generally half-crown pieces. I've had a crown piece. I've had sovereigns." "And for that you do as he bids you, and he indulges you because you... Well, but though Mr. Whitford does not give you money, he gives you his time. He tries to get you into the Navy. He pays for me. What do you say?" "My keep. And as for liking him, if he were at the bottom of the water here, I'd go down after him. I mean to learn. We're both of us here at 6 o'clock in the morning when it's light, and have a swim. He taught me. Only I never cared for school books." "Are you quite certain that Mr. Whitford pays for you?" "My father told me he did, and I must obey him. He heard my father was poor, with a family. He went down to see my father. My father came here once, and Sir Willoughby wouldn't see him. I know Mr. Whitford does, and Miss Dale told me he did. My mother says she thinks he does it to make up to us for my father's long walk in the rain and the cold he caught coming here to Patterne. So you see you should not vex him, Crossjay. He is a good friend to your father and to you. You ought to love him." "I like him, and I like his face." "Why his face?" "It's not like those faces. Miss Dale and I talk about him. She thinks that Sir Willoughby is the best-looking man ever born." "Were you not speaking of Mr. Whitford?" "Yes, old Vernon. That's what Sir Willoughby calls him." Young Crossjay excused himself to her look of surprise. "Do you know what he makes me think of? His eyes, I mean. He makes me think of Robinson Crusoe's old goat in the cavern. I like him because he's always the same, and you're not positive about some people. Miss Middleton, if you look on at cricket, in comes a safe man for 10 runs. He may get more, and he never gets less. And you should hear the old farmers talk of him in the booth. That's just my feeling." Miss Middleton understood that some illustration from the cricketing field was intended to throw light on the boy's feeling for Mr. Whitford. Young Crossjay was evidently warming to speak from his heart. But the sun was low, she had to dress for the dinner-table, and she landed him with regret, as at a holiday over. Before they parted, he offered to swim across the lake in his clothes, or dive to the bed for anything she pleased to throw, declaring solemnly that it should not be lost. She walked back at a slow pace, and sung to herself above darker flowing thoughts, like the reed warbler on the branch beside the night stream. a simple song of a light-hearted sound, independent of the shifting black and grey of the flood underneath. A step was at her heels. "I see you have been petting my scapegrace." "Mr. Whitford? Yes, not petting, I hope. I tried to give him a lecture. He's a dear lad, but I fancy trying." She was in fine sunset colour, unable to arrest the mounting tide. She had been rowing, she said, and as he directed his eyes, according to his wont, penetratingly, she defended herself by fixing her mind on Robinson Crusoe's old goat in the recess of the cavern. "I must have him away from here very soon," said Vernon. "Here he's quite spoiled. Speak of him to Willoughby. I can't guess at his ideas of the boy's future, but the chance of passing for the Navy won't bear trifling with, and if ever there was a lad made for the Navy, it's a Crossjay." The incident of the explosion in the laboratory was new to Vernon. "And Willoughby laughed?" he said. "There are seaport crammers who stuff young fellows for examination, and we shall have to pack off the boy at once to the best one of the lot we can find. I would rather have had him under me up to the last 3 months, and have made sure of some roots to what is knocked into his head, but he's ruined here, and I am going, so I shall not trouble him for many weeks longer. Dr. Middleton is well?" "My father is well, yes. He pounced like a falcon on your notes in the library." Vernon came out with a chuckle. "They were left to attract him. I am in for a controversy. Papa will not spare you to judge from his look." "I know the look." "Have you walked far today?" 9½ hours. My flibbertigibbet is too much for me at times, and I had to walk off my temper." She cast her eyes on him, thinking of the pleasure of dealing with a temper honestly coltish, and manfully open to a specific. "All those hours were required?" "Not quite so long. You are training for your Alpine tour." "It's doubtful whether I shall get to the Alps this year. I leave the Hall, and shall probably be in London with a pen to sell." "Willoughby knows that you leave him?" "As much as Mont Blanc knows that he is going to be climbed by a party below. He sees a speck or two in the valley." "He has not spoken of it." "He would attribute it to changes—" Vernon did not conclude the sentence. She became breathless without emotion, but checked by the barrier confronting an impulse to ask, "What changes?" She stooped to pluck a cowslip. "I saw daffodils lower down the park," she said, "1 or 2. They're nearly over." "We are well off for wildflowers here," he answered. "Do not leave him, Mr. Whitford." "He will not want me." "You are devoted to him." "I can't pretend that." "Then it is the changes you imagine you foresee, if any occur. Why should they drive you away?" "Well, I'm 32, and have never been in the fray. Kind of nondescript, half scholar, and by nature half billman or bowman or musketeer. If I'm worth anything, London's the field for me. That's what I have to try." "Papa will not like your serving with your pen in London. He will say you are worth too much for that." "Good men are at it. I should not care to be ranked above them." "They are wasted, he says." "Error. If they have their private ambition, they may suppose they are wasted. But the value to the world of a private ambition I do not clearly understand." "You have not an evil opinion of the world?" said Miss Middleton, sick at heart as she spoke, with the sensation of having invited herself to take a drop of poison. He replied, "One might as well have an evil opinion of a river. Here it's muddy, there it's clear. One day troubled, another at rest. We have to treat it with common sense." "Love it?" "In the sense of serving it." "Not think it's beautiful?" "Part of it is, part of it the reverse." Papa would quote the Mulier Formosa. "Except that fish is too good for the black extremity. Woman is excellent for the upper." "How do you say that? Not cynically, I believe. Your view commends itself to my reason." She was grateful to him for not stating it in ideal contrast with Sir Willoughby's view. If he had, so intensely did her youthful blood desire to be enamoured of the world, that she felt he would have lifted her off her feet. For a moment a gulf beneath had been threatening. When she said "love it," a little enthusiasm would have wafted her into space fiery as wine, but the sober in the sense of serving it, entered her brain, and was matter for reflection upon it and him. She could think of him in pleasant liberty, uncorrected by her woman's instinct of peril. He had neither arts nor graces, nothing of his cousin's easy social front face. She had once witnessed the military precision of his dancing, and had to learn to like him before she ceased to pray that she might never be the victim of it as his partner. He walked heroically, his pedestrian vigor being famous, but that means one who walks away from the sex, not excelling in the recreations where men and women join hands. He was not much of a horseman either. Sir Willoughby enjoyed seeing him on horseback, and he could scarcely be said to shine in a drawing-room, unless when seated beside a person ready for real talk. Even more than his merits, his demerits pointed him out as a man to be a friend to a young woman who wanted one. His way of life pictured to her troubled spirit an enviable smoothness, and his having achieved that smooth way she considered a sign of strength, and she wished to lean in idea upon some friendly strength. His reputation for indifference to the frivolous charms of girls clothed him with a noble coldness, and gave him the distinction of a far-seen solitary iceberg in southern waters. The popular notion of hereditary titled aristocracy resembles her sentiment for a man that would not flatter and could not be flattered by her sex. He appeared superior almost to awfulness. She was young, but she had received much flattery in her ears, and by it she had been snared. And he, disdaining to practise the fowler's arts, or to cast a thought on small fowls, appeared to her to have a pride founded on natural loftiness. They had not spoken for a while, when Vernon said abruptly, "The boy's future rather depends on you, Miss Middleton. I mean to leave as soon as possible, and I do not like his being here without me, though you will look after him, I have no doubt. But you may not at first see where the spoiling hurts him. He should be packed off at once to the crammer, before you are Lady Patterne. Use your influence. Willoughby will support the lad at your request. The cost cannot be great. There are strong grounds against my having him in London, even if I could manage it. May I count on you?" "I will mention it. I will do my best," said Miss Middleton, strangely dejected. They were now on the lawn, where Sir Willoughby was walking with the ladies Eleanor and Isabel, his maiden aunts. "You seem to have coursed the hare and captured the hart," he said to his bride. "Started the truant and run down the pedagogue," said Vernon. "Ah, you won't listen to me about the management of that boy," Sir Willoughby retorted. The ladies embraced Miss Middleton. One offered up an ejaculation in eulogy of her looks, the other of her healthfulness. Then both remarked that with indulgence young Crossjay could be induced to do anything. Clara wondered whether inclination or Sir Willoughby had disciplined their individuality out of them, and made them his shadows, his echoes. She gazed from them to him, and feared him. But as yet she had not experienced the power in him which could threaten and wrestle to subject the members of his household to the state of satellites. Though she had in fact been giving battle to it for several months, she had held her own too well to perceive definitely the character of the spirit opposing her. She said to the ladies, "Ah, no, Mr. Whitford has chosen the only method for teaching a boy like Crossjay." "I propose to make a man of him," said Sir Willoughby. "What is to become of him if he learns nothing?" "If he pleases me, he will be provided for. I have never abandoned a dependent." Clara let her eyes rest on his, and without turning or dropping, shut them. The effect was discomforting to him. He was very sensitive to the intentions of eyes and tones, which was one secret of his rigid grasp of the dwellers in his household. They were taught that they had to render agreement under sharp scrutiny. Studious eyes, devoid of warmth, devoid of the shyness of sex, that suddenly closed on their look, signified a want of comprehension of some kind. It might be hostility of understanding. Was it possible he did not possess her utterly? He frowned up. Clara saw the lift of his brows, and thought, "My mind is my own, married or not." It was the point in dispute. End of chapter 8. Recording by Dawn Hadley.
Chapter 9 of the Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Chapter 9. Clara and Letitia meet. They are compared. An hour before the time for lessons next morning, young Crossjay was on the lawn with a big bunch of wild flowers. He left them at the hall door for Miss Middleton, and vanished into bushes. These vulgar weeds were about to be dismissed to the dust heap by the great officials of the household. But as it happened that Miss Middleton had seen them from the window in Crossjay's hands, the discovery was made that they were indeed his presentation bouquet, and a footman received orders to place them before her. She was very pleased. The arrangement of the flowers bore witness to fairer fingers than the boy's own in the disposition of the rings of colour. Red campion and anemone, cowslip and speedwell, primroses and wood hyacinths, and rising out of the blue was a branch bearing thick white blossom, so thick and so pure a whiteness that Miss Middleton, while praising Crossjay for soliciting the aid of Miss Dale, was at loss to name the tree. "It is a gardener's improvement of the vestal of the forest, the wild cherry," said Dr. Middleton, "and in this case we may admit the gardener's claim to be valid, though I believe that with his gift of double blossom he has improved away the fruit. Call this the vestal of civilization. Then he has at least done something to vindicate the beauty of the office as well as the justness of the title." "It is Vernon's holy tree. The young rascal has been despoiling," said Sir Willoughby merrily. Miss Middleton was informed that this double blossom wild cherry tree was worshipped by Mr. Whitford. Sir Willoughby promised he would conduct her to it. "You," he said to her, "can bear the trial. Few complexions can. It is to most ladies a crueller test than snow. Miss Dale, for example, becomes old lace within a dozen yards of it. I should like to place her under the tree beside you." "Dear me, though! But that is investing the Hamadryad with novel and terrible functions," exclaimed Dr. Middleton. Clara said, "Miss Dale could drag me into a superior court to show me fading beside her in gifts more valuable than a complexion." "She has a fine ability," said Vernon. All the world knew, so Clara knew of Miss Dale's romantic admiration of Sir Willoughby. She was curious to see Miss Dale, and study the nature of a devotion that might be within reason imitable, for a man who could speak with such steely coldness of the poor lady he had fascinated. Well, perhaps it was good for the hearts of women to be beneath a frost, to be schooled, restrained, turned inward on their dreams. Yes, then his coldness was desirable. It encouraged an ideal of him. It suggested and seemed to propose to Clara's mind the divineness of separation, instead of the deadly accuracy of an intimate perusal. She tried to look on him as Miss Dale might look, and while partly despising her for the dupery she envied, and more than criticising him for the inhuman numbness of sentiment which offered up his worshipper, to point a complimentary comparison, she was able to imagine a distance whence it would be possible to observe him uncritically, kindly, admiringly, as the moon a handsome mortal, for example. In the midst of her thoughts she surprised herself by saying, "I certainly was difficult to instruct. I might see things clearer if I had a fine ability. I never remember to have been perfectly pleased with my immediate lesson." She stopped, wondering whither her tongue was leading her, then added to save herself, "And that may be why I feel for poor Crossjay." Mr. Whitford apparently did not think it remarkable that she should have been set off gabbling of a fine ability, though the eulogistic phrase had been pronounced by him with an impressiveness to make his ear aware of an echo. Sir Willoughby dispersed her vapourish confusion. "Exactly," he said. "I have insisted with Vernon, I don't know how often, that you must have the lad by his affections. He won't bear driving. It had no effect on me. Boys of spirit kick at it. I think I know boys, Clara." He found himself addressing eyes that regarded him as though he were a small speck, a pin's head, in the circle of their remote contemplation. They were wide, they closed. She opened them to gaze elsewhere. He was very sensitive. Even then, when knowingly wounding him, or because of it, she was trying to climb back to that altitude of the thin division of neutral ground, from which we see a lover's faults and are above them, pure surveyors. She climbed unsuccessfully, it is true, soon despairing, and using the effort as a pretext to fall back lower. Dr. Middleton withdrew Sir Willoughby's attention from the imperceptible annoyance. "No, sir, no. The birch, the birch. Boys of spirit commonly turn into solid men, and the solider the men, the more surely do they vote for Busby. For me, I pray he may be immortal in Great Britain. Sea air, nor mountain air, is half so bracing. I venture to say that the power to take a licking is better worth having than the power to administer one. Horse him and birch him if Crossjay runs from his books." "It is your opinion, sir?" His host bowed to him affably, shocked on behalf of the ladies. "So positively so, sir, that I will undertake, without knowledge of their antecedents, to lay my finger on the men in public life who have not had early Busby. They are ill-balanced men. Their seat of reason is not a concrete. They won't take rough and smooth as they come. They make bad blood, can't forgive, sniff right and left for approbation, and are excited to anger if an east wind does not flatter them. Why, sir, when they have grown to be seniors, you find these men mixed up with the nonsense of their youth. You see they are unthrashed. We English beat the world because we take a licking well. I hold it for a surety of a proper sweetness of blood." The smile of Sir Willoughby waxed ever softer, as the shakes of his head increased in contradictoriness. "And yet," said he, with the air of conceding a little after having answered the Reverend Doctor, and convicted him of error, "Jack requires it to keep him in order. On board ship your argument may apply. Not, I suspect, among gentlemen. No." "Good night to you, gentlemen," said Dr. Middleton. Clara heard Miss Eleanor and Miss Isabel interchange remarks. "Willoughby would not have suffered it. It would entirely have altered him." She sighed, and put a tooth on her underlip. The gift of humorous fancy is in women fenced round with forbidding placards. They have to choke it, if they perceive a piece of humour. For instance, the young Willoughby grasped by his master, and his horrified relatives rigid at the sight of preparations for the seed of sacrilege. They have to blindfold the mind's eye. They are society's hard-drilled soldiery, Prussians that must both march and think in step. It is for the advantage of the civilized world, if you like, since men have decreed it, or matrons have so read the decree. But here and there a younger woman, haply an uncorrected insurgent of the sex matured here and there, feels that her lot was cast with her head in a narrower pit than her limbs. Clara speculated as to whether Miss Dale might be perchance a person of a certain liberty of mind. She asked for some little, only some little, free play of mind in a house that seemed to wear, as it were, a cap of iron. Sir Willoughby not merely ruled, he throned, he inspired, and how? She had noticed an irascible sensitiveness in him alert against a shadow of disagreement, and as he was kind when perfectly appeased, the sop was offered by him for submission. She noticed that even Mr. Whitford forbore to alarm the sentiment of authority in his cousin. If he did not breathe Sir Willoughby, like the ladies Eleanor and Isabel, he would either acquiesce in a syllable or be silent. He never strongly dissented. The habit of the house with its iron cap was on him, as it was on the servants, and would be, oh, shudders of the shipwrecked that see their end drowning, on the wife. "When do I meet Miss Dale?" she inquired. "This very evening at dinner," replied Sir Willoughby. Then, thought she, there is that to look forward to. She indulged her morbid fit, and shut up her senses that she might live in the anticipation of meeting Miss Dale. And long before the approach of the hour, her hope of encountering any other than another dull adherent of Sir Willoughby had fled. So she was languid for 2 of the 3 minutes when she sat alone with Laetitia in the drawing room, before the rest had assembled. "It is Miss Middleton?" Laetitia said, advancing to her. "My jealousy tells me, for you have won my boy Crossjay's heart, and done more to bring him to obedience in a few minutes than we have been able to do in months." "His wild flowers were so welcome to me," said Clara. "He was very modest over them, and I mention it because boys of his age usually thrust their gifts in our faces fresh as they pluck them, and you were to be treated quite differently." "We saw his good fairy's hand." "She resigns her office. But I pray you not to love him too well in return, for he ought to be away reading with one of those men who get boys through their examinations. He is, we all think, a born sailor, and his place is in the navy. But, Miss Dale, I love him so well that I shall consult his interests and not my own selfishness. And if I have influence, he will not be a week with you longer. It should have been spoke of to day. I must have been in some dream. I thought of it, I know. I will not forget to do what may be in my power." Clara's heart sank at the renewed engagement and plighting of herself involved in her asking a favour, urging any sort of petition. The cause was good. Besides, she was plighted already. "Sir Willoughby is really fond of the boy," she said. "He is fond of exciting fondness in the boy," said Miss Dale. "He has not dealt much with children. I am sure he likes Crossjay. He could not otherwise be so forbearing. It is wonderful what he endures and laughs at." Sir Willoughby entered. The presence of Miss Dale illuminated him as the burning taper lights up a consecrated plate. Deeply respecting her for her constancy, esteeming her for a model of taste, he was never in her society without that happy consciousness of shining which calls forth the treasures of the man. And these it is no exaggeration to term unbounded, when all that comes from him is taken for gold. The effect of the evening on Clara was to render her distrustful of her later antagonism. She had unknowingly passed into the spirit of Miss Dale, Sir Willoughby aiding, for she could sympathise with the view of his constant admirer on seeing him so cordially and smoothly gay, as one may say, domestically witty, the most agreeable form of wit. Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson discerned that he had a leg of physical perfection. Miss Dale distinguished it in him in the vital essence. And before either of these ladies he was not simply a radiant, he was a productive creature. So true it is that praise is our fructifying sun. He had even a touch of the romantic air which Clara remembered as her first impression of the favourite of the county, and strange she found it to observe this resuscitated idea confronting her experience. What if she had been captious, inconsiderate? Oh, blissful revival of the sense of peace! The happiness of pain departing was all that she looked for, and her conception of liberty was to learn to love her chains, provided that he would spare her the caress. In this mood she sternly condemned Constantia. We must try to do good. We must not be thinking of ourselves. We must make the best of our path in life. She revolved these infantile precepts with humble earnestness, and not to be tardy in her striving to do good, with a remote but pleasurable glimpse of Mr. Whitford hearing of it, she took the opportunity to speak to Sir Willoughby on the subject of young Crossjay, at a moment when, alighting from horseback, he had shown himself to advantage among a gallant cantering company. He showed to great advantage on horseback among men, being invariably the best mounted, and he had a cavalry style, possibly cultivated but effective. On foot his raised head and half dropped eyelids too palpably assumed superiority. "Willoughby, I want to speak," she said, and shrank as she spoke, lest he would immediately grant everything in the mood of courtship, and invade her respite. "I want to speak of that dear boy Crossjay. You are fond of him. He is rather an idle boy here, and wasting time." "Now you are here, and when you are here for good, my love for good," he fluttered away in loveliness, forgetful of Crossjay, whom he presently took up. "The boy recognizes his most sovereign lady, and will do your bidding, though you should order him to learn his lessons. Who would not obey? Your beauty alone commands. But what is there beyond? A grace, a hue divine, that sets you not so much above as apart, severed from the world?"
Clara produced an active smile in duty, and pursued. "If Crossjay were sent at once to some house where men prepare boys to pass for the navy, he would have his chance, and the navy is distinctly his profession. His father is a brave man, and he inherits bravery, and he has a passion for a sailor's life. Only he must be able to pass his examination, and he has not much time." Sir Willoughby gave a slight laugh in sad amusement. "My dear Clara, you adore the world, and I suppose you have to learn that there is not a question in this wrangling world about which we have not disputes and contests ad nauseam. I have my notions concerning Crossjay. Vernon has his. I should wish to make a gentleman of him. Vernon marks him for a sailor. But Vernon is the lad's protector. I am not. Vernon took him from his father to instruct him, and he has a right to say what shall be done with him. I do not interfere. Only I can't prevent the lad from liking me. Old Vernon seems to feel it. I assure you I hold entirely aloof. If I am asked, in spite of my disapproval of Vernon's plans for the boy, to subscribe to his departure, I can but shrug, because, as you see, I have never opposed. Old Vernon pays for him. He is the master. He decides, and if Crossjay is blown from the masthead in a gale, the blame does not fall on me. These, my dear, are matters of reason." "I would not venture to intrude on them," said Clara, "if I had not suspected that money."
"Yes," cried Willoughby, "and it is a part. And let old Vernon surrender the boy to me, I will immediately relieve him of the burden on his purse. Can I do that, my dear, for the furtherance of a scheme I condemn? The point is thus. Latterly I have invited Captain Patterne to visit me, just previous to his departure for the African coast, where government dispatches marines when there is no other way of killing them. I sent him a special invitation. He thanked me and curtly declined. The man, I may almost say, is my pensioner. Well, he calls himself a Patterne. He is undoubtedly a man of courage. He has elements of our blood and the name. I think I am to be approved for desiring to make a better gentleman of the son than I behold in the father, and seeing that life from an early age on board ship has anything but made a gentleman of the father, I hold that I am right in shaping another course for the son." "Naval officers," Clara suggested. "Some," said Willoughby, "but they must be men of birth, coming out of homes of good breeding. Strip them of the halo of the title of naval officers, and I fear you would not often say gentlemen when they step into a drawing room. I went so far as to fancy I had some claim to make young Crossjay something different. It can be done. The pattern comes out in his behaviour to you, my love. It can be done. But if I take him, I claim undisputed sway over him. I cannot make a gentleman of the fellow if I am to compete with this person and that. In fine, he must look up to me. He must have one model." "Would you then provide for him subsequently?" "According to his behaviour." "Would not that be precarious for him?" "More so than the profession you appear inclined to choose for him." "But there he would be under clear regulations." "With me he would have to respond to affection." "Would you secure him a settled income? For an idle gentleman is bad enough, a penniless gentleman." "He has only to please me, my dear, and he will be launched and protected." "But if he does not succeed in pleasing you?" "Is it so difficult?" "Oh!" Clara fretted. "You see, my love, I answer you," said Sir Willoughby. He resumed: "But let old Vernon have his trial with the lad. He has his own ideas. Let him carry them out. I shall watch the experiment." Clara was for abandoning her task in sheer faintness. "Is not the question one of money?" she said shyly, knowing Mr. Whitford to be poor. "Old Vernon chooses to spend his money that way," replied Sir Willoughby. "If it saves him from breaking his shins and risking his neck on his Alps, we may consider it well employed." "Yes." Clara's voice occupied a pause. She seized her languor as it were a curling snake, and cast it off. "But I understand that Mr. Whitford wants your assistance. Is he not rich? When he leaves the Hall to try his fortune in literature in London, he may not be so well able to support Crossjay and obtain the instruction necessary for the boy, and it would be generous to help him." "Leaves the Hall!" exclaimed Willoughby. "I have not heard a word of it. He made a bad start at the beginning, and I should have thought that would have tamed him. Had to throw over his fellowship. Ahem! Then he received a small legacy some time back, and wanted to be off to push his luck in literature. Rank gambling, as I told him. Londonizing can do him no good. I thought that nonsense of his was over years ago. What is it he has from me? About 150 a year, and it might be doubled for the asking. And all the books he requires, and these writers and scholars no sooner think of a book than they must have it. And do not suppose me to complain. I am a man who will not have a single shilling expended by those who serve immediately about my person. I confess to exacting that kind of dependency. Feudalism is not an objectionable thing if you can be sure of the lord. You know, Clara, and you should know me in my weakness too. I do not claim servitude. I stipulate for affection. I claim to be surrounded by persons loving me, and with one, dearest, so that we two can shut out the world, will live what is the dream of others. Nothing imaginable can be sweeter. It is a veritable heaven on earth to be the possessor of the whole of you, your thoughts, hopes, all." Sir Willoughby intensified his imagination to conceive more. He could not, or could not express it, and pursued: "But what is this talk of Vernon's leaving me? He cannot leave. He has barely 100 a year of his own. You see, I consider him. I do not speak of the ingratitude of the wish to leave. You know, my dear, I have a deadly abhorrence of partings and such like. As far as I can, I surround myself with healthy people, specially to guard myself from having my feelings wrung. And excepting Miss Dale, whom you like, my darling does like her?" The answer satisfied him. "With that one exception, I am not aware of a case that threatens or torments me. And here is a man under no compulsion, talking of leaving the Hall. In the name of goodness, why? But why? Am I to imagine that the sight of perfect felicity distresses him? We are told that the world is desperately wicked. I do not like to think it of my friends, yet otherwise their conduct is often hard to account for."
"If it were true, you would not punish Crossjay?" Clara feebly interposed.
"I should certainly take Crossjay and make a man of him after my own model, my dear. But who spoke to you of this?"
"Mr. Whitford himself. And let me give you my opinion, Willoughby, that he will take Crossjay with him, rather than leave him, if there is a fear of the boy's missing his chance of the navy."
"Marines appear to be in the ascendant," said Sir Willoughby, astonished at the locution and pleading in the interests of a son of one. "Then Crossjay he must take. I cannot accept half the boy. I am," he laughed, "the legitimate claimant in the application for judgment before the wise king. Besides, the boy has a dose of my blood in him. He has none of Vernon's, not one drop."
"Ah!"
"You see, my love?"
"Oh, I do see, yes."
"I put forth no pretensions to perfection," Sir Willoughby continued. "I can bear a considerable amount of provocation. Still I can be offended, and I am unforgiving when I have been offended. Speak to Vernon, if a natural occasion should spring up. I shall of course have to speak to him. You may, Clara, have observed a man who passed me on the road as we were cantering home, without a hint of a touch to his hat. That man is a tenant of mine, farming 600 acres. Hopner by name, a man bound to remember that I have, independently of my position, obliged him frequently. His lease of my ground has 5 years to run. I must say I detest the churlishness of our country population, and where it comes across me I chastise it. Vernon is a different matter. He will only require to be spoken to. One would fancy the old fellow laboured now and then under a magnetic attraction to beggary. My love," he bent to her and checked their pacing up and down, "you are tired?"
"I am very tired to day," said Clara. His arm was offered. She laid 2 fingers on it, and they dropped when he attempted to press them to his rib. He did not insist. To walk beside her was to share in the stateliness of her walking. He placed himself at a corner of the doorway for her to pass him into the house, and doted on her cheek, her ear, and the softly dusky nape of her neck, where this way and that the little lighter coloured irreclaimable curls running truant from the comb and the knot, curls, half curls, root curls, vine ringlets, wedding rings, fledgling feathers, tufts of down, blown wisps, waved or fell, waved over or up or involutedly, or strayed, loose and downward, in the form of small silken paws, hardly any of them much thicker than a crayon shading, cunninger than long round locks of gold to trick the heart. Laetitia had nothing to show resembling such beauty. End of chapter 9. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 10 of the Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Chapter 10, in which Sir Willoughby chances to supply the title for himself. Now Vernon was useful to his cousin. He was the accomplished secretary of a man who governed his estates shrewdly and diligently.
but had been once or twice unlucky in his judgments, pronounced from the magisterial bench as a justice of peace, on which occasions a half column of trenchant English supported by an apposite classical quotation impressed Sir Willoughby with the value of such a secretary in a controversy. He had no fear of that fiery dragon of scorching breath, the newspaper press, while Vernon was his right-hand man; and as he intended to enter Parliament, he foresaw the greater need of him. Furthermore, he liked his cousin to date his own controversial writings on classical subjects from Patterne Hall. It caused his house to shine in a foreign field, proved the service of scholarship by giving it a flavour of bookish aristocracy that, though not so well worth having, and indeed in itself contemptible, is above the material and titular, one cannot quite say how. There, however, is the flavour. Dainty sauces are the life, the nobility of famous dishes, taken alone. The former would be nauseating, the latter plebeian. It is thus, or somewhat so, when you have a poet, still better a scholar, attached to your household. Sir Willoughby deserved to have him, for he was above his county friends in his apprehension of the flavour bestowed by the man, and having him, he had made them conscious of their deficiency. His cook, Monsieur de Horse, pupil of the great Godefroy, was not the only French cook in the county, but his cousin and secretary, the rising scholar, the elegant essayist, was an unparalleled decoration, of his kind, of course. Personally, we laugh at him. You had better not, unless you are fain to show that the higher world of polite literature is unknown to you. Sir Willoughby could create an abject silence at a county dinner table by an allusion to Vernon, at work at home upon his Etruscans or historians, and he paused a moment to let the allusion sink, laughed audibly to himself over his eccentric cousin, and let him rest. In addition, Sir Willoughby abhorred the loss of a familiar face in his domestic circle. He thought ill of servants who could accept their dismissal without petitioning to stay with him. A servant that gave warning partook of a certain fiendishness. Vernon's project of leaving the Hall offended and alarmed the sensitive gentleman. "I shall have to hand Letty Dale to him at last," he thought, yielding in bitter generosity to the conditions imposed on him by the ungenerousness of another. For since his engagement to Miss Middleton, his electrically forethoughtful mind had seen in Miss Dale, if she stayed in the neighbourhood, and remained unmarried, the governess of his infant children, often consulting with him. But here was a prospect dashed out. The two, then, may marry, and live in a cottage on the borders of his park, and Vernon can retain his post, and Letitia her devotion. The risk of her casting it off had to be faced. Marriage has been known to have such an effect on the most faithful of women, that a great passion fades to naught in their volatile bosoms when they have taken a husband. We see in women especially the triumph of the animal over the spiritual. Nevertheless, risks must be run for a purpose in view. Having no taste for a discussion with Vernon, whom it was his habit to confound by breaking away from him abruptly when he had delivered his opinion, he left it to both the persons interesting themselves in young Crossjay to imagine that he was meditating on the question of the lad, and to imagine that it would be wise to leave him to meditate. For he could be preternaturally acute in reading any of his fellow creatures if they crossed the current of his feelings. And meanwhile he instructed the ladies Eleanor and Isabel to bring Letitia Dale on a visit to the Hall, where dinner parties were soon to be given, and a pleasing talker would be wanted, where also a woman of intellect, steeped in a splendid sentiment, hitherto a miracle of female constancy, might stir a younger woman to some emulation. Definitely, to resolve to bestow Letitia upon Vernon was more than he could do. Enough that he held the card. Regarding Clara, his genius for perusing the heart, which was not in perfect harmony with him, though the series of responsive movements to his own informed him of a something in her character that might have suggested to Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson her indefensible, absurd, rouge in porcelain idea, there was none in that phrase. Yet if you looked on Clara as a delicately inimitable porcelain beauty, the suspicion of a delicately inimitable ripple over her features touched a thought of innocent rougerie, wildwood rougerie. The likeness to the costly and lovely substance appeared to admit a fitness in the dubious epithet. He detested, but was haunted by the phrase. She certainly had at times the look of the nymph that had gazed too long on the faun, and has unwittingly copied his lurking lip and long sliding eye. Her play with young Crossjay resembled a return of the lady to the cat. She flung herself into it as if her real vitality had been in suspense till she saw the boy. Sir Willoughby by no means disapproved of a physical liveliness that promised him health in his mate, but he began to feel in their conversations that she did not sufficiently think of making herself a nest for him. Steely points were opposed to him when he, figuratively, bared his bosom to be taken to the softest and fairest. She reasoned, in other words, armed her ignorance. She reasoned against him publicly, and lured Vernon to support her. Influence is to be counted for power, and her influence over Vernon was displayed in her persuading him to dance one evening at Lady Culmer's after his melancholy exhibitions of himself in the art. And not only did she persuade him to stand up fronting her, she manoeuvred him through the dance like a clever boy cajoling a top to come to him without reeling, both to Vernon's contentment and to Sir Willoughby's, for he was the last man to object to a manifestation of power in his bride. Considering her influence with Vernon, he renewed the discourse upon young Crossjay, and, as he was addicted to system, he took her into his confidence, that she might be taught to look to him and act for him.
"Old Vernon has not spoken to you again of that lad?" he said.
"Yes, Mr. Whitford has asked me."
"He does not ask me, my dear."
"He may fancy me of greater aid than I am."
"You see, my love, if he puts Crossjay on me, he will be off. He has this craze for enlisting his pen in London, as he calls it, and I am accustomed to him. I don't like to think of him as a hack scribe, writing nonsense from dictation to earn a pitiful subsistence. I want him here, and supposing he goes he offends me. He loses a friend, and it will not be the first time that a friend has tried me too far. But if he offends me, he is extinct."
"Is what?" cried Clara, with a look of fright.
"He becomes to me at once as if he had never been. He is extinct."
"In spite of your affection?"
"On account of it, I might say. Our nature is mysterious, and mine as much so as any. Whatever my regrets, he goes out. This is not a language I talk to the world. I do the man no harm. I am not to be named unchristian, but—"
Sir Willoughby mildly shrugged and indicated a spreading out of the arms. "But do talk to me as you talk to the world, Willoughby. Give me some relief."
"My own Clara, we are one. You should know me at my worst, we will say, if you like, as well as at my best."
"Should I speak too?"
"What could you have to confess?"
She hung silent. The wave of an insane resolution swelled in her bosom and subsided before she said, "Cowardice, incapacity to speak."
"Women," said he.
"We do not expect so much of women, the heroic virtues as little as the vices. They have not to unfold the scroll of character." He resumed, and by his tone she understood that she was now in the inner temple of him.
"I tell you these things. I quite acknowledge they do not elevate me. They help to constitute my character. I tell you most humbly that I have in me much, too much of the fallen archangel's pride." Clara bowed her head over a sustained in-drawn breath. "It must be pride," he said, in a reverie superinduced by her thoughtfulness over the revelation, and glorying in the black flames demoniacal wherewith he crowned himself. "Can you not correct it?" said she. He replied, profoundly vexed by disappointment. "I am what I am. It might be demonstrated to you mathematically that it is corrected by equivalents or substitutions in my character, if it be a failing assuming that." "It seems to me so cruelly to punish Mr. Whitford for seeking to improve his fortunes." "He reflects on my share in his fortunes. He has had but to apply to me for his honorarium to be doubled." "He wishes for independence." "Independence of me."
"Liberty."
"At my expense."
"Oh, Willoughby!"
"Ay, but this is the world, and I know it, my love. And beautiful as your incredulity may be, you will find it more comforting to confide in my knowledge of the selfishness of the world. My sweetest, you will? You do? For a breath of difference between us is intolerable. Do you not feel how it breaks our magic ring? One small fissure, and we have the world with its muddy deluge. But my subject was old Vernon. Yes, I pay for Crossjay, if Vernon consents to stay. I waive my own scheme for the lad, though I think it the better one. Now then, to induce Vernon to stay. He has his ideas about staying under a mistress of the household, and therefore, not to contest it, he is a man of no argument. A sort of lunatic determination takes the place of it with old Vernon. Let him settle close by me in one of my cottages. Very well, and to settle him we must marry him."
"Who is there?" said Clara, beating for the lady in her mind.
"Women," said Willoughby, "are born matchmakers, and the most persuasive in a young bride. With a man, and a man like old Vernon, she is irresistible. It is my wish, and that arms you. It is your wish that subjugates him. If he goes for good. If he stays, he is my friend. I deal simply with him as with every one. It is the secret of authority. Now, Miss Dale will soon lose her father. He exists on a pension. She has the prospect of having to leave the neighbourhood of the Hall, unless she is established near us. Her whole heart is in this region. It is the poor soul's passion. Count on her agreeing. But she will require a little wooing, and old Vernon wooing. Picture the scene to yourself, my love. His notion of wooing, I suspect, will be to treat the lady like a lexicon, and turn over the leaves for the word, and fly through the leaves for another word, and so get a sentence. Don't frown at the poor old fellow, my Clara. Some have the language on their tongues, and some have not. Some are very dry sticks, manly men, honest fellows, but so cut away, so polished away from the sex, that they are in absolute want of outsiders to supply the silken filaments to attach them, actually. Sir Willoughby laughed in Clara's face to relax the dreamy stoniness of her look. "But I can assure you, my dearest, I have seen it. Vernon does not know how to speak, as we speak. He has, or he had, what is called a sneaking affection for Miss Dale. It was the most amusing thing possible, his courtship. The air of a dog with an uneasy conscience, trying to reconcile himself with his master. We were all in fits of laughter. Of course it came to nothing."
"Will Mr. Whitford," said Clara, "offend you to extinction if he declines?"
Willoughby breathed an affectionate tush to her silliness. We bring them together as we best can. You see, Clara, I desire and I will make some sacrifices to detain him." "But what do you sacrifice? A cottage?" said Clara, combative at all points. "An ideal, perhaps. I lay no stress on sacrifice. I strongly object to separations, and therefore you will say I prepare the ground for unions. Put your influence to good service, my love. I believe you could persuade him to give us the Highland fling on the drawing room table." "There is nothing to say to him of Crossjay?" "We hold Crossjay in reserve." "It is urgent." "Trust me, I have my ideas. I am not idle. That boy bids fair for a capital horseman. Eventualities might—" Sir Willoughby murmured to himself, and addressing his bride, "The cavalry? If we put him into the cavalry, we might make a gentleman of him, not to be ashamed of him. Or, under certain eventualities, the Guards. Think it over, my love. De Craye, who will, I suppose, act best man for me, supposing old Vernon to pull at the collar, is a lieutenant colonel in the Guards, a thorough gentleman, of the brainless class, if you like, but an elegant fellow, an Irishman. You will see him, and I should like to set a naval lieutenant beside him in a drawing room, for you to compare them and consider the model you would choose for a boy you are interested in. Horace is grace and gallantry incarnate. Fatuous, probably. I have always been too friendly with him to examine closely. He made himself one of my dogs, though my elder, and seemed to like to be at my heels. One of the few men's faces I can call admirably handsome, with nothing behind it, perhaps. As Vernon says, a nothing picked by the vultures and bleached by the desert. Not a bad talker, if you are satisfied with keeping up the ball. He will amuse you. Old Horace does not know how amusing he is." "Did Mr. Whitford say that of Colonel De Craye?" "I forget the person of whom he said it. So you have noticed old Vernon's foible? Quote him one of his epigrams, and he is in motion head and heels. It is an infallible receipt for turning him. If I want to have him in good temper, I have only to remark, as you said. I straighten his back instantly." "I," said Clara, "have noticed chiefly his anxiety concerning the boy, for which I admire him." "Creditable, if not particularly far-sighted and sagacious. Well, then, my dear, attack him at once. Lead him to the subject of our fair neighbour. She is to be our guest for a week or so, and the whole affair might be concluded far enough to fix him before she leaves. She is at present awaiting the arrival of a cousin to attend on her father. A little gentle pushing will precipitate old Vernon on his knees as far as he ever can unbend them. But when a lady is made ready to expect a declaration, you know why she does not, does she, demand the entire formula, though some beautiful fortresses?" He enfolded her. Clara was growing hardened to it. To this she was fated, and not seeing any way to escape, she invoked a friendly frost to strike her blood, and passed through the minute unfeelingly. Having passed it, she reproached herself for making so much of it, thinking it a lesser endurance than to listen to him. What could she do? She was caged by her word of honour, as she at one time thought, by her cowardice, at another, and dimly sensible that the latter was a stronger lock than the former. She mused on the abstract question, whether a woman's cowardice can be so absolute as to cast her into the jaws of her aversion. Is it to be conceived? Is there not a moment when it stands at bay? But haggard-visaged honour then starts up, claiming to be dealt with in turn. For having courage restored to her, she must have the courage to break with honour. She must dare to be faithless, and not merely say, "I will be brave," but be brave enough to be dishonourable.
The cage of a plighted woman hungering for her disengagement has two keepers, a noble and a vile. Where on earth is creature so dreadfully enclosed? It lies with her to overcome what degrades her, that she may win to liberty by overcoming what exalts. Contemplating her situation, this idea, or vapour of youth taking the godlike semblance of an idea, sprang, born of her present sickness, in Clara's mind, that it must be an ill-constructed tumbling world, where the hour of ignorance is made the creator of our destiny, by being forced to the decisive elections, upon which life's main issues hang. Her teacher had brought her to contemplate his view of the world. She thought likewise, how must a man despise women who can expose himself as he does to me? Miss Middleton owed it to Sir Willoughby Patterne that she ceased to think like a girl. When had the great change begun? Glancing back, she could imagine that it was near the period we call in love the first, almost from the first. And she was led to imagine it through having become barred from imagining her own emotions of that season. They were so dead as not to arise even under the form of shadows in fancy. Without imputing blame to him, for she was reasonable so far, she deemed herself a person entrapped. In a dream somehow she had committed herself to a lifelong imprisonment. And, oh terror, not in a quiet dungeon. The barren walls closed round her, talked, called for ardour, expected admiration. She was unable to say why she could not give it, why she retreated more and more inwardly, why she invoked the frost to kill her tenderest feelings. She was in revolt, until a whisper of the day of bells reduced her to blank submission, out of which a breath of peace drew her to revolt again in gradual rapid stages, and once more the aspect of that singular day of merry blackness felled her to earth. It was alive, it advanced, it had a mouth, it had a song. She received letters of bridesmaids writing of it, and felt them as waves that hurl a log of wreck to shore, following which afflicting sense of antagonism to the whole circle sweeping on with her. She considered the possibility of her being in a commencement of madness. Otherwise might she not be accused of a capriciousness quite as deplorable to consider? She had written to certain of these young ladies not very long since of this gentleman. How? In what tone? And was it her madness then? Her recovery now? It seemed to her that to have written of him enthusiastically resembled madness more than to shudder away from the union, but standing alone, opposing all she had consented to set in motion, is too strange to a girl for perfect justification to be found in reason when she seeks it. Sir Willoughby was destined himself to supply her with that key of special insight which revealed and stamped him in a title to fortify her spirit of revolt, consecrate it almost. The popular physician of the county and famous anecdotal wit, Dr. Corney, had been a guest at dinner overnight, and the next day there was talk of him, and of the resources of his art displayed by Armand Dehors, on his hearing that he was to minister to the tastes of a gathering of hommes d'esprit. Sir Willoughby glanced at Dehors with his customary benevolent irony in speaking of the persons, great in their way, who served him.
Why he cannot give us daily so good a dinner, one must, I suppose, go to French nature to learn. The French are in the habit of making up for all their deficiencies with enthusiasm. They have no reverence. If I had said to him, I want something particularly excellent, Dehors, I should have had a commonplace dinner. But they have enthusiasm on draught, and that is what we must pull at. Know one Frenchman, and you know France. I have had the horse under my eye 2 years, and I can mount his enthusiasm at a word. He took homme d'esprit to denote men of letters. Frenchmen have destroyed their nobility, so for the sake of excitement they put up the literary man. Not to worship him, that they can't do. It's to put themselves in a state of effervescence. They will not have real greatness above them, so they have sham. That they must justly call it equality, perhaps. Ay, for all your shake of the head, my good Vernon, you see, human nature comes round again, try as we may to upset it, and the French only differ from us in wading through blood to discover that they are at their old trick once more. I am your equal, sir, your born equal. Oh, you are a man of letters. Allow me to be in a bubble about you. Yes, Vernon, and I believe the fellow looks up to you as the head of the establishment. I am not jealous, provided he attends to his functions. There's a French philosopher who's for naming the days of the year after the birthdays of French men of letters, Voltaire Day, Rousseau Day, Racine Day, so on. Perhaps Vernon will inform us who takes April 1st. A few trifling errors are of no consequence when you are in the vein of satire, said Vernon. Be satisfied with knowing a nation in the person of a cook. They may be reading us English off in a jockey, said Dr. Middleton. I believe that jockeys are the exchange we make for cooks, and our neighbours do not get the best of the bargain. No, but my dear good Vernon, it's nonsensical, said Sir Willoughby. Why be bawling every day the name of men of letters? Philosophers. Well, philosophers. Of all countries and times, and they are the benefactors of humanity. Ben! Sir Willoughby's derisive laugh broke the word. There's a pretension in all that, irreconcilable with English sound sense. Surely you see it? We might, said Vernon, if you like, give alternative titles to the days, or have alternating days, devoted to our great families that performed meritorious deeds upon such a day. The rebel Clara, delighting in his banter, was heard. Can we furnish sufficient? A poet or two could help us. Perhaps a statesman, she suggested. A pugilist if wanted. For blowy days, observed Dr. Middleton, and hastily in penitence picked up the conversation he had unintentionally prostrated, with a general remark on new-fangled notions, and a word aside to Vernon, which created the blissful suspicion in Clara that her father was indisposed to second Sir Willoughby's opinions even when sharing them. Sir Willoughby had led the conversation. Displeased that the lead should be withdrawn from him, he turned to Clara and related one of the after-dinner anecdotes of Dr. Corney, and another, with a vast deal of human nature in it, concerning a valetudinarian gentleman whose wife chanced to be desperately ill, and he went to the physicians assembled in consultation outside the sick-room, imploring them by all he valued, and in tears, to save the poor patient for him, saying, "She's everything to me, everything, and if she dies I am compelled to run the risks of marrying again. I must marry again, for she has accustomed me so to the little attentions of a wife, that in truth I can't lose her. She must be saved." And the loving husband of any devoted wife wrung his hands. "Now there, Clara, there you have the Egoist," added Sir Willoughby. "That is the perfect Egoist. You see what he comes to, and his wife. The man was utterly unconscious of giving vent to the grossest selfishness." "An Egoist," said Clara. "Beware of marrying an Egoist, my dear." He bowed gallantly, and so blindly fatuous did he appear to her, that she could hardly believe him guilty of uttering the words she had heard from him, and kept her eyes on him vacantly till she came to a sudden full stop in the thoughts directing her gaze.
She looked at Vernon, she looked at her father, and at the ladies Eleanor and Isabel. None of them saw the man in the word, none noticed the word. Yet this word was her medical herb, her illuminating lamp, the key of him, and alas, but she thought it by feeling her need of one, the advocate pleading in apology for her. Egoist! She beheld him unfortunate, self-designated man that he was, in his good qualities as well as bad, under the implacable lamp, and his good were drenched in his first person singular. His generosity roared of I louder than the rest. Conceive him at the age of Dr. Corney's hero.
Pray save my wife for me. I shall positively have to get another if I lose her, and one who may not love me half so well, or understand the peculiarities of my character, and appreciate my attitudes. He was in his 32nd year, therefore a young man, strong and healthy, yet his garrulous return to his principal theme, his emphasis on I and me, lent him the seeming of an old man spotted with decaying youth. Beware of marrying an egoist. Would he help her to escape? The idea of the scene ensuing upon her petition for release, and the being dragged round the walls of his egoism, and having her head knocked against the corners, alarmed her with sensations of sickness. There was the example of Constantia, but that desperate young lady had been assisted by a gallant, loving gentleman. She had met a Captain Oxford. Clara brooded on those two until they seemed heroic. She questioned herself, could she, were one to come? She shut her eyes in languor, leaning the wrong way of her wishes, yet unable to say no. Sir Willoughby had positively said beware. Marrying him would be a deed committed in spite of his express warning. She went so far as to conceive him subsequently saying, I warned you. She conceived the state of marriage with him as that of a woman tied, not to a man of heart, but to an obelisk lettered all over with hieroglyphics, and everlastingly hearing him expound them, relishing renewing his lectures on them. Full surely this immovable stone man would not release her. This petrification of egoism would from amazedly to austerely refuse the petition. His pride would debar him from understanding her desire to be released. And if she resolved on it, without doing it straightway in Constantia's manner, the miserable bewilderment of her father, for whom such a complication would be a tragic dilemma, had to be thought of. Her father, with all his tenderness for his child, would make a stand on the point of honour. Though certain to yield to her, he would be distressed in a tempest of worry. And Dr. Middleton, thus afflicted, threw up his arms. He shunned books, shunned speech, and resembled a castaway on the ocean, with nothing between himself and his calamity. As for the world, it would be barking at her heels. She might call the man she wrenched her hands from Egoist. Jilt, the world would call her. She dwelt bitterly on her agreement with Sir Willoughby regarding the world, laying it to his charge that her garden had become a place of nettles, her horizon an unlighted fourth side of a square. Clara passed from person to person visiting the hall. There was universal, and, as she was compelled to see, honest admiration of the host. Not a soul had a suspicion of his cloaked nature. Her agony of hypocrisy in accepting their compliments as the bride of Sir Willoughby Patterne was poorly moderated by contempt of them for their infatuation. She tried to cheat herself with the thought that they were right and that she was the foolish and wicked inconstant. In her anxiety to strangle the rebelliousness which had been communicated from her mind to her blood, and was present with her
whether her mind was in action or not. She encouraged the ladies Eleanor and Isabel to magnify the fictitious man of their idolatry, hoping that she might enter into them imaginatively, that she might to some degree subdue herself to the necessity of her position. If she partly succeeded in stupefying her antagonism, 5 minutes of him undid the work. He requested her to wear the Patterne pearls for a dinner party of grand ladies, telling her that he would commission Miss Isabel to take them to her. Clara begged leave to decline them, on the plea of having no right to wear them. He laughed at her modish modesty.
But really, it might almost be classed with affection, said he. I give you the right. Virtually, you are my wife.
No.
Before heaven?
No, we are not married.
As my betrothed, will you wear them to please me?
I would rather not. I cannot wear borrowed jewels. These I cannot wear, forgive me. I cannot. And, Willoughby, she said, scorning herself for want of fortitude in not keeping to the simply blunt provocative refusal, does one not look like a victim decked for the sacrifice, the garland heifer you see on Greek vases in that array of jewellery?
My dear Clara, exclaimed the astonished lover, how can you term them borrowed when they are the Patterne jewels, our family heirloom pearls, unmatched, I venture to affirm, decidedly in my county and many others, and passing to the use of the mistress of the house in the natural course of things?
They are yours, they are not mine.
Prospectively they are yours.
It would be to anticipate the fact to wear them.
With my consent, my approval, at my request?
I am not yet. I never may be.
My wife?
He laughed triumphantly, and silenced her by manly smothering. Her scruple was perhaps an honourable one, he said. Perhaps the jewels were safer in their iron box. He had merely intended a surprise and gratification to her. Courage was coming to enable her to speak more plainly, when this discontinuing to insist on her wearing the jewels, under the appearance of deference of her wishes, disarmed her by touching her sympathies. She said, however, I fear we do not often agree, Willoughby.
When you are a little older, was the irritating answer.
It would then be too late to make the discovery.
The discovery, I apprehend, is not imperative, my love.
It seems to me that our minds are opposed.
I should, said he, have been awake to it at a single indication, be sure.
But I know, she pursued, I have learned that the ideal of conduct for women is to subject their minds to the part of an accompaniment.
For women, my love? My wife will be in a natural harmony with me.
Ah! She compressed her lips. The yawn would come. I am sleepier here than anywhere.
Ours, my Clara, is the finest air of the kingdom. It has the effect of sea air.
But if I am always asleep here?
We shall have to make a public exhibition of the beauty.
This dash of his liveliness defeated her. She left him, feeling the contempt of the brain feverishly quickened and fine-pointed, for the brain chewing the cud in the happy pastures of unawakedness. So violent was the fever, so keen her introspection, that she spared few, and Vernon was not among them. Young Crossjay, whom she considered the least able of all to act as an ally, was the only one she courted with a real desire to please him. He was the one she affectionately envied. He was the youngest, the freest. He had the world before him, and he did not know how horrible the world was, or could be made to look. She loved the boy from expecting nothing of him. Others, Vernon Whitford for instance, could help and moved no hand. He read her case. a scrutiny so penetrating under its air of abstract thoughtfulness, though his eyes did but rest on her a second or two, signified that he read her line by line, and to the end, expecting what she thought of him for probing her with that sharp steel of insight without a purpose. She knew her mind's injustice. It was her case, her lamentable case, the impatient panic-stricken nerves of a captured wild creature which cried for help. She exaggerated her sufferings to get strength to throw them off, and lost it in the recognition that they were exaggerated, and out of the conflict issued recklessness, with a cry as wild as any coming of madness. For she did not blush in saying to herself, "If some one loved me." Before hearing of Constantia, she had mused upon liberty as a virgin goddess. Men were out of her thoughts. Even the figure of a rescuer, if one dawned in her mind, was more angel than hero. That fair childish maidenliness had ceased, with her body straining in her dragon's grasp, with a savour of loathing. Unable to contend, unable to speak aloud, she began to speak to herself, and all the health of her nature made her outcry womanly, "If I were loved!" Not for the sake of love, but for free breathing, and her utterance of it was to insure life and enduringness to the wish, as the yearning of a mother on a drowning ship is to get her infant to shore. If some noble gentleman could see me as I am, and not disdain to aid me! Oh, to be caught up out of this prison of thorns and brambles! I cannot tear my own way out. I am a coward. My cry for help confesses that. A beckoning of a finger would change me, I believe. I could fly, bleeding and through hootings, to a comrade. Oh, a comrade! I do not want a lover. I should find another Egoist, not so bad, but enough to make me take a breath like death. I could follow a soldier like poor Sally or Molly. He stakes his life for his country, and a woman may be proud of the worst of men who do that. Constantia met a soldier. Perhaps she prayed and her prayer was answered. She did ill, but oh, how I love her for it! His name was Harry Oxford. Papa would call him her Perseus. She must have felt that there was no explaining what she suffered. She had only to act, to plunge. First she fixed her mind on Harry Oxford. To be able to speak his name and see him awaiting her must have been relief, a reprieve. She did not waver. She cut the links. She signed herself over. Oh, brave girl! What do you think of me? But I have no Harry Whitford. I am alone. Let anything be said against women. We must be very bad to have such bad things written of us. Only say this, that to ask them to sign themselves over by oath and ceremony, because of an ignorant promise, to the man they have been mistaken in, it is. The sudden consciousness that she had put another name for Oxford struck her a buffet, drowning her in crimson. End of chapter 10, read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 11 of the Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Chapter 11. The Double Blossom Wild Cherry Tree. Sir Willoughby chose a moment when Clara was with him, and he had a good retreat through folding windows to the lawn, in case of cogency on the enemy's part, to attack his cousin regarding the preposterous plot to upset the family by a scamper to London.
By the way, Vernon, what is this you've been mumbling to everybody save me, about leaving us to pitch yourself into the stew pot and be made broth of? London is no better, and you are fit for considerably better. Don't, I beg you, continue to annoy me. Take a run abroad if you are restless. Take 2 or 3 months, and join us as we are travelling home, and then think of settling, pray. Follow my example, if you like. You can have one of my cottages or a place built for you. Anything to keep a man from destroying the sense of stability about one. In London, my dear old fellow, you lose your identity. What are you there? I ask you, what? One has the feeling of the house crumbling when a man is perpetually for shifting and cannot fix himself. Here you are known. You can study at your ease. Up in London you are nobody. I tell you honestly. I feel it myself. A week of London literally drives me home to discover the individual where I left him. Be advised. You don't mean to go.
I have the intention, said Vernon.
Why?
I mentioned it to you.
To my face?
Over your shoulder is generally the only chance you give me.
You have not mentioned it to me, to my knowledge. As to the reason, I might hear a dozen of your reasons, and I should not understand one. It's against your interest and against my wishes. Come, friend, I'm not the only one you distress. Why, Vernon, you yourself have said that the English would be very perfect Jews if they could manage to live on the patriarchal system. You said it, yes, you said it, but I recollect it clearly. Oh, as for your double meanings, you said the thing, and you jeered at the incapacity of English families to live together on account of bad temper, and now you are the first to break up our union. I decidedly do not profess to be a perfect Jew, but I do.
Sir Willoughby caught signs of a probably smiling commerce between his bride and his cousin. He raised his face, appeared to be consulting his eyelids, and resolved to laugh.
Well, I own it. I do like the idea of living patriarchally. He turned to Clara. The Reverend Doctor, one of us.
My father? She said.
Why not?
Papa's habits are those of a scholar.
That you might not be separated from me, my dear.
Clara thanked Sir Willoughby for the kindness of thinking of her father, mentally analysing the kindness, in which at least she found no unkindness, scarcely egoism, though she knew it to be there.
We might propose it,
said he. As a compliment?
If he would condescend to accept it as a compliment, these great scholars. And if Vernon goes, our inducement for Dr. Middleton to stay. But it is too absurd for discussion. Oh, Vernon, about Master Crossjay. I will see to it.
He was about to give Vernon his shoulder and step into the garden, when Clara said, "You will have Crossjay trained for the navy, Willoughby. There is not a day to lose."
Yes, yes, I will see to it. Depend on me for holding the young rascal in view.
He presented his hand to her to lead her over the step to the grey wall, surprised to behold how flushed she was. She responded to the invitation by putting her hand forth from a bent elbow, with hesitating fingers. "It should not be postponed, Willoughby." Her attitude suggested a stipulation before she touched him. "It's an affair of money, as you know, Willoughby," said Vernon. "If I am in London, I can't well provide for the boy for some time to come, or it's not certain that I can."
"Why on earth should you go?"
"That's another matter. I want you to take my place with him."
"In which case the circumstances are changed. I am responsible for him, and I have a right to bring him up according to my own prescription."
"We are likely to have one idle lout the more."
"I guarantee to make a gentleman of him."
We have too many of your gentlemen already."
"You can't have enough, my good Vernon."
There, the national apology for indolence.
"Training a penniless boy to be one of them is nearly as bad as an education in a thieves' den. He will be just as much at war with society, if not game for the police."
"Vernon, have you seen Crossjay's father, the now captain of marines? I think you have."
"He is a good man, and a very gallant officer."
"And in spite of his qualities he is a cub, and an old cub. He is a captain now, but he takes that rank very late, you will own. There you have what you call a good man, undoubtedly a gallant officer, neutralized by the fact that he is not a gentleman. Holding intercourse with him is out of the question. No wonder government declines to advance him rapidly. Young Crossjay does not bear your name, he bears mine, and on that point alone I should have a voice in the settlement of his career. And I say emphatically that a drawing-room approval of a young man is the best certificate for his general chances in life. I know of a City of London merchant of some sort, and I know a firm of lawyers who will have none but university men at their office. At least they have the preference."
"Crossjay has a bullet head, fit neither for the university nor the drawing room," said Vernon. "Equal to fighting and dying for you, and that's all." Sir Willoughby contented himself with replying,
"The lad is a favourite of mine."
His anxiety to escape a rejoinder caused him to step into the garden, leaving Clara behind him.
"My love,"
said he in apology as he turned to her. She could not look stern, but she had a look without a dimple to soften it, and her eyes shone. For she had wagered in her heart that the dialogue she provoked upon Crossjay would expose the Egoist. And there were other motives, wrapped up and intertwisted, unrecognizable, sufficient to strike her with worse than the flush of her self-knowledge of wickedness, when she detained him to speak of Crossjay before Vernon. At last it had been seen that she was conscious of suffering in her association with this Egoist. Vernon stood for the world taken into her confidence. The world, then, would not think so ill of her, she thought hopefully, at the same time that she thought most evilly of herself. But self-accusations were for the day of reckoning. She would and must have the world with her, or the belief that it was coming to her, in the terrible struggle she foresaw within her horizon of self, now her utter boundary. She needed it for the inevitable conflict. Little sacrifices of her honesty might be made. Considering how weak she was, how solitary, how dismally entangled, daily disgraced beyond the power of any veiling to conceal from her fiery sensations, a little hypocrisy was a poor girl's natural weapon. She crushed her conscientious mind with the assurance that it was magnifying trifles, not entirely unaware that she was thereby preparing it for a convenient blindness in the presence of dread alternatives. But the pride of laying such stress on small sins gave her purity a blush of pleasure, and overcame the inner warning. In truth, she dared not think evilly of herself for long, sailing into battle as she was. Nuns and anchorites may. They have leisure. She regretted the forfeits she had to pay for self-assistance, and if it might be won, the world's. Regretted, felt the peril of the loss, and took them up and flung them.
"You see, old Vernon has no argument,"
Willoughby said to her. He drew her hand more securely on his arm, to make her sensible that she leaned on a pillar of strength.
Whenever the little brain is in doubt, perplexed, undecided which course to adopt, she will come to me, will she not? I shall always listen, he resumed soothingly, my own, and I to you, when the world vexes me. So we round our completeness. You will know me, you will know me in good time. I am not a mystery to those to whom I unfold myself. I do not pretend to mystery. Yet I will confess, your home, your hearts, Willoughby, is not exactly identical with the Willoughby before the world. One must be armed against that rough beast.
Certain is the vengeance of the young upon monotony, nothing more certain. They do not scheme it, but sameness is a poison to their systems, and vengeance is their heartier breathing, their stretch of the limbs, run in the fields. Nature avenges them.
"When does Colonel De Craye arrive?" said Clara.
Horace? In 2 or 3 days. You wish him to be on the spot to learn his part, my love?
She had not flown forward to the thought of Colonel De Craye's arrival. She knew not why she had mentioned him. But now she flew back, shocked first into shadowy subterfuge, and then into the criminal's dock. "I do not wish him to be here. I do not know that he has a part to learn. I have no wish, Willoughby. Did you not say I should come to you and you would listen? Will you listen? I am so commonplace that I shall not be understood by you unless you take my words for the very meaning of the words. I am unworthy. I am volatile. I love my liberty. I want to be free."
Flitch, he called.
It sounded necromantic.
Pardon me, my love, he said. The man you see yonder violates my express injunction that he is not to come on my grounds, and here I find him on the borders of my garden.
Sir Willoughby waved his hand to the abject figure of a man standing to intercept him.
Volatile, unworthy liberty, my dearest.
He bent to her when the man had appeased him by departing.
You are at liberty within the law, like all good women. I shall control and direct your volatility, and your sense of worthiness must be re-established when we are more intimate. It is timidity. The sense of unworthiness is a guarantee of worthiness ensuing. I believe I am in the vein of a sermon. Whose the fault? The sight of that man was annoying. Flitch was a stable boy, groom, and coachman, like his father before him at the Hall 30 years. His father died in our service. Mr. Flitch had not a single grievance here. Only one day the demon seizes him with the notion of bettering himself. He wants his independence, and he presents himself to me with the story of a shop in our county town. Flitch, remember, if you go for good. Oh, he quite comprehended. Very well. Good bye, Flitch. The man was respectful. He looked the fool he was very soon to turn out to be. Since then, within a period of several years, I've had him against my express injunctions 10 times on my grounds. It's curious to calculate. Of course the shop failed, and Flitch's independence consists in walking about with his hands in his empty pockets, and looking at the Hall from some elevation near.
"Is he married? Has he children?" said Clara.
9, and a wife that cannot cook or sew or wash linen.
"You could not give him employment?"
After his having dismissed himself?
"It might be overlooked."
Here he was happy. He decided to go elsewhere, to be free, of course, of my yoke. He quitted my service against my warning. Flitch, we will say, emigrated with his wife and children, and the ship foundered. He returns, but his place is filled. He is a ghost here, and I object to ghosts."
"Some work might be found for him."
"It will be the same with old Vernon, my dear. If he goes for good. It is the vital principle of my authority to insist on that. A dead leaf might as reasonably demand to return to the tree. Once off for all eternity. I am sorry. But such was your decision, my friend. I have, you see, Clara, elements in me."
"Dreadful!"
"Exert your persuasive powers with Vernon. You can do well nigh what you will with the old fellow. We have Miss Dale this evening for a week or two. Lead him to some ideas of her. Elements in me, I was remarking, which will no more bear to be handled carelessly than gunpowder. At the same time, there is no reason why they should not be respected, managed with some degree of regard for me and attention to consequences. Those who have not done so have repented."
"You do not speak to others of the elements in you," said Clara.
"I certainly do not. I have but one bride," was his handsome reply.
"Is it fair to me that you should show me the worst of you?"
"All myself my own?"
His ingratiating droop and familiar smile rendered.
"All myself."
So affectionately meaningful in its happy reliance upon her excess of love, that at last she understood she was expected to worship him and uphold him for whatsoever he might be, without any estimation of qualities, as indeed love does, or young love does, as she perhaps did once, before he chilled her senses. That was before her little brain had become active and had turned her senses to revolt. It was on the full river of love that Sir Willoughby supposed the whole floating bulk of his personality to be securely sustained, and therefore it was that, believing himself swimming at his ease, he discoursed of himself. She went straight away from that idea with her mental exclamation, "Why does he not paint himself in brighter colours to me?" and the question, "Has he no ideal of generosity and chivalry?" But the unfortunate gentleman imagined himself to be loved on love's very bosom. He fancied that everything relating to himself excited maidenly curiosity, womanly reverence, ardours to know more of him, which he was ever willing to satisfy by repeating the same things. His notion of women was the primitive black and white. There are good women, bad women, and he possessed a good one. His high opinion of himself fortified the belief that Providence, as a matter of justice and fitness, must necessarily select a good one for him. Or what are we to think of Providence? And this female, shaped by that informing hand, would naturally be in harmony with him, from the centre of his profound identity to the raying circle of his variations.
Know the centre, you know the circle.
And you discover that the variations are simply characteristics, but you must travel on the rays from the circle to get to the centre. Consequently Sir Willoughby put Miss Middleton on one or other of these converging lines from time to time. Us, too, he drags into the deeps, but when we have harpooned a whale and are attached to the rope, down we must go. The miracle is to see us rise again. Women of mixed essences, shading off the divine to the considerably lower, were outside his vision of woman. His mind could as little admit an angel in pottery as a rogue in porcelain. For him they were what they were when fashioned at the beginning, many cracked, many stained, here and there a perfect specimen, designed for the elect of men. At a whisper of the world he shut the prude's door on them with a slam. Himself would have branded them with the letters in the hue of fire. Privately he did so, and he was constituted by his extreme sensitiveness and taste for ultra feminine refinement to be a severe critic of them during the carnival of egoism, the love season. Constantia, can it be told? She had been, be it said, a fair and frank young merchant with him in that season. She was of a nature to be a mother of heroes. She met the salute almost halfway, ingeniously unlike the coming mothers of the regiments of marionettes, who retire in vapours downcast, as by convention, ladies most flattering to the egoistical gentleman, for they proclaim him the first. Constantia's offence had been no greater, but it was not that dramatic performance of purity which he desired of an affianced lady, and so the offence was great. The love season is the carnival of egoism, and it brings the touchstone to our natures. I speak of love, not the mask, and not of the flutings upon the themes of love, but of the passion, a flame having, like our mortality, death in it as well as life, that may or may not be lasting. Applied to Sir Willoughby, as to thousands of civilized males, the touchstone found him requiring to be dealt with by his betrothed as an original savage. She was required to play incessantly on the first reclaiming chord which led our ancestral satyr to the measures of the dance, the threading of the maze, and the setting comfortably to his partner before it was accorded to him to spin her with both hands and a chirrup of his frisky heels. To keep him in awe and hold him enchained, there are the things she must never do, dare never say, must not think. She must be cloistral. Now, strange and awful though it be to hear, women perceive this requirement of them in the spirit of the man. They perceive, too, and it may be gratefully, that they address their performances less to the taming of the green and prankish monsieur of the forest, than to the pacification of a voracious aesthetic gluttony, craving them insatiably through all the tenses, with shrieks of the lamentable letter I, for their purity. Whether they see that it has its foundation in the sensual, and distinguish the ultra refined, but lineally great grandson of the hoof in this vast and dainty exacting appetite is uncertain. They probably do not. The more the damage, for in the appeasement of the glutton they have to practise much simulation. They are in their way losers like their ancient mothers. It is the palpable and material of them still which they are tempted to flourish, wherewith to invite and ally pursuit, a condition under which the spiritual, wherein their hope lies, languishes. The capaciously strong in soul among women will ultimately detect an infinite grossness in the demand for purity, infinite, spotless bloom. Earlier or later they see they have been victims of the singular Egoist, have worn a mask of ignorance to be named innocent, have turned themselves into market produce for his delight, and have really abandoned the commodity in ministering to the lust for it, suffered themselves to be dragged ages back in playing upon the fleshy innocence of happy accident to gratify his jealous greed of possession, when it should have been their task to set the soul above the fairest fortune and the gift of strength in women beyond ornamental whiteness. Are they not of nature warriors like men, men's mates, to bear them heroes instead of puppets? But the devouring male Egoist prefers them as inanimate, overwrought, polished, pure metal, precious vessels, fresh from the hands of the artificer, for him to walk away with hugging, call all his own, drink of, and fill and drink of, and forget that he stole them. This running off on a bay road is no deviation from Sir Willoughby Patterne and Miss Clara Middleton. He, a fairly intelligent man, and very sensitive, was blinded to what was going on within her visibly enough, by her production of the article he demanded of her sex. He had to leave the fair young lady to ride to his county town, and his design was to conduct her through the covert of a group of laurels, there to revel in her soft confusion. She resisted, nay, resolutely returned to the lawn sward. He contrasted her with Constantia in the amorous time, and rejoiced in his disappointment. He saw the goddess Modesty guarding purity, and one would be bold to say that he did not hear the precepts, Purity's age granums maternal and paternal,
cawing approval of her over their munching gums.
and if you ask whether a man sensitive and a lover can be so blinded, you are condemned to re-peruse the foregoing paragraph. Miss Middleton was not sufficiently instructed in the position of her sex to know that she had plunged herself in the thick of the strife of one of their great battles. Her personal position, however, was instilling knowledge rapidly, as a disease in the frame teaches us what we are and have to contend with. Could she marry this man? He was evidently manageable. Could she condescend to the use of arts in managing him?
To obtain a placable life?
A horror of swampy flatness. So vividly did the sight of that dead heaven over an unwearying level earth swim on her fancy, that she shut her eyes in angry exclusion of it as if it were outside, assailing her, and she nearly stumbled upon young Crossjay. "Oh, have I hurt you?" he cried. "No," said she, "it was my fault. Lead me somewhere away from everybody." The boy took her hand, and she resumed her thoughts, and pressing his fingers and feeling warm to him both for his presence and silence, so does the blood in youth lead the mind, even cool and innocent blood, even with a touch, that she said to herself, "And if I marry, and then? Where will honour be then? I marry him to be true to my word of honour, and if then?" An intolerable languor caused her to sigh profoundly. It is written as she thought it. She thought in blanks, as girls do, and some women. A shadow of the male egoist is in the chamber of their brains, overawing them. "Were I to marry and to run, there is the thought. She is offered up to your mercy. We are dealing with a girl feeling herself desperately situated, and not a fool." "I'm sure you're dead tired, though," said Crossjay. "No, I'm not. What makes you think so?" said Clara. "I do think so." "But why do you think so?" "You're so hot." "What makes you think that?" "You're so red." "So are you, Crossjay." "I'm only red in the middle of the cheeks, except when I've been running. And then you talk to yourself just as boys do when they are blown." "Do they?" "They say, 'I know I could have kept up longer on my buckle broke,' all to themselves, when they break down running." "And you have noticed that?" "And Miss Middleton, I don't wish you were a boy, but I should like to live near you all my life, and be a gentleman. I'm coming with Miss Dale this evening to stay at the Hall, and be looked after, instead of stopping with her cousin who takes care of her father. Perhaps you and I'll play chess at night." "At night you will go to bed, Crossjay." "Not if I have Sir Willoughby to catch hold of. He says I'm an authority on birds' eggs. I can manage rabbits and poultry. Isn't a farmer a happy man? But he doesn't marry ladies. A cavalry officer has the best chance." "But you are going to be a naval officer." "I don't know. It's not positive. I shall bring my 2 dormice, and make them perform gymnastics on the dinner table. They're such dear little things. Naval officers are not like Sir Willoughby." "No, they are not," said Clara. "They give their lives to their country." "And then they're dead," said Crossjay. Clara wished Sir Willoughby were confronting her. She could have spoken. She asked the boy where Mr. Whitford was. Crossjay pointed very secretly in the direction of the double blossom wild cherry. Coming within gaze of the stem, she beheld Vernon stretched at length, reading, she supposed, asleep, she discovered. His finger in the leaves of a book, and what book? She had a curiosity to know the title of the book he would read beneath these boughs, and grasping Crossjay's hand fast as she craned her neck, as one timorous of a fall in peeping over chasms for a glimpse of the page. But immediately, and still with a bent head,
She turned her face to where the load of virginal blossom,
whiter than summer cloud on the sky, showered and drooped and clustered so thick as to claim colour and seem, like higher alpine snows in noon sunlight, a flush of white. From deep to deeper heavens of white her eyes perched and soared. Wonder lived in her, happiness in the beauty of the tree pressed to supplant it, and was more mortal and narrower. Reflection came, contracting her vision and weighing her to earth. Her reflection was,
"He must be good who loves to be and sleep beneath the branches of this tree."
she would rather have clung to her first impression. Wonder so divine, so unbounded, was like soaring into homes of angel-crowded space, sweeping through folded and on to folded white fountain bow of wings, in innumerable columns. But the thought of it was no recovery of it. She might as well have striven to be a child. The sensation of happiness promised to be less short-lived in memory, and would have been, had not her present disease of the longing for happiness ravaged every corner of it for the secret of its existence. The reflection took root. He must be good. That reflection vowed to endure. Poor by comparison with what it displaced, it presented itself to her as conferring something on him, and she would not have had it absent, though it robbed her. She looked down. Vernon was dreamily looking up. She plucked Crossjay hurriedly away, whispering that he had better not wake Mr. Whitford, and then she proposed to reverse their previous chase, and she be the hound and he the hare. Crossjay fetched a magnificent start. On his glancing behind, he saw Miss Middleton walking listlessly with a hand at her side. "There's a regular girl," said he in some disgust, for his theory was that girls always have something the matter with them to spoil a game. End of chapter 11. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 12 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 12. Miss Middleton and Mr. Vernon Whitford. Looking upward, not quite awakened out of a transient doze, at a fair head circled in dazzling blossom, one may temporize a while with common sense, and take it for a vision after the eyes have regained direction of the mind. Vernon did so until the plastic vision interwound with reality alarmingly. This is the embrace of a Melusine, who will soon have the brain if she is encouraged. Slight dalliance with her makes the very diminutive seem as big as life. He jumped to his feet, rattled his throat, planted firmness on his brows and mouth, and attacked the dream-giving earth with tremendous long strides, that his blood might be lively at the throne of understanding. Miss Middleton and young Crossjay were within hail. It was her face he had seen, and still the idea of a vision, chased from his reasonable wits, knocked hard and again for readmission. There was little for a man of humble mind towards the sex to think of in the fact of a young lady's bending rather low to peep at him asleep, except that the poise of her slender figure, between an air of spying and of listening, vividly recalled his likening of her to the mountain echo. Man or maid sleeping in the open air provokes your tiptoe curiosity. Men, it is known, have in that state cruelly been kissed, and no rights are bestowed on them. They are teased by a vapourish rapture. What has happened to them the poor fellows barely divine. They have a crazy step from that day. But a vision is not so distracting. It is our own. We can put it aside and return to it, play at rich and poor with it, and are not to be summoned before your laws and rules for secreting it in our treasury. Besides, it is the golden key of all the possible. New worlds expand beneath the dawn it brings us. Just outside reality, it illumines, enriches, and softens real things, and to desire it in preference to the simple fact is a damning proof of enervation. Such was Vernon's winding up of his brief drama of fantasy. He was aware of the fantastical element in him, and soon had it under. Which of us who is of any worth is without it? He had not much vanity to trouble him, and passion was quiet, so his task was not gigantic. Especially be it remarked that he was a man of quick pace, the sovereign remedy for the dispersing of the mental fen mist. He had tried it and knew that nonsense is to be walked off. Near the end of the park, young Crossjay overtook him, and after acting the pumped one a trifle more than needful, cried, "I say, Mr. Whitford, there's Miss Middleton with her handkerchief out." "What for, my lad?" said Vernon. "I'm sure I don't know. All of a sudden she bumped down, and look what fellows girls are, here she comes as if nothing had happened, and I saw her feel at her side." Clara was shaking her head to express a denial. "I am not at all unwell," she said, when she came near. "I guessed Crossjay's business in running up to you. He is a good-for-nothing, officious boy. I was tired and rested for a moment." Crossjay peered at her eyelids. Vernon looked away and said, "Are you too tired for a stroll?" "Not now. Shall it be brisk? You have the lead." He led at a swing of the legs that accelerated young Crossjay's to the double, but she, with her short, swift, equal steps, glided along easily on a fine by his shoulder, and he groaned to think that of all the girls of earth this one should have been chosen for the position of fine lady. "You won't tire me," said she in answer to his look. "You remind me of the little Piedmontese bersaglieri on the march." "I have seen them trotting into Como from Milan. They cover a quantity of ground in a day, if the ground's flat. You want another sort of step for the mountains." "I should not attempt to dance up." "They soon tame romantic notions of them." "The mountains tame luxurious dreams, you mean. I see how they are conquered. I can plod. Anything to be high up. Well, there you have the secret of good work, to plod on and still keep the passion fresh." "Yes, when we have an aim in view." "We always have one." "Captives have." "More than the rest of us." Ignorant man! What of wives miserably wedded? What aim in view have these most woeful captives? Horror shrouds it, and shame reddens through the folds to tell of innermost horror. "Take me back to the mountains, if you please, Mr. Whitford," Miss Middleton said, fallen out of sympathy with him. "Captives have death in view, but that is not an aim." "Why may not captives expect a release?" "Hardly from a tyrant." "If you are thinking of tyrants, it may be so. Say the tyrant dies." "The prison gates are unlocked, and out comes a skeleton. But why will you talk of skeletons? The very name of mountain seems life in comparison with any other subject." "I assure you," said Vernon, with the fervour of a man lighting on an actual truth in his conversation with a young lady, "it's not the first time I have thought you would be at home in the Alps. You would walk and climb as well as you dance." She liked to hear Clara Middleton talked of, and of her having been thought of, and giving him friendly eyes, barely noticing that he was in a glow, she said, "If you speak so encouragingly, I shall fancy we are near an ascent." "I wish we were," said he. "We can realize it by dwelling on it, don't you think?" "We can begin climbing." "Oh!" She squeezed herself shadowily. "Which mountain shall it be?" said Vernon, in the right real earnest tone. Miss Middleton suggested a ladies' mountain first, for a trial. "And then, if you think well enough of me, if I have not stumbled more than twice, or asked more than 10 times how far it is from the top, I should like to be promoted to scale a giant." They went up to some of the lesser heights of Switzerland and Styria, and settled in South Tyrol, the young lady preferring this district for the strenuous exercise of her climbing powers, because she loved Italian colour, and it seemed an exceedingly good reason to the genial imagination she had awakened in Mr. Whitford. "Though," said he abruptly, "you are not so much Italian as French." She hoped she was English, she remarked. "Of course you are English. Yes." He moderated his assent with the halting affirmative. She inquired wonderingly why he spoke in apparent hesitation. "Well, you have French feet, for example, French wits, French impatience," he lowered his voice, "and charm." "And love of compliments." "Possibly. I was not conscious of paying them." "And a disposition to rebel." "To challenge authority, at least." "That is a dreadful character." "At all events it is a character." "Fit for an Alpine comrade?" "For the best of comrades, anywhere." "It is not a piece of drawing-room sculpture. That is the most one can say for it." She dropped a dramatic sigh. Had he been willing, she would have continued the theme, for the pleasure a poor creature long gnawing her sensations finds in seeing herself from the outside. It fell away. After a silence, she could not renew it, and he was evidently indifferent, having to his own satisfaction dissected and stamped her a foreigner. With it passed her holiday. She had forgotten Sir Willoughby. She remembered him, and said, "You knew Miss Durham, Mr. Whitford?" He answered briefly, "I did." "Was she—" Some hot-faced inquiry peered forth and withdrew. "Very handsome," said Vernon. "English?" "Yes, the dashing style of English." "Very courageous?" "I dare say she had a kind of courage." "She did very wrong." I won't say no. She discovered a man more of a match with herself. Luckily not too late. We're at the mercy. Was she not unpardonable? I should be sorry to think that of any one. But you agree that she did wrong?" "I suppose I do. She made a mistake, and she corrected it. If she had not, she would have made a greater mistake." "The manner—" "That was bad, as far as we know. The world has not much right to judge. A false start must now and then be made. It's better not to take notice of it, I think." "What is it we are at the mercy of?" "Currents of feeling, our natures. I am the last man to preach on the subject. Young ladies are enigmas to me. I fancy they must have a natural perception of the husband suitable to them, and the reverse; and if they have a certain degree of courage, it follows that they please themselves." "They are not to reflect on the harm they do," said Miss Middleton. "By all means let them reflect. They hurt nobody by doing that."
"But a breach of faith—"
"If the faith can be kept through life, all's well."
"And then there is the cruelty, the injury."
"I really think that if a young lady came to me to inform me she must break our engagement, I have never been put to the proof, but to suppose it, I should not think her cruel."
"Then she would not be much of a loss."
"And I should not think so, for this reason, that it is impossible for a girl to come to such a resolution without previously showing signs of it to the man she is engaged to. I think it unfair to engage a girl for longer than a week or two, just time enough for her preparations and publications."
"If he is always intent on himself, signs are likely to be unheeded by him," said Miss Middleton.
He did not answer, and she said quickly:
"It must always be a cruelty. The world will think so. It is an act of inconstancy."
"If they knew one another well before they were engaged."
"Are you not singularly tolerant?" said she.
To which Vernon replied with airy cordiality: "In some cases it is right to judge by results. We'll leave severity to the historian, who is bound to be a professional moralist, and put pleas of human nature out of the scales. The lady in question may have been to blame, but no hearts were broken, and here we have 4 happy instead of 2 miserable." His persecuting geniality of countenance appealed to her to confirm this judgment by results, and she nodded and said, "4," as the awe-stricken speak. From that moment until young Crossjay fell into the green rutted lane from a tree, and was got on his legs half stunned, with a hanging lip and a face like the inside of a flayed eel-skin, she might have been walking in the desert, and alone, for the pleasure she had in society. They led the fated lad home between them, singularly drawn together by their joint ministrations to him, in which her delicacy had to stand fire, and sweet good nature made naught of any trial. They were hand in hand with the little fellow, as physician and professional nurse. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Chapter 13 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 13. The first effort after freedom. Crossjay's accident was only another proof, as Vernon told Miss Dale, that the boy was but half monkey. "Something fresh?" she exclaimed, on seeing him brought into the hall, where she had just arrived. "Simply a continuation," said Vernon. "He is not so prehensile as he should be. He probably in extremity relies on the tail that has been docked. Are you a man, Crossjay?" "I should think I was," Crossjay replied with an old man's voice, and a ghastly twitch for a smile overwhelmed the compassionate ladies. Miss Dale took possession of him. "You err in the other direction," she remarked to Vernon. "But a little bracing roughness is better than spoiling him," said Miss Middleton. She did not receive an answer, and she thought, "Whatever Willoughby does is right to this lady." Clara's impression was renewed when Sir Willoughby sat beside Miss Dale in the evening, and certainly she had never seen him shine so picturesquely as in his bearing with Miss Dale. The sprightly sallies of the two, their rallyings, their laughter, and her fine eyes, and his handsome gestures, one attention like a fencing match of a couple, keen with the foils to display the mutual skill. And it was his design that she should admire the display. He was anything but obtuse, enjoying the match as he did, and necessarily did, to act so excellent a part in it. He meant the observer to see the man he was, with a lady not of raw understanding. So it went on from day to day for 3 days. She fancied once that she detected the agreeable stirring of the brood of jealousy, and found it neither in her heart nor in her mind, but in the book of wishes, well known to the young, where they write matter which may sometimes be independent of both those volcanic albums. Jealousy would have been a relief to her, a dear devil's aid. She studied the complexion of jealousy, in order to delude herself with the sense of the spirit being in her, and all the while she laughed, as at a vile theatre, whereof the imperfection of the stage machinery, rather than the performance, is the wretched source of amusement. Vernon had deeply depressed her. She was hunted by the figure four happy instead of 2 miserable. He had said it, involving her among the 4, and so it must be, she considered, and she must be as happy as she could. For not only was he incapable of perceiving her state, he was unable to imagine other circumstances to surround her. How, to be just to him, were they imaginable by him or any one? Her horrible isolation of secrecy in a world amiable in unsuspectingness frightened her. To fling away her secret, to conform, to be unrebellious, uncritical, submissive, became an impatient desire, and the task did not appear so difficult since Miss Dale's arrival. Endearments had been rare, more formal. Living bodily untroubled and unashamed, and, as she phrased it, having no one to care for her, she turned insensibly in the direction where she was due. She slightly imitated Miss Dale's colloquial responsiveness. To tell truth, she felt vivacious in a moderate way with Willoughby after seeing him with Miss Dale. Liberty wore the aspect of a towering prison wall. The desperate undertaking of climbing one side and dropping to the other was more than she, unaided, could resolve on. Consequently, as no one cared for her, a worthless creature might as well cease dreaming and stipulating for the fulfilment of her dreams. She might as well yield to her fate, nay, make the best of it. Sir Willoughby was flattered and satisfied. Clara's adopted vivacity proved his thorough knowledge of feminine nature, nor did her feebleness in sustaining it displease him. A steady look of hers had of late perplexed the man, and he was comforted by signs of her inefficiency where he excelled. The effort and the failure were both of good omen. But she could not continue the effort. He had overweighted her too much for the mimicry of a sentiment to harden and have an apparently natural place among her impulses. And now an idea came to her that he might, it might be hoped, possibly see in Miss Dale, by present contrast, the mate he sought. By contrast with an unanswering creature like herself, he might perhaps realize in Miss Dale's greater accomplishments and her devotion to him the merit of suitability. He might be induced to do her justice. Dim as the loophole was, Clara fixed her mind on it, till it gathered light, and, as a prelude to action, she plunged herself into a state of such profound humility that to accuse it of being simulated would be venturesome, though it was not positive. The tempers of the young are liquid fires in isles of quicksand, the precious metals not yet cooled in a solid earth. Her compassion for Letitia was less forced, but really she was almost as earnest in her self-abasement, for she had not latterly been brilliant, not even adequate to the ordinary requirements of conversation. She had no courage, no wit, no diligence, nothing that she could distinguish save discontentment like a corroding acid, and she went so far in sincerity as, with a curious shift of feeling, to pity the man plighted to her. If it suited her purpose to pity Sir Willoughby, she was not moved by policy, be assured. Her needs were her nature, her moods her mind. She had the capacity to make anything serve her by passing into it with a glance which discerned its usefulness. And this is how it is that the young, when they are in trouble, without approaching the elevation of scientific hypocrites, can teach that able class lessons in hypocrisy. "Why should not Willoughby be happy?" she said, and the exclamation was pushed forth by the second thought, "Then I shall be free." Still, that thought came second. The desire for the happiness of Willoughby was fervent on his behalf, and wafted her far from friends and letters to a narrow Tyrolean valley, where a shallow river ran, with the indentations of a remotely seen army of winding ranks in column, topaz over the pebbles to hollows of ravishing emerald. There sat Liberty, after her fearful leap over the prison wall, at peace to watch the water and the falls of sunshine on the mountain above, between descending pine-stem shadows. Clara's wish for his happiness, as soon as she had housed herself in the imagination of her freedom, was of a purity that made it seem exceedingly easy for her to speak to him. The opportunity was offered by Sir Willoughby. Every morning after breakfast Miss Dale walked across the park to see her father, and on this occasion Sir Willoughby and Miss Middleton went with her as far as the lake, all three discoursing of the beauty of various trees, birches, aspens, poplars, beeches, then in their new green. Miss Dale loved the aspen, Miss Middleton the beech, Sir Willoughby the birch, and pretty things were said by each in praise of the favourite object, particularly by Miss Dale. So much so, that when she had gone on, he recalled one of her remarks, and said, "I believe, if the whole place were swept away to-morrow, Letitia Dale could reconstruct it, and put those aspens on the north of the lake, in number and situation, correctly where you have them now. I would guarantee her description of it in absence correct." "Why should she be absent?" said Clara, palpitating. "Well, why?" returned Sir Willoughby. "As you say, there is no reason why. The art of life, and mine will be principally a country life. Town is not life, but a tornado whirling atoms. The art is to associate a group of sympathetic friends in our neighbourhood, and it is a fact worth noting that if ever I feel tired of the place, a short talk with Letitia Dale refreshes it more than a month or two on the Continent. She has the well of enthusiasm, and there is a great advantage in having a cultivated person at command, with whom one can chat of any topic under the sun. I repeat, you have no need to town, if you have friends like Letitia Dale within call. My mother esteemed her highly. Willoughby, she is not obliged to go. I hope not. And, my love, I rejoice that you have taken to her. Her father's health is poor. She would be a young spinster to live alone in a country cottage. What of your scheme? Old Vernon is a very foolish fellow. He has declined. Not a word on the subject. I have only to propose it to be snubbed, I know. You may not be aware how you throw him into the shade with her. Nothing seems to teach him the art of dialogue with ladies. Are not gentlemen shy when they see themselves outshone? He hasn't it, my love. Vernon is deficient in the lady's tongue. I respect him for that. Outshone, you say? I do not know of any shining, save to one, who lights me, path and person. The identity of the one was conveyed to her in a bow and a soft pressure. Not only has he not the lady's tongue, which I hold to be a man's proper accomplishment, continued Sir Willoughby, he cannot turn his advantages to account. Here has Miss Dale been with him now 4 days in the house. They are exactly on the same footing as when she entered it. You ask. I will tell you. It is this. It is want of warmth. Old Vernon is a scholar and a fish. Well, perhaps he has cause to be shy of matrimony, but he is a fish. You are reconciled to his leaving you. False alarm! The resolution to do anything unaccustomed is quite beyond old Vernon. But if Mr. Whitford, your swans coming sailing up the lake, how beautiful they look when they are indignant! I was going to ask you, surely men witnessing a marked admiration for some one else will naturally be discouraged? Sir Willoughby stiffened with sudden enlightenment. Though the word jealousy had not been spoken, the drift of her observations was clear. Smiling inwardly, he said, and the sentences were not enigmas to her, surely two young ladies a little too far, but an old friendship, about the same as the fitting of an old glove to a hand. Hand and glove have only to meet. Where there is natural harmony, you would not have discord. Ay, but you have it, if you check the harmony. My dear girl, you child. He had actually, in this parabolic and commendable obscureness, for which she thanked him in her soul, struck the very point she had not named and did not wish to hear named, but wished him to strike. He was anything but obtuse. His exaltation, of the compressed sort, was extreme, on hearing her cry out, "Young ladies may be! Oh, not I, not I! I can convince you. Not that. Believe me, Willoughby, I do not know what it is to feel that, or anything like it. I cannot conceive a claim on any one's life, as a claim, or the continuation of an engagement not founded on perfect sympathy. How should I feel it, then? It is, as you say of Mr. Whitford, beyond me." Sir Willoughby caught up the Whitford. Bursting with laughter in his joyful pride, he called it a portrait of old Vernon in society, for she thought a trifle too highly of Vernon, as here and there a wrong young lady does think of the friends of her plighted man, which is waste of substance properly belonging to him, as it were, in the loftier sense, an expenditure in genuflections to wayside idols of the reverence she should bring intact to the temple. Derision instructs her. Of the other subject, her jealousy, he had no desire to hear more. She had winced. The woman had been touched to smarting in the girl. Enough. She attempted the subject once, but faintly, and in his careless parrying threw her out. Clara could have bitten her tongue for that reiterated stupid slip on the name of Whitford, and because she was innocent at heart she persisted in asking herself how she could be guilty of it. "You both know the botanic titles of these wild flowers," she said. "Who?" he inquired. "You and Miss Dale." Sir Willoughby shrugged. He was amused. "No woman on earth will grace a barouche so exquisitely as my Clara." "Where?" said she. "During our annual 2 months in London. I drive a barouche there, and venture to prophesy that my equipage will create the greatest excitement of any in London. I see old Horace de Craye gazing." She sighed. She could not drag him to the word, or a hint of it, necessary to her subject. But there it was. She saw it. She had nearly let it go, and blushed at being obliged to name it. "Jealousy, do you mean? Willoughby? The people in London would be jealous? Colonel De Craye? How strange! That is a sentiment I cannot understand." Sir Willoughby gesticulated the "of course not" of an established assurance to the contrary. "Indeed, Willoughby, I do not." "Certainly not." He was now in her trap, and he was imagining himself to be anatomizing her feminine nature. "Can I give you a proof, Willoughby? I am so utterly incapable of it, that listen to me. Were you to come to me to tell me, as you might, how much better suited to you Miss Dale has appeared than I am, and I fear I am not, it should be spoken plainly. Unsuited altogether, perhaps. I beseech you to believe, you must believe me, give you your freedom instantly, most truly, and engage to speak of you as I should think of you. Willoughby, you would have no one to praise you in public and in private as I should, for you would be to me the most honest, truthful, chivalrous gentleman alive, and in that case I would undertake to declare that she would not admire you more than I. Miss Dale would not. She would not admire you more than I, not even Miss Dale." This, her first direct leap for liberty, set Clara panting, and so much had she to say that the nervous and the intellectual halves of her dashed like cymbals, dazing and stunning her with the oppositeness of things to be said, and dividing her in indecision as to the cunningest to move him of the many pressing. The condition of feminine jealousy stood revealed. He had driven her farther than he had intended. "Come, let me allay these," he soothed her with hand and voice, while seeking for his phrase, "these magnified pinpoints. Now, my Clara, on my honour, and when I put it forward in attestation, my honour has the most serious meaning speech can have. Ordinarily, my word has to suffice for bonds, promises, or asseverations. On my honour, not merely is there, my poor child, no ground of suspicion, I assure you, I declare to you, the fact of the case is the very reverse. Now, mark me. Of her sentiments I cannot pretend to speak. I did not, to my knowledge, originate, I am not responsible for them, and I am, before the law, as we will say, ignorant of them. That is, I have never heard a declaration of them, and I am, therefore, under pain of the stigma of excessive fatuity, bound to be non-cognizant. But as to myself, I can speak for myself, and, on my honour, Clara, to be as direct as possible, even to baldness, and you know I loathe it, I could not, I repeat, I could not marry Letitia Dale. Let me impress it on you. No flatteries. We are all susceptible more or less. No conceivable condition could bring it about. no amount of admiration. She and I are excellent friends, we cannot be more. When you see us together, the natural concord of our minds is of course misleading. She is a woman of genius. I do not conceal, I profess my admiration of her. There are times when, I confess, I require a Letitia Dale to bring me out. Give and take. I am indebted to her for the enjoyment of the duet few know, few can accord with, fewer still are allowed the privilege of playing with a human being. I am indebted, I own, and I feel deep gratitude. I own to a lively friendship for Miss Dale. But if she's displeasing in the sight of my bride by the breadth of an eyelash, then—" Sir Willoughby's arm waved Miss Dale off away into outer darkness in the wilderness. Clara shut her eyes and rolled her eyeballs in a frenzy of unuttered revolt from the Egoist. But she was not engaged in the colloquy to be an advocate of Miss Dale or of common humanity. "Ah!" she said, simply determining that the subject should not drop. "And ah!" he mocked her tenderly. "True, though. And who knows better than my Clara that I require youth, health, beauty, and the other undefinable attributes fitting with mine, and beseeming the station of the lady called to preside over my household and represent me? What says my other self? My fair? But you are, my love, you are. Understand my nature rightly, and you—" "I do, I do," interposed Clara. "If I did not by this time, I should be idiotic. Let me assure you, I understand it. Oh, listen to me. One moment. Miss Dale regards me as the happiest woman on earth. Willoughby, if I possessed her good qualities, her heart and mind, no doubt I should be. It is my wish. You must hear me. Hear me out. My wish, my earnest wish, my burning prayer, my wish to make way for her. She appreciates you. I do not. To my shame, I do not. She worships you. I do not. I cannot. You are the rising sun to her. It has been so for years. No one can account for love. I dare say not for the impossibility of loving where we should. All love bewilders me. I was not created to understand it. But she loves you. She has pined. I believe it has destroyed the health you demand as one item in your list. But you, Willoughby, can restore that. Travelling and your society, the pleasure of your society would certainly restore it. You look so handsome together. She has unbounded devotion. As for me, I cannot idolize. I see faults. I see them daily. They astonish and wound me. Your pride would not bear to hear them spoken of, least of all by your wife. You warned me to beware, that is, you said something." Her busy brain missed the subterfuge to cover her slip of the tongue. Sir Willoughby struck in. "And when I say that the entire concatenation is based on an erroneous observation of facts, and an erroneous deduction from that erroneous observation. No, no. Have confidence in me. I propose it to you in this instance, purely to save you from deception. You are cold, my love? You shivered." "I am not cold," said Clara. "Some one, I suppose, was walking over my grave." The gulf of a caress hove in view, like an enormous billow hollowing under the curled ridge. She stooped to a buttercup. The monster swept by. "Your grave!" he exclaimed over her head. "My own girl! Is not the orchid naturally a stranger in ground so far away from the chalk, Willoughby?" "I am incompetent to pronounce an opinion on such important matters. My mother had a passion for every description of flower. I fancy I have some recollection of her scattering the flower you mention over the park." If she were living now! We should be happy in the blessing of the most estimable of women, my Clara. She would have listened to me, she would have realized what I mean. Indeed, Clara, poor soul," he murmured to himself, aloud, "indeed you are absolutely in error. If I have seemed, but I repeat, you are deceived. The idea of fitness is a total hallucination. Supposing you, I do it even in play painfully, entirely out of the way, unthought of, extinct," Clara said low. "Non-existent for me." He selected a preferable term. "Suppose it, I should still, in spite of an admiration I have never thought it incumbent on me to conceal, still be, I speak emphatically, utterly incapable of the offer of my hand to Miss Dale. It may be that she is embedded in my mind as a friend, and nothing but a friend. I received the stamp in early youth. People have noticed it. We do, it seems, bring one another out, reflecting, counter-reflecting." She glanced up at him with a shrewd satisfaction to see that her wicked shaft had stuck. "You do? It is a common remark," she said. "The instantaneous difference when she comes near, any one might notice. My love," he opened the iron gate into the garden, "you encourage the naughty little suspicion. But it is a beautiful sight, Willoughby. I like to see you together. I like it as I like to see colours match." "Very well. There is no harm, then. We shall often be together. I like my fair friend. But the instant you have only to express a sentiment of disapprobation, and you dismiss her. I dismiss her. That is, as to the word, I constitute myself your echo, to clear any vestige of suspicion. She goes. That is a case of a person doomed to extinction without offending. Not without, for whoever offends my bride, my wife, my sovereign lady, offends me, very deeply offends me." "Then the caprices of your wife—" Clara stamped her foot, imperceptibly, on the lawn sward, which was irresponsibly soft to her fretfulness. She broke from the inconsequent, meaningless mild tone of irony, and said, "Willoughby, women have their honour to swear by equally with men. Girls have. They have to swear an oath at the altar. May I to you now?" "Take it for uttered when I tell you that nothing would make me happier than your union with Miss Dale. I have spoken as much as I can. Tell me you release me." With the well-known screw smile of duty upholding weariness, worn to inanition, he rejoined, "Allow me once more to reiterate that it is repulsive, inconceivable, that I should ever, under any mortal conditions, bring myself to the point of taking Miss Dale for my wife. You reduce me to this perfectly childish protestation. Pitiably childish. But, my love, have I to remind you that you and I are plighted, and that I am an honourable man?" "I know it. I feel it. Release me!" cried Clara. Sir Willoughby severely reprehended his short-sightedness for seeing but the one proximate object in the particular attention he had bestowed on Miss Dale. He could not disavow that they had been marked, and with an object, and he was distressed by the unwonted want of wisdom through which he had been drawn to overshoot his object. His design to excite a touch of the insane emotion in Clara's bosom was too successful, and "I was not thinking of her," he said to himself, in his candour contrite. She cried again, "Will you not, Willoughby, release me?" He begged her to take his arm. To consent to touch him, while petitioning for detachment, appeared discordant to Clara, but, if she expected him to accede, it was right that she should do as much as she could, and she surrendered her hand at arm's length, disdaining the imprisoned fingers. He pressed them, and said, Dr. Middleton is in the library. I see Vernon is at work with Crossjay in the West Room. The boy has had sufficient for the day. Now, is it not like old Vernon to drive his books at a cracked head before it's half mended?" He signalled to young Crossjay, who was up and out through the folding windows in a twinkling. "And you will go in and talk to Vernon of the lady in question," Sir Willoughby whispered to Clara. "Use your best persuasions in our joint names. You have my warrant for saying that money is no consideration. House and income are assured. You can hardly have taken me seriously when I requested you to undertake Vernon before. I was quite in earnest, then as now. I prepare Miss Dale. I will not have a wedding on our wedding day, but either before or after it. I gladly speed their alliance. I think now I give you the best proof possible, and though I know that with women a delusion may be seen to be groundless and still be cherished, I rely on your good sense." Vernon was at the window, and stood aside for her to enter. Sir Willoughby used a gentle insistence with her. She bent her head as if she were stepping into a cave. So frigid was she, that a ridiculous dread of calling Mr. Whitford Mr. Oxford was her only present anxiety, when Sir Willoughby had closed the window on them. Chapter 14.
Chapter 14 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 14. Sir Willoughby and Letitia. I prepare Miss Dale. Sir Willoughby thought of his promise to Clara. He trifled a while with young Crossjay, and then sent the boy flying, and wrapped himself in meditation. So shall you see standing many a statue of statesmen who have died in harness for their country. In the 104th chapter of the 13th volume of the Book of Egoism, it is written, "Possession without obligation to the object possessed approaches felicity." It is the rarest condition of ownership. For example, the possession of land is not without obligation both to the soil and the tax collector. The possession of fine clothing is oppressed by obligation. Gold, jewelry, works of art, enviable household furniture are positive fetters. The possession of a wife we find surcharged with obligation. In all these cases, possession is a gentle term for enslavement, bestowing the sort of felicity attained to by the helot drink. You can have the joy, the pride, the intoxication of possession. You can have no free soul. But there is one instance of possession, and that the most perfect, which leaves us free, under not a shadow of obligation, receiving ever, never giving, or if giving, giving only our waste. As it were, sauf votre respect, by form of perspiration, radiation, if you like. Unconscious moral bountifulness, and it is a beneficent process for the system. Our possession of an adoring female's worship is this instance. The soft cherishable Parsi is hardly at any season other than prostrate. She craves nothing save that you continue in being her son, which is your firm constitutional endeavour, and thus you have a most exact alliance. She supplying spirit to your matter, while at the same time presenting matter to your spirit, verily a comfortable apposition. The gods do bless it. That they do so, indeed, is evident in the men they select for such a felicitous crown and aureole. Weak men would be rendered nervous by the flattery of a woman's worship, or they would be for returning it, at least partially, as though it could be bandied to and fro without emulgence of the poetry, or they would be pitiful and quite spoil the thing. Some would be for transforming the beautiful solitary vestal flame by the first effort of the multiplication table into your hearth fire of slippered affection. So these men are not they whom the gods have ever selected, but rather men of a pattern with themselves, very high and very solid men, who maintain the crown by holding divinely independent of the great emotion they have sown. Even for them a pass of danger is ahead, as we shall see in our sample of one among the highest of them. A clear approach to felicity had long been the portion of Sir Willoughby Patterne in his relations with Letitia Dale. She belonged to him. He was quite unshackled by her. She was everything that is good in a parasite, nothing that is bad. His dedicated critic she was, reviewing him with a favour equal to perfect efficiency in her office. And whatever the world might say of him, to her the happy gentleman could constantly turn for his refreshing balsamic bath. She flew to the soul in him, pleasing the arousing sensations of that inhabitant. And he allowed her the right to fly, in the manner of kings, as we have heard, consenting to the privileges acted on by the cats. These may not address their majesties, but they may stare. Nor will it be contested that the attentive circular eyes of the humble domestic creatures are an embellishment to royal pomp and grandeur, such truly as should one day gain for them an inweaving and figurement in the place of bees, ermine tufts, and their various present decorations, upon the august great robes back-flowing and foaming over the gaspy page boys. Further to quote from the same volume of the book, there is pain in the surrendering of that we are fain to relinquish. The idea is too exquisitely attenuate, as are those of the whole bodyguard of the heart of egoism, and will slip through unless you shall have made a study of the gross of volumes of the first and second sections of the book, and that will take you up to senility, or you must make a personal entry into the pages, perchance, or an escape out of them. There was once a venerable gentleman for whom a white hair grew on the top of his nose, laughing at removals. He resigned himself to it in the end, and lastingly contemplated the apparition. It does not concern us what effect was produced on his countenance and his mind. Enough that he saw a fine thing, but not so fine as the idea cited above, which has been between the two eyes of humanity ever since women were sought in marriage. With yonder old gentleman, it may have been a ghostly hair or a disease of the optic nerves. But for us it is a real growth, and humanity might profitably imitate him in his patient speculation upon it. Sir Willoughby Patterne, though ready in the pursuit of duty and policy, an oft united couple, to cast Miss Dale away, had to consider that he was not simply, so to speak, casting her over a hedge, he was casting her for a man to catch her. And this was a much greater trial than it had been on the previous occasion, when she went over bump to the ground. In the arms of a husband there was no knowing how soon she might forget her soul's fidelity. It had not hurt him to sketch the project of the conjunction. Benevolence assisted him, but he winced and smarted at seeing it take shape. It sullied his idea of Letitia. Still, if, in spite of so great a change in her fortune, her spirit could be guaranteed changeless, he, for the sake of pacifying his bride, and to keep two serviceable persons near him at command, might resolve to join them. The vision of his resolution brought with it a certain pallid contempt of the physically faithless woman. No wonder he betook himself to the book, and opened it on the scorching chapters treating of the sex, and the execrable wiles of that foremost creature of the chase who runs for life. She is not spared in the biggest of books. But close it. The writing in it having been done chiefly by men, men naturally receive their fortifications from its wisdom, and half a dozen of the popular sentences for the confusion of women, cut in brass worn to a polish like sombre gold, refreshed Sir Willoughby for his undertaking. The examination of Letitia's faded complexion braced him very cordially. His Clara jealous of this poor leaf! He could have desired the transfusion of a quality or two from Letitia to his bride. But you cannot, as in cookery, obtain a mixture of the essences of these creatures. And if, as it is possible to do, and as he has been doing recently with the pair of them at the Hall, you stew them in one pot, they are far likelier to intensify the little birthmarks of individuality. Had they a tendency to excellence, it might be otherwise. They might then make the exchanges we wish for. Or scientifically concocted in a harem for a sufficient length of time by a sultan, anything but obtuse, they might. It is, however, fruitless to dwell on what was only a glimpse of a wild regret, like the crossing of two express trains along the rails of Sir Willoughby's head. The ladies Eleanor and Isabel were sitting with Miss Dale, all three at work on embroideries. He had merely to look at Miss Eleanor. She rose. She looked at Miss Isabel, and rattled her chatelaine to account for her departure. After a decent interval, Miss Isabel glided out. Such was the perfect discipline of the household. Sir Willoughby played an air on the knee of his crossed leg. Letitia grew conscious of a meaning in the silence. She said, "You have not been vexed by affairs to-day?" "Affairs," he replied, "must be peculiarly vexatious to trouble me. Concerning the country or my personal affairs?" "I fancy I was alluding to the country." "I trust I am as good a patriot as any man living," said he, "but I am used to the follies of my countrymen. And we are on board a stout ship. At the worst it's no worse than a rise in rates and taxes. Soup at the hall gates, perhaps, license to fell timber in one of the outer copses, or some dozen loads of coal. You hit my feudalism." "The knight in armour has gone," said Letitia, "and the castle with the drawbridge. Immunity for our island has gone too since we took to commerce." "We bartered independence for commerce. You hit our old controversy. Ay, but we do not want this overgrown population. However, we will put politics and sociology and the pack of their modern barbarous words aside. You read me intuitively. I have been, I will not say annoyed, but ruffled. I have much to do, and going into Parliament would make me almost helpless if I lose Vernon. You know of some absurd notion he has? Literary fame, and bachelor's chambers, and a chop house, and the rest of it." She knew, and thinking differently in the matter of literary fame, she flushed, and, ashamed of the flush, frowned. He bent over to her with the perusing earnestness of a gentleman about to trifle. "You cannot intend that frown?" "Did I frown?" "You do." "Now?" "Fiercely." "Oh! Will you smile to reassure me?" "Willingly, as well as I can." A gloom overcame him. With no woman on earth did he shine so as to recall to himself Seigneur and dame of the old French court as he did with Letitia Dale. He did not wish the period revived, but reserved it as a garden to stray into when he was in the mood of displaying elegance and brightness in the society of a lady. And in speech Letitia helped him to the nice delusion. She was not devoid of grace of bearing either. Would she preserve her beautiful responsiveness to his ascendancy? Hitherto she had, and for years, and quite fresh. But how of her as a married woman? Our souls are hideously subject to the conditions of our animal nature. A wife, possibly mother, it was within sober calculation that there would be great changes in her. And the hint of any change appeared a total change to one of the lofty order, when they are called on to relinquish possession instead of aspiring to it, say, all or nothing. Well, but if there was danger of the marriage tie effecting the slightest alteration of her character or habit of mind, wherefore press it upon a tolerably hardened spinster? Besides, though he did once put her hand in Vernon's for the dance, he remembered acutely that the injury then done by his generosity to his tender sensitiveness had sickened and tarnished the effulgence of 2 or 3 successive anniversaries of his coming of age. Nor had he altogether yet got over the passion of greed for the whole group of the well-favoured of the fair sex, which in his early youth had made it bitter for him to submit to the fickleness, not to say the modest fickleness, of any handsome one of them in yielding her hand to a man and suffering herself to be led away. Ladies whom he had only heard of as ladies of some beauty incurred his wrath for having lovers or taking husbands. He was of a vast embrace, and do not exclaim in covetousness. For well he knew that even under Moslem law he could not have them all, but as the enamoured custodian of the sex's purity, that blushes at such big spots as lovers and husbands. And it was unbearable to see it sacrificed for others. Without their purity, what are they? What are fruiterer's plums? Unsaleable. Oh, for the bloom on them! As I said, I lose my right hand in Vernon, he resumed, and I am, it seems, inevitably to lose him, unless we contrive to fasten him down here. I think, my dear Miss Dale, you have my character. At least I should recommend my future biographer to you. With a caution, of course. You would have to write selfishness with a dash under it. I cannot endure to lose a member of my household, not under any circumstances. And a change of feeling toward me on the part of any or my friends because of marriage, I think hard. I would ask you, how can it be for Vernon's good to quit an easy pleasant home for the wretched profession of literature? Wretchedly paying, I mean. He bowed to the authoress. Let him leave the house, if he imagines he will not harmonize with its young mistress. He is queer, though a good fellow. But he ought in that event to have an establishment. And my scheme for Vernon? Men, Miss Dale, do not change to their old friends when they marry. My scheme, which would cause the alteration in his system of life to be barely perceptible, is to build him a poetical little cottage large enough for a couple on the borders of my park. I have the spot in my eye. The point is, can he live alone there? Men, I say, do not change. How is it that we cannot say the same of women? Letitia remarked. The generic woman appears to have an extraordinary faculty for swallowing the individual. As to the individual, as to a particular person, I may be wrong. Precisely because it is her case I think of, my strong friendship inspires the fear. Unworthy of both, no doubt, but trace it to the source. Even pure friendship, which is the taint in us, knows a kind of jealousy. Though I would gladly see her established, and near me, happy and contributing to my happiness with her incomparable social charm. Her I do not estimate generically, be sure. If you do me the honour to allude to me, Sir Willoughby, said Letitia, I am my father's housemaid. What wooer can take that for a refusal? You would beg to be a third in the house and sharer of your affectionate burden. Honestly, why not? And I may be arguing against my own happiness. It may be the end of me. The end? Old friends are captious, exacting. No, not the end. Yet if my friend is not the same to me, it is the end to that form of friendship. Not to the degree, possibly. But when one is used to the form. And do you, in its application of friendship, scorn the word use? We are creatures of custom. I am, I confess, a poltroon in my affections. I dread changes. The shadow of the tenth of an inch in the customary elevation of an eyelid, to give you an idea of my susceptibility. And, my dear Miss Dale, I throw myself on your charity, with all my weakness bare, let me add, as I could do to none but you. Consider, then, if I lose you, the fear is due to my pusillanimity entirely. High-souled women may be wives, mothers, and still reserve that home for their friend. They can and will conquer the viler conditions of human life. Our estates, I have always contended, our various phases have to be passed through, and there is no disgrace in it so long as they do not levy toll on the quintessential, the spiritual element. You understand me? I am no adept in these abstract elucidations. You explain yourself clearly, said Letitia. I have never pretended that psychology was my forte, said he, feeling overshadowed by her cold commendation. He was not less acutely sensitive to the fractional divisions of tones than of eyelids, being, as it were, a melody with which everything was out of tune that did not modestly or mutely accord. And to bear without a melody in your person is incomparably more searching than the best of touchstones and talismans ever invented. Your father's health has improved latterly? He did not complain of his health when I saw him this morning. My cousin Amelia is with him, and she is an excellent nurse. He has a liking for Vernon. He has a great respect for Mr. Whitford. You have? Oh, yes, I have it equally. For a foundation, that is the surest. I would have the friends dearest to me begin on that. The headlong match is, how can we describe it? By its finale, I'm afraid. Vernon's abilities are really to be respected. His shyness is his malady. I suppose he reflected that he was not a capitalist. He might, one would think, have addressed himself to me. My purse is not locked. No, Sir Willoughby, Letitia said, warmly, for his donations in charity were famous. Her eyes gave him the food he enjoyed, and basking in them, he continued. Vernon's income would at once have been regulated commensurately with a new position requiring an increase. This money, money, money! But the world will have it so. Happily I have inherited habits of business and personal economy. Vernon is a man who would do 50 times more with a companion appreciating his abilities and making light of his little deficiencies. They are palpable, small enough. He has always been aware of my wishes. Then perhaps the fulfilment might have sent me off on another tour of the world, homebird though I am. When was it that our friendship commenced? In my boyhood, I know. Very many years back. I am in my 30th year, said Letitia, surprised and pained by a baldness resembling the deeds of ladies. They have been known, either through absence of mind or mania, to displace a wig. In the deadly intimacy which slaughters poetic admiration, Sir Willoughby punished her by deliberately reckoning that she did not look less. Genius, he observed, is unacquainted with wrinkles. Hardly one of his prettiest speeches, but he had been wounded, and he never could recover immediately. Coming on him in a mood of sentiment, the wound was sharp. He could very well have calculated the lady's age. It was the jarring clash of her brazen declaration of it upon his low rich flute notes that shocked him. He glanced at the gold cathedral clock on the mantelpiece, and proposed a stroll on the lawn before dinner. Letitia gathered up her embroidery work. As a rule, he said, authoresses are not needlewomen. I shall resign the needle or the pen if it stamps me an exception, she replied. He attempted a compliment on her truly exceptional character. As when the player's finger rests in distraction on the organ, it was without measure and disgusted his own hearing. Nevertheless, she had been so good as to diminish his apprehension that the marriage of a lady in her 30th year with his cousin Vernon would be so much of a loss to him. Hence, while parading the lawn, now and then casting an eye on the window of the room where his Clara and Vernon were in council, the schemes he indulged for his prospective comfort and his feelings of the moment were in such striving harmony as that to which we hear orchestral musicians bringing their instruments under the process called tuning. It is not perfect, but it promises to be so soon. We are not angels, which have their dulcimers ever on the choral pitch. We are mortals attaining the celestial accord with effort through a stage of pain. Some degree of pain was necessary to Sir Willoughby. Otherwise he would not have seen his generosity confronting him. He grew, therefore, tenderly inclined to Letitia once more, so far as to say within himself, for conversation she would be a valuable wife. And this valuable wife he was presenting to his cousin. Apparently, considering the duration of the conference of his Clara and Vernon, his cousin required strong persuasion to accept the present. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 15. The Petition for a Release. Neither Clara nor Vernon appeared at the midday table. Dr. Middleton talked with Miss Dale on classical matters, like a good-natured giant giving a child the jump from stone to stone across a brawling mountain ford, so that an unedified audience might really suppose, upon seeing her over the difficulty, she had done something for herself. Sir Willoughby was proud of her, and therefore anxious to settle her business while he was in the humour to lose her. He hoped to finish it by shooting a word or two at Vernon before dinner. Clara's petition to be set free, released from him, had vaguely frightened, even more than it offended, his pride. Miss Isabel quitted the room. She came back, saying, "They decline to lunch." "Then we may rise," remarked Sir Willoughby. "She was weeping," Miss Isabel murmured to him. "Girlish enough," he said. The two elderly ladies went away together. Miss Dale, pursuing her theme with the Reverend Doctor, was invited by him to a course in the library. Sir Willoughby walked up and down the lawn, taking a glance at the west room as he swung round on the turn of his leg. Growing impatient, he looked in at the window and found the room vacant. Nothing was to be seen of Clara and Vernon during the afternoon. Near the dinner hour the ladies were informed by Miss Middleton's maid that her mistress was lying down on her bed, too unwell with headache to be present. Young Crossjay brought a message from Vernon, delayed by birds' eggs in the delivery, to say that he was off over the hills and thought of dining with Dr. Corney. Sir Willoughby dispatched condolences to his bride. He was not well able to employ his mind on its customary topic, being, like the dome of a bell, a man of so pervading a ring within himself, concerning himself, that the recollection of a doubtful speech or unpleasant circumstance touching him closely deranged his inward peace. And as dubious and unpleasant things will often occur, he had great need of a worshipper, and was often compelled to appeal to her for signs of antidotal idolatry. In this instance, when the need of a worshipper was sharply felt, he obtained no signs at all. The Reverend Doctor had fascinated Miss Dale, so that both within and without, Sir Willoughby was uncomforted. His themes in public were those of an English gentleman: horses, dogs, game, sport, intrigue, scandal, politics, wines, the manly themes, with a condescension to ladies' tattle and approbation of a racy anecdote. What interest could he possibly take in the Athenian theatre, and the girl whose flute-playing behind the scenes, imitating the Nightingale, enraptured a Greek audience? He would have suspected a motive in Miss Dale's eager attentiveness, if the motive could have been conceived. Besides, the ancients were not decorous. They did not, as we make our moderns do, write for ladies. He ventured at the dinner-table to interrupt Dr. Middleton once. "Miss Dale will do wisely, I think, sir, by confining herself to your present edition of the classics." "That," replied Dr. Middleton, "is the observation of a student of the Dictionary of Classical Mythology in the English tongue." "The theatre is a matter of climate, sir, you will grant me that." "If quick wits come of climate, it is as you say, sir." "With us it seems a matter of painful fostering, or the need of it," said Miss Dale, with a question to Dr. Middleton, excluding Sir Willoughby, as though he had been a temporary disturbance of the flow of their dialogue. The ladies Eleanor and Isabel, previously excellent listeners to the learned talk, saw the necessity of coming to his rescue, but you cannot converse with your aunts, inmates of your house, on general subjects at table. The attempt increased his discomposure. He considered that he had ill chosen his father-in-law, that scholars are an impolite race, that young or youngish women are devotees of power in any form, and will be absorbed by a scholar for a variation of a man, concluding that he must have a round of dinner parties to friends, especially ladies, appreciating him during the doctor's visit. Clara's headache above and Dr. Middleton's unmannerliness below affected his instincts in a way to make him apprehend that a stroke of misfortune was impending. Thunder was in the air. Still, he learned something by which he was to profit subsequently. The topic of wine withdrew the doctor from his classics. It was magical on him. A strong fraternity of taste was discovered in the sentiments of host and guest upon particular wines and vintages. They kindled one another by naming great years of the grape, and if Sir Willoughby had to sacrifice the ladies to the topic, he much regretted a condition of things that compelled him to sin against his habit, for the sake of being in the conversation and probing an elderly gentleman's foible. Late at night he heard the house bell, and meeting Vernon in the hall invited him to enter the laboratory and tell him Dr. Corney's last. Vernon was brief. Corney had not let fly a single anecdote, he said, and lighted his candle. "By the way, Vernon, you had a talk with Miss Middleton. She will speak to you tomorrow at 12. Tomorrow at 12? It gives her 24 hours." Sir Willoughby determined that his perplexity should be seen. But Vernon said good night to him, and was shooting up the stairs before the dramatic exhibition of surprise had yielded to speech. Thunder was in the air, and a blow coming. Sir Willoughby's instincts were awake to the many signs, nor, though silenced, were they hushed by his harping on the frantic excesses to which women are driven by the passion of jealousy. He believed in Clara's jealousy because he really had intended to rouse it, under the form of emulation, feebly. He could not suppose she had spoken of it to Vernon. And as for the seriousness of her desire to be released from her engagement, that was little credible. Still, the fixing of an hour for her to speak to him, after an interval of 24 hours, left an opening for the incredible to add its weight to the suspicious mass. And who would have fancied Clara Middleton so wild a victim of the intemperate passion? He muttered to himself several assuaging observations to excuse a young lady half demented, and rejected them in a lump for their nonsensical inapplicability to Clara. In order to obtain some sleep, he consented to blame himself slightly, in the style of the enamoured historian of erring beauties alluding to their peccadilloes. He had done it to edify her. Sleep, however, failed him. That an inordinate jealousy argued an overpowering love solved his problem, until he tried to fit the proposition to Clara's character. He had discerned nothing southern in her. Latterly, with the blushing day in prospect, she had contracted and frozen. There was no reading either of her or of the mystery. In the morning at the breakfast table a confession of sleeplessness was general. Excepting Miss Dale and Dr. Middleton, none had slept a wink. "I, sir," the doctor replied to Sir Willoughby, "slept like a lexicon in your library when Mr. Whitford and I are out of it." Vernon incidentally mentioned that he had been writing through the night. "You fellows kill yourselves," Sir Willoughby reproved him. "For my part, I make it a principle to get through my work without self-slaughter." Clara watched her father for a symptom of ridicule. He gazed mildly on the systematic worker. She was unable to guess whether she would have in him an ally or a judge. The latter, she feared. Now that she had embraced the strife, she saw the division of the line where she stood from that one where the world places girls who are affianced wives. Her father could hardly be with her, it had gone too far. He loved her, but he would certainly take her to be moved by a maddish whim. He would not try to understand her case. The scholar's detestation of a disarrangement of human affairs that had been by miracle contrived to run smoothly would of itself rank him against her, and with the world to back his view of her, he might behave like a despotic father. How could she defend herself before him? At one thought of Sir Willoughby, her tongue made ready and feminine craft was alert to prompt it. But to her father she could imagine herself opposing only dumbness and obstinacy. "It is not exactly the same kind of work," she said. Dr. Middleton rewarded her with a bushy eyebrows beam of his revolting humour at the baronet's notion of work. So little was needed to quicken her that she sunned herself in the beam, coaxing her father's eyes to stay with hers as long as she could, and beginning to hope he might be won to her side if she confessed she had been more in the wrong than she felt, owned to him, that is, her error in not earlier disturbing his peace. "I do not say it is the same," observed Sir Willoughby, bowing to their alliance of opinion. "My poor work is for the day, and Vernon's, no doubt, for the day to come. I contend, nevertheless, for the preservation of health as the chief implement of work." "Of continued work, there I agree with you," said Dr. Middleton cordially. Clara's heart sunk. So little was needed to deaden her. Accuse her of an overweening antagonism to her betrothed. Yet remember that though the words had not been uttered to give her good reason for it, nature reads nature. Captives may be stripped of everything save that power to read their tyrant. Remember also that she was not, as she well knew, blameless. Her rage at him was partly against herself. The rising from table left her to Sir Willoughby. She swam away after Miss Dale, exclaiming, "The laboratory! Will you have me for a companion on your walk to see your father? One breathes earth and heaven today out of doors. Isn't it summer with a spring breeze? I will wander about your garden and not hurry your visit, I promise." "I shall be very happy indeed, but I am going immediately," said Letitia, seeing Sir Willoughby hovering to snap up his bride. "Yes, and a garden hat, and I am on the march." "I will wait for you on the terrace." "You will not have to wait." 5 minutes at the most," Sir Willoughby said to Letitia, and she passed out, leaving them alone together. "Well, and my love," he addressed his bride almost huggingly, "and what is the story? And how did you succeed with old Vernon yesterday? He will and he won't. He's a very woman in these affairs. I can't forgive him for giving you a headache. You were found weeping." "Yes, I cried," said Clara. "And now tell me about it. You know, my dear girl, whether he does or doesn't, our keeping him somewhere in the neighbourhood, perhaps not in the house, that is the material point. It can hardly be necessary in these days to urge marriages on. I'm sure the country is over. Most marriages ought to be celebrated with the funeral knell." "I think so," said Clara. "It will come to this, that marriages of consequence, and none but those, will be hailed with joyful peals. Do not say such things in public, Willoughby. Only to you, to you. Don't think me likely to expose myself to the world. Well, and I sounded Miss Dale, and there will be no violent obstacle. And now about Vernon. I will speak to you, Willoughby, when I return from my walk with Miss Dale, soon after 12. 12, said he. I name an hour. It seems childish. I can explain it. But it is named, I cannot deny, because I am a rather childish person, perhaps, and have it prescribed to me to delay my speaking for a certain length of time. I may tell you at once that Mr. Whitford is not to be persuaded by me, and the breaking of our engagement would not induce him to remain. Vernon used those words. It was I. The breaking of our engagement. Come into the laboratory, my love. I shall not have time. Time shall stop rather than interfere with our conversation. The breaking! But it's a sort of sacrilege to speak of it. That I feel, yet it has to be spoken of. Sometimes. Why? I can't conceive the occasion. You know, to me, Clara, plighted faith, the affiancing of two lovers, is a piece of religion. I rank it as holy as marriage. Nay, to me it is holier. I really cannot tell you how. I can only appeal to you in your bosom to understand me. We read of divorces with comparative indifference. They occur between couples who have rubbed off all romance. She could have asked him, in her fit of ironic iciness, on hearing him thus blindly challenge her to speak out, whether the romance might be his piece of religion. He propitiated the more unwarlike sentiments in her by ejaculating, "Poor souls! Let them go their several ways. Married people, no longer lovers, are in the category of the unnameable. But the hint of the breaking of an engagement, our engagement, between us, oh! Oh!" Clara came out with a swan's note, swelling over mechanical imitation of him to dolorousness illimitable. "Oh," she breathed short, "let it be now. Do not speak till you have heard me. My head may not be clear by and by, and 2 scenes twice will be beyond my endurance. I am penitent for the wrong I have done you. I grieve for you. All the blame is mine. Willoughby, you must release me. Do not let me hear a word of that word. Jealousy is unknown to me. Happy if I could call you friend, and see you with a worthier than I, who might by and by call me friend. You have my plighted troth, given in ignorance of my feelings. Reprobate a weak and foolish girl's ignorance. I have thought of it, and I cannot see wickedness, though the blame is great, shameful. You have none. You are without any blame. You will not suffer as I do. You will be generous to me. I have no respect for myself when I beg you to be generous and release me." "But was this the—" Willoughby preserved his calmness. "This, then, the subject of your interview with Vernon?" "I have spoken to him. I did my commission, and I spoke to him." "Of me?" "Of myself. I see how I hurt you. I could not avoid it. Yes, of you, as far as we are related. I said I believed you would release me. I said I could be true to my plighted word, but that you would not insist. Could a gentleman insist? But not a step beyond, not love. I have none. And, Willoughby, treat me as one perfectly worthless. I am. I should have known it a year back. I was deceived in myself. There should be love." "Should be!" Willoughby's tone was a pungent comment on her. "Love, then, I find I have not. I think I am antagonistic to it. What people say of it, I have not experienced. I find I was mistaken. It is lightly said, but very painful. You understand me that my prayer is for liberty, that I may not be tied. If you can release and pardon me, or promise ultimately to pardon me, or say some kind word, I shall know it is because I am beneath you utterly that I have been unable to give you the love you should have with a wife. Only say to me, go. It is you who break the match, discovering my want of a heart. What people think of me matters little. My anxiety will be to save you annoyance." She waited for him. He seemed on the verge of speaking. He perceived her expectation. He had nothing but clownish tumult within, and his dignity counselled him to disappoint her. Swaying his head, like the oriental palm whose shade is a blessing to the perfervid wanderer below, smiling gravely, he was indirectly asking his dignity what he could say to maintain it, and deal this mad young woman a bitterly compassionate rebuke. What to think hung remoter. The thing to do struck him first. He squeezed both her hands, threw the door wide open, and said with countless blinkings, "In the laboratory we are uninterrupted. I was at a loss to guess where that most unpleasant effect on the senses came from. They are always guessing through the nose. I mean the remainder of breakfast here. Perhaps I satirized them too smartly, if you know the letters. When they are not calculating. More offensive than debris of a midnight banquet. An American tour is instructive, though not so romantic. Not so romantic as Italy, I mean. Let us escape." She held back from his arm. She had scattered his brains. It was pitiable. But she was in the torrent, and could not suffer a pause or a change of place. "It must be here. 1 minute more. I cannot go elsewhere to begin again. Speak to me here. Answer my request. Once, one word. If you forgive me, it will be superhuman. But release me." "Seriously," he rejoined, "teacups and coffee cups, breadcrumbs, eggshells, caviar, butter, beef, bacon. Can we? The room reeks." "Then I will go for my walk with Miss Dale, and you will speak to me when I return?" "At all seasons." "You shall go with Miss Dale. But, my dear, my love, seriously, where are we? One hears of lovers' quarrels. Now, I never quarrel, it is a characteristic of mine. And you speak of me to my cousin Vernon. Seriously, plighted faith signifies plighted faith, as much as an iron cable is iron to hold by. Some little twist of the mind. To Vernon, of all men. Crush, she has been dreaming of a hero of perfection, and the comparison is unfavourable to her Willoughby. But, my Clara, when I say to you that bride is bride, and you are mine, mine. Willoughby, you mentioned them, those separations of two married. You said, if they do not love. Oh, say, is it not better? Instead of later?" He took advantage of her modesty in speaking to exclaim, "Where are we now? Bride is bride, and wife is wife, and affianced is, in honour, wedded. You cannot be released. We are united. Recognize it. United. There is no possibility of releasing a wife." "Not if she ran?" This was too direct to be histrionically misunderstood. He had driven her to the extremity of more distinctly imagining the circumstance she had cited, and with that cleared view the desperate creature gloried in launching such a bolt at the man's real or assumed insensibility as must, by shivering it, waken him. But in a moment she stood in burning rose with dimmed eyesight. She saw his horror, and seeing it, shared just then only by seeing it, which led her to rejoice with the deepest of sighs that some shame was left in her. "Ran, ran, ran," he said as rapidly as he blinked. "How? Where? What idea?" Close was he upon an explosion that would have sullied his conception of the purity of the younger members of the sex hauntingly. That she, a young lady, maiden, of strictest education, should, and without his teaching, know that wives ran, know that by running they compelled their husbands to abandon pursuit, surrender possession, and that she should suggest it of herself as a wife, that she should speak of running. His ideal, the common male egoist ideal of a waxwork sex, would have been shocked to fragments had she spoken further to fill in the outlines of these awful interjections. She was tempted, for during the last few minutes the fire of her situation had enlightened her understanding upon a subject far from her as the ice fields of the north a short while before, and the prospect offered to her courage if she would only outstare shame and seem at home in the doings of wickedness, was his loathing and dreading so vile a young woman. She restrained herself, chiefly after the first bridling of maidenly timidity, because she could not bear to lower the idea of her sex even in his esteem. The door was open. She had thoughts of flying out to breathe in an interval of truce. She reflected on her situation hurriedly, askance. If one must go through this, to be disentangled from an engagement, what must it be to poor women seeking to be free of a marriage? Had she spoken it, Sir Willoughby might have learned that she was not so iniquitously wise of the things of this world as her mere sex's instinct, roused to the intemperateness of a creature struggling with fetters, had made her appear in her dash to seize a weapon, indicated moreover by him. Clara took up the old broken vow of women to vow it afresh. "Never to any man will I give my hand." She replied to Sir Willoughby, "I have said all. I cannot explain what I have said." She had heard a step in the passage. Vernon entered. Perceiving them, he stated his mission in apology. "Dr. Middleton left a book in this room. I see it. It's a Heinsius." "Ah, by the way, a book. Books would not be left here if they were not brought here, with my compliments to Dr. Middleton, who may do as he pleases, though, seriously, order is order," said Sir Willoughby. "Come away to the laboratory, Clara. It's a comment on human beings that wherever they have been there's a mess, and you admirers of them," he divided a sickly nod between Vernon and the stale breakfast table, "must make what you can of it. Come, Clara." Clara protested that she was engaged to walk with Miss Dale. "Miss Dale is waiting in the hall," said Vernon. "Miss Dale is waiting?" said Clara. "Walk with Miss Dale, walk with Miss Dale," Sir Willoughby remarked pressingly. "I will beg her to wait another 2 minutes. You shall find her in the hall when you come down." He rang the bell and went out. "Take Miss Dale into your confidence. She is quite trustworthy," Vernon said to Clara. "I have not advanced one step," she replied. "Recollect that you are in a position of your own choosing, and if after thinking over it you mean to escape, you must make up your mind to pitched battles, and not be dejected if you are beaten in all of them. There is your only chance." "Not my choosing. Do not say choosing, Mr. Whitford. I did not choose. I was incapable of really choosing. I consented." "It's the same, in fact. But be sure of what you wish." "Yes," she assented, taking it for her just punishment that she should be supposed not quite to know her wishes. "Your advice has helped me to-day." "Did I advise?" "Do you regret advising?" "I should certainly regret a word that intruded between you and him." "But you will not leave the hall yet? You will not leave me without a friend? If papa and I were to leave tomorrow, I foresee endless correspondence. I have to stay at least some days and wear through it, and then, if I have to speak to my poor father, you can imagine the effect on him." Sir Willoughby came striding in to correct the error of his going out. "Miss Dale awaits you, my dear. You have bonnet, hat? No? Have you forgotten your appointment to walk with her?" "I am ready," said Clara, departing. The two gentlemen behind her separated in the passage. They had not spoken. She had read of the reproach upon women, that they divide the friendships of men. She reproached herself, but she was in action, driven by necessity between sea and rock. Dreadful to think of! She was one of the creatures who are written about. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 16 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 16. Clara and Letitia. In spite of his honourable caution, Vernon had said things to render Miss Middleton more angrily determined than she had been in the scene with Sir Willoughby. His counting on pitched battles, and a defeat for her in all of them, made her previous feelings appear slack in comparison with the energy of combat now animating her. And she could vehemently declare that she had not chosen. She was too young, too ignorant to choose. He had wrongly used that word. It sounded malicious, and to call consenting the same in fact as choosing was wilfully unjust. Mr. Whitford meant well. He was conscientious, very conscientious, but he was not the hero descending from heaven, bright-sworded to smite a woman's fetters of her limbs and deliver her from the yawning mouth abyss. His logical coolness of expostulation with her when she cast aside the silly mission entrusted to her by Sir Willoughby and wept for herself was unheroic in proportion to its praiseworthiness. He had left it to her to do everything she wished done, stipulating simply that there should be a pause of 24 hours for her to consider of it before she proceeded in the attempt to extricate herself. Of consolation there had not been a word. Said he, "I am the last man to give advice in such a case." Yet she had by no means astonished him when her confession came out. It came out, she knew not how. It was led up to by his declining the idea of marriage, and her congratulating him on his exemption from the prospect of the yoke, but memory was too dull to revive the 1 or 2 fiery minutes of spoken language when she had been guilty of her dire misconduct. This gentleman was no flatterer, scarcely a friend. He could look on her grief without soothing her. Supposing he had soothed her warmly? All her sentiments collected in her bosom to dash in reprobation of him at the thought. She nevertheless condemned him for his excessive coolness, his transparent anxiety not to be compromised by a syllable, his air of saying, "I guessed as much, but why plead your case to me?" and his recommendation to her to be quite sure she did know what she meant, was a little insulting. She exonerated him from the intention. He treated her as a girl. By what he said of Miss Dale, he proposed that lady for imitation. "I must be myself, or I shall be playing hypocrite to dig my own pitfall," she said to herself, while taking counsel with Letitia as to the route for their walk, and admiring a becoming curve in her companion's hat. Sir Willoughby, with many protestations of regret that letters of business debarred him from the pleasure of accompanying them, remarked upon the path proposed by Miss Dale. "In that case you must have a footman." "Then we adopt the other," said Clara, and they set forth. "Sir Willoughby," Miss Dale said to her, "is always in alarm about her unprotectedness." Clara glanced up at the clouds and closed her parasol. She replied, "It inspires timidity." There was that in the accent and character of the answer which warned Letitia to expect the reverse of a quiet chatter with Miss Middleton. You are fond of walking?" She chose a peaceful topic. "Walking or riding?" "Yes, of walking," said Clara. "The difficulty is to find companions." "We shall lose Mr. Whitford next week." "He goes?" "He will be a great loss to me, for I do not ride," Letitia replied to the off-hand inquiry. "Ha!" Miss Middleton did not fan conversation when she simply breathed her voice. Letitia tried another neutral theme. "The weather today suits our country," she said. "England or Patterne Park? I'm so devoted to mountains that I have no enthusiasm for flat land." "Do you call our country flat, Miss Middleton? We have undulations, hills, and we have sufficient diversity, meadows, rivers, copses, brooks, and good roads, and pretty bypaths." "The prettiness is overwhelming. It is very pretty to see, but to live with, I think I prefer ugliness. I can imagine learning to love ugliness. It's honest. However young you are, you cannot be deceived by it. These parks of rich people are a part of the prettiness. I would rather have fields, commons." "The parks give us delightful green walks, paths through beautiful woods." "If there is a right of way for the public." "There should be," said Miss Dale, wondering. And Clara cried, "I chafe at restraint. Hedges and palings everywhere. I should have to travel 10 years to sit down contented among these fortifications. Of course I can read of this rich kind of English country with pleasure in poetry, but it seems to me to require poetry. What would you say of human beings requiring it?" "That they are not so companionable, but that the haze of distance improves the view." "Then you do know that you are the wisest?" Letitia raised her dark eyelashes. She sought to understand. She could only fancy she did, and if she did, it meant that Miss Middleton thought her wise in remaining single. Clara was full of a sombre preconception that her jealousy had been hinted to Miss Dale. "You knew Miss Durham?" she said. "Not intimately." "As well as you know me?" "Not so well." "But you saw more of her?" "She was more reserved with me." "Oh, Miss Dale, I would not be reserved with you." The thrill of the voice caused Letitia to steal a look. Clara's eyes were bright, and she had the readiness to run to volubility of the fever-stricken. Otherwise she did not betray excitement. "You will never allow any of these noble trees to be felled, Miss Middleton?" "The axe is better than decay, do you not think?" "I think your influence will be great, and always used to good purpose." "My influence, Miss Dale? I have begged a favour this morning, and cannot obtain the grant." It was lightly said, but Clara's face was more significant. And "What?" leaped from Letitia's lips. Before she could excuse herself, Clara had answered, "My liberty." In another and higher tone Letitia said, "What?" and she looked around on her companion. She looked in the doubt that is open to conviction by a narrow aperture, and slowly and painfully yields access. Clara saw the vacancy of her expression gradually filling with woefulness. "I have begged him to release me from my engagement, Miss Dale." "Sir Willoughby?" "It is incredible to you. He refuses. You see I have no influence." "Miss Middleton, it is terrible." "To be dragged to the marriage service against one's will?" "Yes." "Oh, Miss Middleton." "Do you not think so?" "That cannot be your meaning." "You do not suspect me of trifling? You know I would not. I am as much in earnest as a mouse in a trap." "No, you will not misunderstand me. Miss Middleton, such a blow to Sir Willoughby would be shocking, most cruel. He is devoted to you." "He was devoted to Miss Durham." "Not so deeply, differently." "Was he not very much courted at that time? He is now, not so much, he is not so young. But my reason for speaking of Miss Durham was to exclaim at the strangeness of a girl winning her freedom to plunge into wedlock. Is it comprehensible to you? She flies from one dungeon into another. These are the acts which astonish men at our conduct, and cause them to ridicule, and, I dare say, despise us. But, Miss Middleton, for Sir Willoughby to grant such a request, if it was made, it was made, and by me, and will be made again. I throw it all on my unworthiness, Miss Dale. So the county will think of me, and quite justly. I would rather defend him than myself. He requires a different wife from anything I can be. That is my discovery. Unhappily a late one. The blame is all mine. The world cannot be too hard on me. But I must be free if I am to be kind in my judgments even of the gentleman I have injured. So noble a gentleman, Letitia sighed. I will subscribe to any eulogy of him, said Clara, with a penetrating thought as to the possibility of a lady experienced in him like Letitia taking him for noble. He has a noble air. I say it sincerely, that your appreciation of him proves his nobility. Her feeling of opposition to Sir Willoughby pushed her to this extravagance, gravely perplexing Letitia. And it is, added Clara, as if to support what she had said, a withering rebuke to me. I know him less, at least have not had so long an experience of him. Letitia pondered on an obscurity in these words, which could have accused her thick intelligence, but for a glimmer it threw on another most obscure communication. She feared it might be, strange though it seemed, jealousy, a shade of jealousy affecting Miss Middleton, as had been vaguely intimated by Sir Willoughby when they were waiting in the hall. A little feminine ailment, a want of comprehension of a perfect friendship. Those were his words to her. And he suggested vaguely that care must be taken in the eulogy of her friend. She resolved to be explicit. I have not said that I think him beyond criticism, Miss Middleton. Noble? He has faults. When we have known a person for years, the faults come out, but custom makes light of them. And I suppose we feel flattered by seeing what it would be difficult to be blind to. A very little flatters us. Now, do you not admire that view? It is my favourite. Clara gazed over rolling richness of foliage, wood and water, and a church spire, a town, and horizon hills. There sung a skylark. Not even the bird that does not fly away, she said, meaning she had no heart for the bird satisfied to rise and descend in this place. Letitia travelled to some notion, dim and immense, of Miss Middleton's fever of distaste. She shrunk from it in a kind of dread, lest it might be contagious and rob her of her one ever fresh possession of the homely picturesque. But Clara melted her by saying, "For your sake I could love it, in time, or some dear old English scene. Since this change in me, I find I cannot separate landscape from associations. Now I learn how youth goes. I have grown years older in a week. Miss Dale, if he were to give me my freedom, if he were to cast me off, if he stood alone, I should pity him." Him, not me. Oh, right. I hoped you would. I knew you would. Letitia's attempt to shift with Miss Middleton's shiftiness was vain, for now she seemed really listening to the language of jealousy. Jealous of the ancient Letty Dale, and immediately before the tone was quite void of it. "Yes," she said, "but you make me feel myself in the dark, and when I do, I have the habit of throwing myself for guidance upon such light as I have within. You shall know me, if you will, as well as I know myself. And do not think me far from the point when I say I have a feeble health. I am what the doctors call anemic. A rather bloodless creature. The blood is life, so I have not much life. 10 years back, 11 if I must be precise, I thought of conquering the world with a pen. The result is that I am glad of a fireside, and not sure of always having one. And that is my achievement. My days are monotonous, but if I have a dread, it is that there will be an alteration in them. My father has very little money. We subsist on what private income he has, and his pension. He was an army doctor. I may by and by have to live in a town for pupils. I could be grateful to any one who would save me from that. I should be astonished at his choosing to have me burden his household as well. Have I now explained the nature of my pity? It would be the pity of common sympathy, pure lymph of pity, as nearly disembodied as can be. Last year's sheddings from the tree do not form an attractive garland. Their merit is that they have not the ambition. I am like them. Now, Miss Middleton, I cannot make myself more bare to you. I hope you see my sincerity." "I do see it," Clara said. With the second heaving of her heart, she cried, "See it, and envy you that humility! Proud if I could ape it! Oh, how proud if I could speak so truthfully true! You would not have spoken so to me without some good feeling out of which friends are made. That I am sure of. To be very truthful to a person one must have a liking. So I judge by myself. Do I presume too much?" Kindness was on Letitia's face. "But now," said Clara, swimming on the wave in her bosom, "I tax you with that silliest suspicion ever entertained by one of your rank. Lady, you have deemed me capable of the meanest of our vices. Hold this hand, Letitia, my friend, will you? Something is going on in me." Letitia took her hand, and saw and felt that something was going on. Clara said, "You are a woman." It was her effort to account for the something. She swam for a brilliant instant on tears, and yielded to the overflow. When they had fallen, she remarked upon her first long breath quite coolly, "An encouraging picture of a rebel, is it not?" Her companion murmured to soothe her. "It's little, it's nothing," said Clara, pained to keep her lips in line. They walked forward, holding hands, deep-hearted to one another. "I like this country better now," the shaken girl resumed. "I could lie down in it and ask only for sleep. I should like to think of you here. How nobly self-respecting you must be, to speak as you did! Our dreams of heroes and heroines are gold glitter beside the reality. I may have been lately thinking of myself as an outcast of my sex, and to have a good woman liking me a little loving. Oh, Letitia, my friend, I should have kissed you, and not made this exhibition of myself, and if you call it hysterics, woe to you, for I bit my tongue to keep it off when I had hardly strength to bring my teeth together, if that idea of jealousy had not been in your head. You had it from him." "I have not alluded to it in any word that I can recollect." "He can imagine no other cause for my wish to be released. I have noticed it is his instinct to reckon on women as constant by their nature. They are the needles, and he the magnet. Jealousy of you, Miss Dale! Letitia, may I speak?" "Say everything you please." "I could wish. Do you know my baptismal name?" "Clara." "At last I could wish, that is, if it were your wish. Yes, I could wish that. Next to independence, my wish would be that. I risk offending you. Do not let your delicacy take arms against me. I wish him happy in the only way that he can be made happy. There is my jealousy." "Was it what you were going to say just now?" "No." "I thought not." "I was going to say, and I believe the rack would not make me truthful like you, Letitia. Well, has it ever struck you? Remember, I do see his merits. I speak to his faithfullest friend, and I acknowledge he is attractive. He has manly tastes and habits. But has it ever struck you? I have no right to ask. I know that men must have faults. I do not expect them to be saints. I am not one. I wish I were." "Has it ever struck me?" Letitia prompted her. "That very few women are able to be straightforwardly sincere in their speech, however much they may desire to be. They are differently educated. Great misfortune brings it to them." "I am sure your answer is correct. Have you ever known a woman who was entirely an egoist?" "Personally known one. We are not better than men." I do not pretend that we are. I have latterly become an egoist, thinking of no one but myself, scheming to make use of every soul I meet. But then, women are in the position of inferiors. They are hardly out of a nursery when a lasso is round their necks, and if they have beauty, no wonder they turn it to a weapon and make as many captives as they can. I do not wonder. My sense of shame at my natural weakness and the arrogance of men would urge me to make hundreds captive, if that is being a coquette. I should not have compassion for those lofty birds, the hawks. To see them with their wings clipped would amuse me. Is there any other way of punishing them? Consider that you lose in punishing them. I consider what they gain if we do not. Letitia supposed she was listening to discursive observations upon the inequality in the relations of the sexes. A suspicion of a drift to a closer meaning had been lulled, and the colour flooded her swiftly when Clara said, "Here is the difference I see. I see it. I am certain of it. Women who are called coquettes make their conquests not of the best of men, but men who are egoists have good women for their victims, women on whose devoted constancy they feed. They drink it like blood. I am sure I am not taking the merely feminine view. They punish themselves too by passing over the one suitable to them, who could really give them what they crave to have, and they go where they—" Clara stopped. "I have not your power to express ideas," she said. "Miss Middleton, you have a dreadful power," said Letitia. Clara smiled affectionately. "I am not aware of any. Whose cottage is this?" "My father's. Will you not come into the garden?" Clara took note of ivied windows and roses in the porch. She thanked Letitia and said, "I will call for you in an hour." "Are you walking on the road alone?" said Letitia, incredulously, with an eye to Sir Willoughby's dismay. "I put my trust in the high road," Clara replied, and turned away, but turned back to Letitia and offered her face to be kissed. The dreadful power of this young lady had fervently impressed Letitia, and in kissing her she marvelled at her gentleness and girlishness. Clara walked on, unconscious of her possession of power of any kind. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Egoist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Egoist by George Meredith. Chapter 17. The Porcelain Vase. During the term of Clara's walk with Letitia, Sir Willoughby's shrunken self-esteem, like a garment hung to the fire after exposure to tempestuous weather, recovered some of the sleekness of its velvet pile in the society of Mrs. Mountstuart Jenkinson, who represented to him the world he feared and tried to keep sunny for himself by all the arts he could exercise. She expected him to be the gay Sir Willoughby, and her look being as good as an incantation summons, he produced the accustomed sprite, giving her sally for sally. Queens govern the polite. Popularity with men, serviceable as it is for winning favouritism with women, is of poor value to a sensitive gentleman, anxious even to prognostic apprehension on behalf of his pride, his comfort, and his prevalence. And men are grossly purchasable. Good wines have them, good cigars, a good fellow air. They are never quite worth their salt, even then. You can make head against their ill looks. But the looks of women will at one blow work on you the downright difference which is between the cock of lordly plume and the moulting. Happily they may be gained. A clever tongue will gain them, a leg. They are with you to a certainty if nature is with you, if you are elegant and discreet, if the sun is on you, and they see you shining in it, or if they have seen you well stationed and handsome in the sun. And once gained, they are your mirrors for life, and far more constant than the glass. That tale of their caprice is absurd. Hit their imaginations once, they are your slaves, only demanding common courtier service of you. They will deny that you are aging, they will cover you from scandal, they will refuse to see you ridiculous. Sir Willoughby's instinct, or skin, or outfloating feelers, told him of these mysteries of the influence of the sex. He had as little need to study them as a lady breathed on. He had some need to know them, in fact, and with him the need of a protection for himself called it forth. He was intuitively a conjurer in self-defence, long-sighted, wanting no directions to the herb he was to suck at when fighting a serpent. His dullness of vision into the heart of his enemy was compensated by the agile sensitiveness, obscuring but rendering him miraculously active, and, without supposing his need immediate, he deemed it politic to fascinate Mrs. Mountstuart, and anticipate ghastly possibilities in the future by dropping a hint, not of Clara's fickleness, you may be sure, of his own rather, or, more justly, of an altered view of Clara's character. He touched on the rogue in porcelain. Set gently laughing by his relishing humour, "I get nearer to it," he said. "Remember, I'm in love with her," said Mrs. Mountstuart. "That is our penalty." "A pleasant one for you." He assented. "Is the rogue to be eliminated?" "Ask when she is a mother, my dear Sir Willoughby." "This is how I read you. I shall accept any interpretation that is complimentary. Not one will satisfy me of being sufficiently so, and so I leave it to the character to fill out the epigram. Do. What hurry is there? And don't be misled by your objection to rogue, which would be reasonable if you had not secured her." The door of a hollow chamber of horrible reverberation was opened within him by this remark. He tried to say in jest that it was not always a passionate admiration that held the rogue fast, but he muddled it in the thick of his conscious thunder, and Mrs. Mountstuart smiled to see him shot from the smooth-flowing dialogue into the cataracts by one simple reminder to the lover of his luck. Necessarily, after a fall, the pitch of their conversation relaxed. "Miss Dale is looking well," he said. "Fairly. She ought to marry," said Mrs. Mountstuart. He shook his head. "Persuade her." She nodded. "Example may have some effect." He looked extremely abstracted. "Yes, it is time. Where is the man you could recommend for her complement? She has now what was missing before, a ripe intelligence in addition to her happy disposition. Romantic, you would say. I can't think women the worse for that." "A dash of it." "She calls it leafage." "Very pretty. And have you relented about your horse Achmet?" "I don't sell him under 400. "Poor Johnny Bushy! You forget that his wife doles him out his money. You're a hard bargainer, Sir Willoughby." "I mean the price to be prohibitive." "Very well, and leafage is good for hide and seek, especially when there is no rogue in ambush. And that's the worst I can say of Letitia Dale. An exaggerated devotion is the scandal of our sex. They say you're the hardest man of business in the county, too, and I can believe it, for at home and abroad your aim is to get the best of everybody. You see I've no leafage. I am perfectly matter-of-fact bald." "Nevertheless, my dear Mrs. Mountstuart, I can assure you that conversing with you has much the same exhilarating effect on me as conversing with Miss Dale." "But leafage, leafage! You hard bargainers have no compassion for devoted spinsters." "I tell you my sentiments absolutely." "And you have mine moderately expressed." She recollected the purpose of her morning's visit, which was to engage Dr. Middleton to dine with her, and Sir Willoughby conducted her to the library door. "Insist," he said. Awaiting her reappearance, the refreshment of the talk he had sustained, not without point, assisted him to distinguish in its complete abhorrent orb the offence committed against him by his bride; and this he did through projecting it more and more away from him, so that in the outer distance it involved his personal emotions less, while observation was enabled to compass its vastness, and, as it were, perceive the whole spherical mass of the wretched girl's guilt impudently turning on its axis. Thus to detach an injury done to us, and plant it in space, for mathematical measurement of its weight and bulk, is an art. It may also be an instinct of self-preservation. Otherwise, as when mountains crumble, adjacent villages are crushed, men of feeling may at any moment be killed outright by the iniquitous and the callous. But as an art, it should be known to those who are for practising an art so beneficent, that circumstances must lend their aid. Sir Willoughby's instinct even had sat dull and crushed before his conversation with Mrs. Mountstuart. She lifted him to one of his ideals of himself. Among gentlemen he was the English gentleman; with ladies his aim was the Galician courtier, of any period from Louis XIII to Louis XV. He could dote on those who led him to talk in that character, backed by English solidity, you understand. Roast beef stood imminent behind the souffle and champagne. An English squire excelling his fellows at hazardous leaps in public, he was additionally a polished whisperer, a lively dialoguer, one for witty bouts, with something in him, capacity for a drive and a dig or two, beyond mere wit, as they soon learned who called up his reserves, and had a bosom for pinking. So much for his ideal of himself. Now, Clara not only never evoked, never responded to it, she repelled it. There was no flourishing of it near her. He considerately overlooked these facts in his ordinary calculations. He was a man of honour, and she was a girl of beauty; but the accidental blooming of his ideal, with Mrs. Mountstuart, on the very heels of Clara's offence, restored him to full command of his art of detachment, and he thrust her out, quite apart from himself, to contemplate her disgraceful revolutions. Deeply read in the book of egoism that he was, he knew the wisdom of the sentence, "An injured pride that strikes not out will strike home." What was he to strike with? 10 years younger, Letitia might have been the instrument. To think of her now was preposterous. Beside Clara, she had the hue of winter under the springing bough. He tossed her away, vexed to the very soul by an ostentatious decay that shrank from comparison with the blooming creature he had disgorged in self-defence, by some agency or other. Mrs. Mountstuart was on the step of her carriage when the silken parasols of the young ladies were descried on a slope of the park, where the yellow-green of May-cloth beeches flowed over the brown ground of last year's leaves. "Who's the cavalier?" she inquired. A gentleman escorted them. "Vernon? No, he's pegging at Crossjay," quoth Willoughby. Vernon and Crossjay came out for the boy's half-hour's run before his dinner. Crossjay spied Miss Middleton, and was off to meet her at a bound. Vernon followed him leisurely. "The rogue has no cousin, has she?" said Mrs. Mountstuart. "It's a family of one son or one daughter for generations," replied Willoughby. "And Letty Dale?" "Cousin!" he exclaimed, as if wealth had been imputed to Miss Dale, adding, no male cousin. A railway station fly drove out of the avenue on the circle to the hall entrance. Flitch was driver. He had no right to be there. He was doing wrong, but he was doing it under cover of an office, to support his wife and young ones, and his deprecating touches of the hat spoke of these apologies to his former master with dog-like pathos. Sir Willoughby beckoned to him to approach. "So you are here," he said. "You have luggage." Flitch jumped from the box, and read one of the labels aloud. "Lieutenant Colonel H. de Craye." "And the colonel met the ladies, overtook them?" Here seemed to come dismal matter for Flitch to relate. He began upon the abstract origin of it. He had lost his place in Sir Willoughby's establishment, and was obliged to look about for work where it was to be got, and though he knew he had no right to be where he was, he hoped to be forgiven, because of the mouths he had to feed as a flyman attached to the railway station, where this gentleman, the colonel, hired him, and he believed Sir Willoughby would excuse him for driving a friend, which the colonel was, he recollected well. And the colonel recollected him, and he said, not noticing how he was rigged, "What, Flitch, back in your old place? Am I expected?" And he told the colonel his unfortunate situation. "Not back, colonel. No such luck for me." And Colonel De Craye was a very kind-hearted gentleman, as he always had been, and asked kindly after his family, and it might be that such poor work as he was doing now he might be deprived of. Such is misfortune, when it once harpoons a man. You may dive and you may fly, but it sticks in you. Once do a foolish thing. "May I humbly beg of you, if you will be so good, Sir Willoughby," said Flitch, passing to evidence of the sad mishap. He opened the door of the fly, displaying fragments of broken porcelain. "But what's the story of this?" cried Sir Willoughby. "What is it?" said Mrs. Mountstuart, pricking up her ears. "It was a vase," Flitch replied in elegy. "A porcelain vase?" interpreted Sir Willoughby. "China," Mrs. Mountstuart faintly shrieked. One of the pieces was handed to her inspection. She held it close, she held it distant, she sighed horribly. "The man had better have hanged himself," she said. Flitch bestirred his misfortune-sodden features and members for a continuation of the doleful narrative. "How did this occur?" Sir Willoughby peremptorily asked him. Flitch appealed to his former master for testimony that he was a good and a careful driver. Sir Willoughby thundered, "I tell you to tell me how this occurred." "Not a drop, my lady, not since my supper last night, if there's any truth in me," Flitch implored succour of Mrs. Mountstuart. "Drive straight," she said, and braced him. His narrative was then direct. Near Piper's Mill, where the Wicker Brook crossed the Rebdon road, one of Hopner's waggons, overloaded as usual, was forcing the horses uphill, when Flitch drove down at an easy pace, and saw himself between Hopner's cart, come to a stand, and a young lady advancing. And just then the carter smacks his whip, the horses pull half mad. The young lady starts behind the cart, and up jumps the colonel, and, to save the young lady, Flitch dashed ahead and did save her. He thanked heaven for it, and more when he came to see who the young lady was. "She was alone?" said Sir Willoughby, in tragic amazement, staring at Flitch. "Very well you saved her, and you upset the fly," Mountstuart jogged him on. "Bardet, our old head-keeper, was a witness, my lady, had to drive half up the bank, and it's true, over the fly did go, and the vase, it shoots out against the 12th milestone, just as though there was the chance for it, for nobody else was injured, and knocked against anything else, it never would have flown all to pieces. so that it took Bardet and me 10 minutes to collect every one, down to the smallest piece there was. And he said, and I can't help thinking to myself, there was a providence in it, for we all come together, so as you might say we was made to do as we did. So then Horace adopted the prudent course of walking on with the ladies instead of trusting his limbs again to this capsizing fly, Sir Willoughby said to Mrs. Mountstuart, and she rejoined, "Lucky that no one was hurt." Both of them eyed the nose of poor Flitch, and simultaneously they delivered a verdict in "Hm." Mrs. Mountstuart handed the wretch a half-crown from her purse. Sir Willoughby directed the footman in attendance to unload the fly and gather up the fragments of porcelain carefully, bidding Flitch be quick in his departing. "The Colonel's wedding present. I shall call to-morrow." Mrs. Mountstuart waved her adieu. "Come every day. Yes, I suppose we may guess the destination of the vase." He bowed her off, and she cried, "Well now, the gift can be shared, if you're either of you for a division." In the crash of the carriage wheels he heard, "At any rate, there was a rogue in the porcelain." These are the slaps we get from a heedless world. As for the vase, it was Horace De Craye's loss. Wedding present he would have to produce, and decidedly not in chips. It had the look of a costly vase, but that was no question for the moment. What was meant by Clara being seen walking on the high road alone? What snare, traceable ad inferis, had ever induced Willoughby Patterne to make her the repository and fortress of his honour? Chapter 17.